Hey guys, this is Sarah. Welcome back to another video here on my channel. This is a compilation of all of the videos I did talking about season 5 of the Vampire Diaries. I usually make these in shorter segments released weekly, but I sent out a poll and you guys said you wanted longer videos, so here they are. If you guys are enjoying this series, don't forget to subscribe and I hope you enjoy. So the first episode opens with Elena typing away on her computer, sending Bonnie an email updating her on everything that's happened since Bonnie has been traveling with her mom. Elena is happily dating Damon. They're having like the best summer ever. Caroline is planning their like dream dorm room situation, and she's also trying to convince Tyler to come home. He's working with some new werewolf pack and kind of freeing them and helping them work through the curse. Matt and Rebecca are running around in Europe doing a lot of stuff, including this lady. Like, go off, Matt. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Meanwhile, Jeremy is helping Bonnie answer these emails since, you know, Bonnie is dead. And Katherine, I hope you didn't forget, is a human now. And she is looking rough. She's struggling. Also, no one's heard from Stefan. Elena tells Damon that she's just got this weird feeling that something bad's gonna happen, but she doesn't know what's going on. He says it's just because she's going off to college and she knows that she would rather stay home with him and just like have their perfect summer continue forever. He's like not discouraging her to go. He's just gonna miss her, you know, because he's not gonna go with her, so he's gonna be in town. He's gonna be missing her. She kind of lets him tease her, and then she goes under the water in the bathtub, and then we get like a cut between of her under the water in the bathtub and Stefan drowning in the quarry, because remember, he is trapped in that coffin safe box and he just got dumped in the water and he's just been drowning all summer. Like, that's terrible. We cut away from that horrific realization to Jeremy working on his lies for school. He's basically planning to be like, everybody in my family died, and then I went crazy, and I was really on drugs, and I was looking for attention, so I burned my house down and faked my own death. And Elena is like, yeah, I think we should really lean into the drug use because this story is a lot. The plan is for Elena to go off to college with Caroline. They're only going to Whitmore College, which is like only a few hours away from Mystic Falls. And then Damon is going to be staying home and he's going to be watching out for Jeremy while Elena's gone. Damon and Elena kiss goodbye and it's so cute. They say they love each other and he's like, now get out of here before I change my mind. And she goes running and then she comes back in and kisses him again before she leaves. And the whole time Jeremy's just kind of like, ooh, I don't like this. But he's like letting them do it. He's already caught them making out like more than once, so he's been dealing with a lot. At college, Elena admits to Caroline about this like nagging feeling that she's been having about Stefan, and Caroline is like, yeah, it's called guilt because you're being an idiot and you never should have left him. You're sleeping with his brother? Disgusting, Elena. Absolutely disgusting. And Elena's like, so should I call him? And Caroline's like, no, you should leave Stefan alone. He is allowed to be upset. He's allowed to run off and do what he needs to do. You broke his heart, okay? Bonnie is there with them, which gets me every time. Elena's like, I can't believe we're in college. And Caroline's like, I know. And then Bonnie appears beside them and she's like, we're all here together. No, you're a ghost and it hurts. We go to the girls' dorm room after that and it is gorgeous. It's one of my favorite filming locations. Like, are we kidding? This is a college dorm room? Fancy colleges, guys. What on earth is this? Liz is there and they have a really sweet goodbye with her. Her and Caroline are very emotional, and then she also reminds us that she knew Elena's parents and she's like, Grayson would be so proud of you, both of them would, which is very sweet. The girls are so excited once they're alone, and then all of a sudden this girl walks in and they're like, who are you? And she's like, oh, I'm Megan, your roommate. Excuse? Jeremy is trying to convince Bonnie that she really needs to tell everybody the truth, especially now that Elena and Caroline are waiting for her to come to college and be in the dorm room with them, and she's not coming, and they have a new roommate that's replaced her because Bonnie is dead and not coming. But Bonnie just doesn't want to make everybody sad. She's also really worried about her dad and like what that could do to him. So she's just like, no, I'm not ready yet. We're not telling people. Also, they call each other best friends in this scene, so I guess we're just like blowing past the fact that they made out when they thought that they were gonna lose each other. Like, remember when Jeremy came to her in the cave and was like, I wanted to be with you when this happened. I don't know what to say. And she was like, don't say anything. And they made out. And then he came back to life and she was still a ghost. Y'all remember when that happened? Because I do. And I guess they spent the summer deciding they were just best friends. I don't know. Damon tells Elena that he thinks they should just use compulsion on Megan to get rid of her, but Elena is like, if we do that, then it's just like being back in Mystic Falls, and Caroline and I want a change. We want things to be different. And he's like, yeah, okay, well, good luck with that then, all right? You have fun. Also, everything here is fine. Jeremy is safe. Everyone is safe. Nothing is wrong. Then he walks into the living room and sees Katherine, and he's like, yeah, okay, Elena, love you, bye. And he hangs up really quickly because he's like, what on earth are you doing here? Matt and Rebecca are like making out in the town square. He's helping set up for some like celebration party, and she just shows up and grabs him and they start making out on a tree. And then he's like, I thought we said no strings attached. And she's like, I just wanted to see if you missed me yet. There's definitely some strings there. There's something going on there, okay? They talk about that girl, this lady that they hooked up with, and basically she stole Rebecca's earrings and she stole Matt's Gilbert ring, and then she left. So now they're like, we need to find her and get those things back, but Matt's kind of like, that's never gonna happen, she's gone. As Matt walks away from Rebecca, in the background we see Stefan, except remember, Stefan is drowning repeatedly in the bottom of the water, so that's Silas. He goes to Liz, and she's like, Stefan, oh my God, what are you doing here? And he sits down and just uses compulsion on her to keep her still. And then he just straight up takes her arm and just fills a cup up. Like, are we kidding right now? She's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm thirsty. Also, I'm not Stefan. And she's like, what? What's going on? He is truly so scary. Like, this dude is wild to me, how scary he is, okay? She calls him a vampire, and he gets really offended by this, and he's like, so, okay, I'm immortal and unkillable and psychic, and yes, I do need human blood to function, but I'm better than the vampires that came after me, so don't ever call me one of those again, okay? I am the original, which is where things get a little confusing, because so are the original family, and yet they don't have psychic abilities. They can use compulsion on other vampires. Do you see what I'm saying? Things just start to get a little funky, and we never really discuss it fully. But we had an original family of vampires made by a witch, so theoretically, the spell that Ketsia, a witch, made for her and Silas to take to become immortal should have been the same thing. It wasn't. Two different spells. They're two different spells. They're not the same. That's all the context you're going to get on that. I'm sorry. You want more? I don't have it to give you. I don't know anything else either. Anyway, Silas is looking for something. He realizes by looking into Liz's mind that she can't help him find it. So he's like, all you need to remember is that you saw Stefan, and he says hi. She goes like into a trance, and she's like, Stefan, you really need to call your friends. They're worried about you. And he's like, I will. And then he leaves. The girls are giving Megan a rundown on their love lives, and she's just like soaking it all in. They're a cute little friend group. It seems like maybe things could work there. Also, Caroline gives her a spiel about, don't touch my stuff, don't go in my mini fridge, don't do this, don't do that. And Megan's like, yeah, okay, I'm also pretty private, so don't touch my stuff either. And Caroline's like, deal. And then a boy, this boy, comes and invites them to a frat party. Jeremy is getting bullied at school. Everyone is older now, so thankfully they all look like fully grown adult men in high school instead of just Jeremy. But because he is a highly skilled, trained hunter now, he just bodies the two bullies in front of everyone. So everybody's like screaming in the hallways because Jeremy's like, just rocks their shit, guys. It's a lot. And then he's just standing there like, and everybody's like, what the heck happened to you, dude? Damon realizes that Katherine is lying about being okay with being a human, and actually she's miserable. So he's like, look, girl, you want me to turn you? I will do that if it means you will leave. Here. And he like gives her his wrist. She wants to do it, but at the same time, she's like, I can't, because she's afraid that since she has the cure in her, she's not sure if she can be turned back into a vampire. So if she dies, even with vampire blood in her system, will she just die? Like, what will happen? They don't know, because no one's ever taken the cure before. The phone rings, and Katherine answers it, pretending to be Elena, and we find out that Jeremy was expelled for his little WWE fight in the hallway. Damon is like, I'm gonna go find Jeremy. When I get back, you better be gone. And she's like, Damon, please. I know there's some part of you that still cares about me. I'm a human now, and I'm weak and slow. Please, can I stay with you? There's somebody after me. And he's like, no, run away, run faster, I'm not helping you. And she's like, Damon, please. But she begs him, and because he's a good, sweet boy that can't say no to her, he agrees. Stefan is drowning again, and he calls out to Elena, and then he goes unconscious. And in his unconscious mind, he is dreaming about Damon, and Dream Damon is trying to convince him to turn off his humanity. Stefan is like, I can't do that, because if I do that and then you guys do find me, what good's it gonna do if I'm a monster again? Like, what's gonna happen there? And Damon's like, you turned it back on once before, we can fix you. And Stefan's like, no! Damon just wants to take away the misery and the fear and the pain, because if he turns his humanity off, it's not gonna stop the drowning from happening to him, but he at least won't be afraid of it anymore. Caroline can't follow her own privacy rules, and she goes through Megan's stuff and is like, what even is protein water? She holds up a bottle, she drinks it, and there's vervain in it. So she starts gagging. Megan comes running out of the bathroom and is like, what's going on? Are you okay? And Caroline's like, I'm sorry, water just went down the wrong pipe. I shouldn't have touched your stuff, I'm sorry. And Megan's like, oh my God, it's totally fine. It just sounded like somebody was dying out here. So then Caroline starts freaking out because she's like, that bitch knows we're vampires. That bitch knows. That bitch is aware. And Elena's like, no, she has no reason to suspect us. We just need to be normal so that she thinks we're normal. And they go to the party. That cute guy that gave them the flyer comes up to them again, and we find out that his name is Jesse. The girls can't get inside the house though. It's at Whitmore House, and they can't get in. So they're kind of just stuck on the front porch. Megan is like, are y'all coming in or what? And they're like, yeah, we're waiting on somebody. We'll be in just a second. But they can't get inside. Damon and Jeremy are at the grill, and Damon's like berating him about getting expelled, and Jeremy's just kind of like, I don't know what you guys expected. Like, I'm a freak now. Everybody thinks I'm a freak. What am I supposed to do? And Damon's like, just finish your food and be quiet. And he goes over to the bar. At the bar, Silas comes up to him, obviously pretending to be Stefan. Damon doesn't realize that it's not his brother, probably because it's so awkward and there's tension there. And so even if he feels weird about it, he's just assuming it's because it's Stefan and he feels weird about it, you know what I mean? But he doesn't realize who it is. The girls are outside Whitmore House walking away from the party to go home because they couldn't get in. They call Megan and they're like, sorry, we had to leave, just call us back and we'll let you know where we are. But then Megan calls them and she's screaming and freaking out on the other line, and they're like, where are you? What's going on? We can help you, just come outside and we can help you. And then Megan falls from the sky and lands at their feet, and she's been bitten by a freaking vampire and she's dead. Damon and Silas are still talking, and Silas like looks at Damon, does his mind trick powers, and is like, so Katherine's at the house, huh? That's crazy. Damon's like, how'd you know that? And Silas goes, oh, because I can read your mind. I'm just kidding. She called me first, remember? She wants me. She always loves me more. So yeah, she called me first. And Damon's like, oh yeah, that tracks, okay. He's so arrogant. Like, if y'all thought Ripper Stefan, I will say though, this is probably gonna upset some of you guys. Ripper Stefan, I feel such strong dislike for, okay? Stefan with his humanity off, nightmare. Don't want anything to do with it. Silas, incredible top tier villain, here for everything and anything that he does, okay? I don't know. I don't, it's I don't know. I can't explain it to you. I don't know. So then Jeremy shows up and is like, Stefan, oh my God, what's up? Silas touches him and Jeremy's like, what the fuck? When Silas leaves, Jeremy's like, yeah, I don't know who that was, but that was not Stefan, okay? Because when he touched me, I got a chill where my freaking mark used to be, okay? Something's wrong. Damon's like, don't be ridiculous. Stefan threw Silas's body in the water. Everything is fine. And Jeremy's like, I am telling you right now, something's wrong. And then Bonnie shows up and Bonnie's like, oh my God, I died, which means the spell on Silas broke and he's free. And Damon puts it together too and it's just like, this isn't good. And Jeremy's like, what was he looking for? And they realize Silas is after Katherine. Silas catches Katherine in the tub, Damon's bathtub, because you remember that scene where Elena was like, this tub is amazing, why don't we hang out in here more? It's like a running gag through the show that Damon's bathroom is just like the highlight of the house. We should all hang out in there and have parties in the tub, okay? So she's in the tub, Silas comes in, they get flirty, and then he tries to strangle her. But Miss Katherine is resourceful. She picks up the razor she was using to shave her legs and slashes him across the face, gets out of the water, and runs. Damon catches her at the bottom of the stairs, throws her to Jeremy, and is like, get her out of here. She has a robe on, by the way. She gets a robe on as she's running out of the room. So she gets passed off to Jeremy, and they leave. And then Silas comes strolling down the stairs, and Damon is like, oh my God, you are so slow. I guess the vamp speed came with the upgrade, huh? And then they get into it. Damon tells him to drop his disguise, and Silas just laughs. Back at school, the girls are absolutely flabbergasted that Megan was killed by a vampire, so what's going on there? The security comes over and tells them that Megan took her own life and they even found a note, but they can't find her cell phone. Where's her cell phone? Caroline took it because remember, Elena had just called Megan and they didn't want to be tied to it at all, so they took the phone so they could delete the voicemail. Silas explains the whole business about being a Stefan doppelganger. Damon's like, wow, you don't see that every day. This is crazy. Silas won't tell Damon what he wants with Katherine, but he does say that Stefan is hidden somewhere and in a great deal of pain, and the only way Damon's gonna get Stefan back is if Silas gets Katherine. So Damon calls Jeremy, who's in the car with Katherine driving her out of town, and he tells them to turn around and come home. Miss Katherine, once again, is very resourceful, so she crashes the car. The mayor, Bonnie's dad, runs into Matt downtown. You remember they're getting ready for that, like, I think it's like a block party situation, like a summer celebration. And he says, if you talk to Bonnie, will you tell her I said hi, I miss her? Which is funny because Bonnie earlier was like, my dad isn't writing me back when I send him my postcards. He doesn't know where I am. He's not trying to call me. He's not that worried about me. So mixed signals. Then Matt sees Nadia, which is the girl that they hooked up with that stole from them. He follows her and she's like, hey, what's up? I wanted to return this to you. She gives him back the Gilbert ring. And then a man jumps up from behind him, starts speaking a different language. It's Czech, by the way. Starts speaking a different language and holding Matt by the back of the head. Matt's eyes turn black. Elena and Caroline come home to find their room messed with and Megan's laptop is missing. Elena decides to go through the cell phone that they took from Megan and finds a picture of Megan with her dad. What's going on? Katherine gets out of the car and stumbles away. Jeremy is very hurt because Katherine unbuckled his seatbelt before the crash happened. He's alive, but I hate this scene. Biggest trigger for me is a car crash. There are so many of them in this freaking show. Bonnie shows up and talks to him to keep him alive, and then Damon shows up and gives him blood, so Jeremy's fine. He's like, Katherine got away. Damon just holds him and is like, I don't even care. Because Damon knows that absolutely nothing can happen to Jeremy on his watch. Absolutely nothing. So this was like major panic for him, and now he's like so relieved. Tyler calls Caroline and says he's not coming to school. Sorry. And he did it over a voicemail. So Elena hears, obviously, and they start whispering to each other, and they're both just like, I'm really glad you're here, and they miss Bonnie. In the lake, Stefan dies again and dreams of Damon. Damon's like, turn your humanity off, do it. Stefan starts to really consider it, and then Dream Damon turns into Dream Elena, and she's like, Stefan, no, you can't do it. You have to keep your humanity. You have to keep it for me, please. And he does. Damon and Elena talk, and she does miss him a lot, but she's like, I can't leave because I need to figure out what's going on. Why was my dad involved? What's happening? And Damon just doesn't fill her in on literally anything that's happened. He just doesn't tell her any of it. The town is having that summer celebration, so the mayor gets up, he starts giving a speech about how this is all about community and family and how much he loves his daughter Bonnie and he misses her. She's off traveling the world and he's so proud of her. Bonnie is in the crowd watching this because she wanted to hear him talk, so that's really important that she hears that, because then Silas walks up on stage. The mayor's like, Stefan, what are you doing? He's like, I need to say a few words. The mayor goes, can it wait? And he's like, no, now stop talking. And the mayor stops talking and gives him the microphone. Then he explains to the crowd that he's had so much blood over the summer that he's like super freaking powerful and he's been itching to test out how strong he is. How many people can he compel at once? A whole town square? Let's find out. Stop talking. They all stop talking. He's like, now nobody move and nobody make a sound. And then he freaking slits Bonnie's dad's throat. This scene is so good because no one reacts except for Ghost Bonnie, who is like screaming, crying, throwing up, holding her dad while he dies. Her dad's a human, so he just dies. Silas turns to the crowd and he's like, now that I have your attention, there's something I need you guys to do for me. You all know Elena Gilbert, don't you? The person we're looking for looks just like her. So after that, Bonnie goes to Jeremy and tells him what happened, and she's like really not doing good with all of that. Katherine's also doing really badly. She's like wandering town in a bathrobe, trying to find help and not getting any. She flags down a car. The lady gets out of the car. Unfortunately, the lady is under Silas's compulsion, so when she realizes who Katherine is, she maces her in the face and then goes to kidnap her. But again, Miss Katherine doesn't mess around, so she knocks that lady out and goes to run. She didn't get far because Matt just strolls out of the tree line with a freaking shotgun and kidnaps her himself. Stefan is now daydreaming about Elena, so they're having these like small quiet moments together that he says mean the most to him. They're currently like on the edge of the lake cuddling in the sunshine. She sits up and says this is just a distraction for what he's going through, and then she starts to drown. And we see that he's actually drowning, and it's just like a weird projection of what's happening to him into his subconscious. Caroline's pretty freaking grumpy, if you can believe it, because Tyler is avoiding talking to her so that they don't get into a fight about the fact that he's not coming to school. They're still trying to figure out all this nonsense with Megan. Elena did some snooping and found the death certificate that's like clearly incorrect because they're still saying that Megan took her own life, even though they saw the vampire bites on her neck. So they're like, they're lying. The person that signed the certificate is a professor at the school. So Elena signed them up for advanced microbiology so that they could be in his class and hopefully get to know him. Damon is a big genius. So he realizes that Silas probably hurt Stefan the night that Stefan was trying to dump Silas's body. So that would mean that Stefan is probably in the quarry. So he asked Liz if she'll dredge it and find him. And Liz is like, dude, homie, I can't do that. We don't even know if he's in there. And Damon's like, do you understand what it means if he is? It means that I spent the entire summer living it up with my girlfriend, who is his ex-girlfriend, and the entire time he's been trapped underwater in a box, drowning repeatedly. Okay, Liz? And she's like, yeah, okay, I'll get some deputies on it. Jeremy and Matt now have Katherine, and they have got her tied up in the back of the truck so that she can't run away. Jesse is in their new biology class, and he's like, oh my god, hi, and he's flirting with Caroline, and he convinces them to come to the bonfire that night. Another celebration. This man, Dr. Maxfield, shows up. I can't stand him. Okay, if you thought Professor Shane was bad, this dude right here, nope. He ends up kicking the girls out of class because he realizes that they're freshmen and they're talking, and he's like, get out of my class, you should not be here, go to Biology 101 where you belong. Elena calls Damon and tells him what happened, and he's like, oh honey, do you want me to come beat him up? And she's like, no, not right now, I can handle it, I'm gonna get the information I want from him one way or another. And Damon's like, okay, so did you hurt him? Did you threaten violence? Did you torture him? What'd you do? Did you got violent with him, didn't you? And she's like, no, Damon, I'm not gonna torture him. Are you serious? I can get this out of him the normal way. And he, just full stop, is like, do you realize you're dating a newly reformed serial killer or what? Damon, you can't just, why would you say it? Why would you voice it out loud? Why would you, shh. That is an inside thought, my guy. That stays in here where it belongs. At least he's self-aware. Then Elena sees Stefan and she's like, oh my God, Stefan is here. It's not Stefan, it's Silas. He uses compulsion on her to get her to hang up the phone, and Damon is like, that is not Stefan, and he doesn't get to say it, and then she's standing with Silas, unprotected and alone. Silas is like, I know you're upset I didn't call. I just wanted to see you and say I'm sorry in person. And then they hug. He says he just needed space from her since she's dating his brother and that sucks. And she dumped him for him. And she's like, okay, out. And he just drops all the secrets that Damon has been keeping, like about Jeremy and Katherine. He just flings them all on her and she's pissed. We realize that he's just trying to find out where Jeremy is because he knows Jeremy and Katherine are together. Jeremy and Matt are driving Katherine out of town. They stop for gas and she needs to pee. So Jeremy like watches her as she goes into the bathroom. But then Matt needs to get her some medicine because she's sick. She's got a sinus infection. He goes into the store to get that. Jeremy's supposed to be watching the bathroom door and filling the truck up with gas, but he looks away because he's an idiot. So Katherine sneaks out of the bathroom. While Matt is inside with the cashier looks up, sees Katherine, and is like, oh my God, I know who that is. I have to call him. Tries to get the phone. Matt grabs the phone away from him. The cashier pulls out a freaking shotgun. Matt grabs that, knocks him unconscious with it, and then runs and is like, Jeremy, Katherine! And they have to chase Katherine, but they get her and she doesn't get away. Damon shows up at the girls' dorm and it's so funny. Caroline has just come out of the bathroom in her towel and she's like, Damon, towel, knock. And he's like, Caroline, no one cares, no. And then he tells her what's going on with like Silas being there pretending to be Stefan. Caroline tells him that Elena's had a bad feeling about Stefan all summer, which she just never told Damon. So they're both kind of just like, this isn't good. And Damon's like, just put some freaking clothes on and come outside. Silas gets a message from someone telling him that they saw Katherine on Route 9. He says, oh my God, Elena, somebody saw Jeremy on Route 9. What would he be doing out there? And Elena is like, oh, I don't know. There's an old campsite we used to use. Maybe that's where he went. And Silas is like, interesting. Then Silas like leaves Elena and goes to Damon. So then Damon is like, where's Elena? What did you do? And like grabs Silas by the throat. Silas is just like, oh, cute. And like brushes his hand away like it's nothing. And then he's like, I could tell you where Elena is. I could tell you what I did to her, but it would be so much more fun if you just find out for yourself. Enjoy the bonfire. And then he leaves. Caroline and Damon go to the bonfire. Damon is very on edge and he almost kills somebody for bumping into him, but Caroline stops him, so don't worry. Damon's just like freaking out since they can't find Elena and his old ways of lashing out are coming to the surface. Meanwhile, Elena is chugging beer and she runs into Jesse, who is like, if you come with me to get firewood, I will tell you everything you need to know about Dr. Maxfield because I know. Guy's an asshole. He was so mean to you today. He's been mean to me before. Come with me and I'll fill you in. Basically, Dr. Maxfield is just a big old jerk. Like, he's just not nice. None of the students like him, but he's really, really intelligent, so they put up with it. Also, he may or may not be part of a secret society that meets at Whitmore House every month. Then Damon shows up and knocks Jesse out, and Caroline's like, oh my God, don't hurt him. I like him. Jeremy, Katherine, and Matt are at the campground. She is struggling with the sinus infection that she has, and Jeremy puts a blanket on her shoulders, and she is shocked by his kindness. Matt is going to the truck, and Silas shows up and is like, not a word. You can't speak. You can't scream. And Matt's like, actually I can. Jeremy, run! Jeremy and Katherine freaking take off. Silas is like, why can't I get in your head? He grabs onto Matt, starts talking in Czech again, sees the stuff that happened with Nadia and the other guy and Matt in that alleyway, and is like, oh, I see. Somebody's already in there. Why are you spying on me, traveler? And then he snaps Matt's neck and leaves him there. Matt wakes up alone in the woods. He sees Jeremy and Katherine run by, but they can't hear him when he tries to talk to them. Bonnie shows up and she's like, Matt, don't be afraid. We just need to get you back to your body. Everything's gonna be fine. Every time you die with the Gilbert ring on, you wake up farther away from your body and it takes you longer to get back to it, but it's gonna be fine. I'll get you there. Matt is like, if this is the other side, how are you here right now? And Bonnie's like, I have to tell you stuff. Back at the dorm, Damon tries to talk to Elena about everything that's happened, but she just like jumps his bones and they start making out. She gets him in a chair, she gets his shirt off, then she grabs one of Megan's water bottles, you know, the vervain water bottles, and shoves it down his throat. So he starts choking on the vervain. She ties him to the chair and he's like, oh no, Silas got into your head, didn't he? What did Stefan tell you to do? And she's like, I'm supposed to get you alone, weaken you, and then I'm supposed to kill you. She puts more water in his mouth and goes to stab him, like literally goes to stake him in the chest, and he spits the water out on her and it breaks the trance she's in. She comes out of it and is like, Damon, I'm so sorry, what happened? And he's like, it's okay, it's not your fault. Silas is here, he looks like Stefan, he got in your head, that's all it is. He explains everything that's happened, and that of course pushes her back into an angry place. She starts yelling at him and she's like, I can't believe you kept this from me. What's going on? This is ridiculous. Jeremy's in danger. Damon realizes Silas put like a trigger word on her anger for him. So he knew Elena was going to be mad at Damon about what had happened. So he just made it so that each time she gets mad at him, she tries to kill him. So then he's like, Elena, you have to fight it. And she's like, I can't. And he's like, Elena, please, you have to fight it. And she ends up sitting down in the chair across from him and stabbing the stake through her own leg so she can't get up. Caroline is helping Jesse after he woke up. Boy is moving quick. He thinks Caroline is adorable. She tells him, I have a boyfriend. He immediately backs off, and we find out that he also had a long distance partner and it did not end well. That partner cheated on him and they broke up and it wasn't good. But he's like, but I remember, you know, wanting it to work and wanting to be hopeful, and I'm never gonna tell you that you can't do that, so, you know, good luck. And it kind of looks like they're just gonna be friendly with each other now. Like, he's definitely very respectful of that boundary. Jeremy gets Katherine to the truck and tells her to get in and drive. He's got to go back for Matt. She's like, are you kidding me right now? You need to pick yourself. You need to survive. How do you think I made it so long as a vampire? It's because I run, okay? It's because when it's time to go, I go and I don't look back. And Jeremy's like, yeah. And that's why people treat you like an object and not a person. Bonnie is explaining everything to Matt, and she is basically like, I'm okay though, it's not that big of a deal, I'm fine, I don't mind being alone, I can talk to Jeremy, it's fine. Matt is like, Bonnie, honey, it doesn't have to be fine, you don't have to be okay. This sucks, and I'm so sorry that this happened. She ends up breaking down, and he just gets to hold her while she cries, which is so good because she hasn't had like somebody she can physically touch since all of this happened. Jeremy finds Matt's body, and then Silas shows up and realizes that because Matt isn't freaking out that his best friend is dead, that ring on Matt's finger must be doing something to keep him like from dying for real. Like, is Matt gonna come back? Jeremy is still a hunter though, so Silas can't use his abilities on him. His psychicness doesn't do anything to Jeremy. He can't read his mind. They get into an all-out brawl, and it's going really well because Silas is not as strong or as fast as regular vampires. He just has the psychic powers that kind of balances him out and makes him stronger. Jeremy, though, can be killed, so Silas stabs himself through the heart and it goes into Jeremy's like shoulder, and that gets Jeremy knocked down. But before Silas can kill him, Katherine freaking shows up and shoots Silas in the chest. Elena is all caught up now, and she's like, I can't believe that happened to Bonnie's dad. Is Bonnie okay? I can't believe she didn't call me. What happened? Is she all right? Damon is like, yeah, I have no idea. I have not checked on her. Could not be bothered. There was too much going on. That, of course, pisses Elena off, and she goes into another crazy fit of rage. She rips the freaking gas line out of the wall and is like gonna blow them both up. And Damon's like, honey, oh my God, you have to stop. You have to knock it off. Think about Stefan. Think about Stefan. Tell me about the dreams you had that you kept secret from me. I'd like to know more about them. What's going on? Tell me about that. Because if you kill me, you're gonna kill us both, and then that's not gonna be good. So let's shut that down. Talk to me about Stefan. She starts saying that it's not really dreams or anything specific like that. It's just this feeling she has that something's wrong and Stefan's trying to reach out to her and she needs to find him, but she can't. Wherever he is, he's scared and he's lonely and he's in a lot of pain. She starts crying and is like, we have to find him. We have to find him. And Damon swears that they will. And this moment between them breaks whatever spell she was under and the rage is gone and she's not going to kill him anymore. Right after that happens, Caroline comes in. So Elena is like holding matches, dripping blood, sitting in a chair. Damon is gagged with vervain and shirtless, tied to a chair, and Caroline comes in. And Caroline's like, yeah, I think we need to set some ground rules for when boyfriends come to visit. Matt and Bonnie make it to Matt's body. He's in the truck with Katherine and Jeremy. Matt realizes that when he goes back into his body, if this is what happens every single time he dies with the Gilbert ring, he's never been able to remember it before, which means that he won't remember everything that happened to Bonnie. He's like, please, you can't keep this a secret anymore. You need to tell everybody so that you can process your own death. Like, you're pushing it away right now and you need to be processing it. She says it was good to see him, and he goes back into his body and wakes up. Bonnie and Jeremy end up talking, and she says that she's not ready to be dead yet. She's not ready to admit that she's dead yet. She doesn't want it to be reality yet. She doesn't want to hurt everybody. She's just super worried about it. Jeremy is like, Bonnie, I may not be able to hold you, but I can support you like this. I'll do whatever you want. We'll tell them you're still traveling. We'll tell them you're with family and you can't deal with your dad dying right now. It's just too much. We will figure it out. You're not in this alone. And then she like walks off into the woods because she's really struggling. As I said, Bonnie's not doing well. Silas goes to that cashier that saw Katherine with Jeremy and Matt. Matt knocked him out, that guy. He goes back to him. He steals some of his blood. While they're talking, Nadia and the guy that jumped Matt in the alleyway come out and confront them. Silas calls them travelers. The guy pulls out his weapon and is like, you can call me whatever you want while I gut you. Silas is like, oh, are you mad I killed Matt? Did that stop you from being able to spy on me? I'm so sorry. Guy is like, actually, we just want you back in that tomb where you belong. And then Nadia steps forward and is like, that's what the travelers have always wanted. And then she takes the guy's own hand and stabs himself with his knife, and that guy dies. And Silas is like, hello, what was that? And Nadia says, that might be what the travelers want, but I know you can see into my mind and I have my own agenda. Hi, come on. I have a kitty now. He's appeared. Elena is planning to leave with Damon to help find Stefan. Dr. Maxfield shows up and is like, you're leaving so soon? Also, aren't you Grayson Gilbert's daughter? Yeah, I love his work. I'm a big fan. I'd love to be able to do stuff like him one day. He was such an expert in his field. And Elena is like, oh, are you trying to say that my dad forged death certificates too? And Dr. Maxfield is like, interesting, you know more than I thought you did. Come see me when you get back into town. Damon gives Elena Stefan's daylight ring that he stole back from Silas, and then she tells him, I love you, and even after we find Stefan and get him free, I'm still gonna love you. Then we get this adorable, like, slow-mo moment of them making out on the hood of the car. We get so many. We're spoiled, okay? They were definitely a fan favorite when the show was airing, and I think the writers knew that, and they just put kisses in whenever they could. All right, this is like the third time they've kissed in the first episode. But then Liz calls and says they found something. They go to see Liz, and she has the box out and like waiting for them. They open the safe. Stefan's not inside, but there is a dead body in there. So Stefan was hungry when he woke up. A not so fun fact, I just filmed almost this entire episode and then realized I wasn't recording. So we open with a very strung out Stefan. He's wandering the streets. He finds a bar. When he goes inside, the bartender's like, we're closed. He doesn't care. He attacks them, then tells them to run away. They do. He follows them, but when he gets outside, he doesn't have his daylight ring on and he catches on fire. Elena wakes up in bed and has just dreamed all of that. So that's really uncomfortable for Damon. He's like, yeah, I don't want to know. I'm gonna roll over and go back to sleep. Then he flips over again and he's like, just kidding. Everything I'm making up in my head is so much worse than what you probably dreamed, so just tell me what happened. So she tells him everything and she's like, he was at some bar, but I don't really recognize it. Katherine walks in and is like, that's Joe's bar. I know exactly where he is, and I think we just had the same dream. All three of them have to go look for Stefan because Silas wants Katherine, so they can't leave her alone and they need to make sure she's protected. But Katherine is like, I would want to go no matter what because I care about Stefan and I want to know he's okay. Silas and Nadia are talking. Silas is like, let's play the what if game. What if you didn't really need to kill Gregor? You just did it so that I would think I could trust you. What if Matt can't be killed because of the Gilbert ring and you knew that, so Gregor's not even really dead? What then? I want you to find Matt Donovan and kill him for real, and then I'll trust you. And Nadia says she will, and then we see that she's in the grill looking at Matt. Stefan wakes up in a cabin with this woman watching him. He's like, oh my God, run. She says, well, hello to you too. I brought you dinner, and then she gives him a blood bag. She explains that she's the person that saved him from burning alive, and also she got him out of the water. She also knows he's a doppelganger because she's seen his face before on someone that wasn't him. She asks him what he knows about Silas, and he launches into an explanation of everything they've been dealing with and how Silas is a complete monster, and the only reason why Stefan didn't turn his humanity off was because he wanted to be himself when he finally killed him. He goes to leave, but he can't because it's daytime and he doesn't have his daylight ring on. She then says, Silas wasn't always a monster, you know. He used to be a simple man who loved a simple girl. She was his soulmate, his one true love. Stefan is like, okay, and how do you know this? She says, oh, because I am that girl. He doesn't understand how she could be alive. She says that love makes anything possible. Then we get a little this woman and Silas backstory. We see them in the past. They're kind of in ancient Greek Roman style clothing. Think lots of draped fabric, really pretty colors. She says that they were both a part of a very powerful group of people called the Travelers, and they wanted to test their magic when they were going to get married. So they planned on making the immortality spell together to take at their wedding. He's like, yeah, girl, I know this story. Silas was doing great. Everything was going well for him. And then this bitch named Ketsia showed up and ruined his life. She's like, wrong. You don't know the story, actually. She reiterates what we know, which is that Silas convinced Ketsia he was in love with her. Then when he turned on her, she trapped him with the cure, hoping that he would take it and die and end up in purgatory stuck with her. Stefan's like, okay, well, if you're his one true love, why don't you just go to him because he's been waiting for you, and then you guys can just run off into the sunset together and we don't have to worry about him anymore. But this woman is like, I said he was my true love. I never said I was his. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Ketsia. Stefan is in danger. She's like, I'm the sane, rational, well-adjusted woman you seem to know so much about. And she is pissed. Unbelievably pissed that he only knows the man's version of the story, where she's framed as basically the crazy ex-girlfriend, that meme. That's what she is right now. She does not do a good job of not living up to that impression of her. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not that I think Silas was in the right for what he did, but we're gonna get to what she did and y'all are gonna be like, oh my God. Anyway, she tells Stefan that she's been dead on the other side for 2,000 years, but she's come back for him. Not Silas, him. In the road trip car, Katherine is teasing Damon and Elena about the fact that Elena's dreaming about Stefan, and she's like, isn't that awkward? I feel like that would be awkward. That would probably be really weird if you're sleeping with your ex-boyfriend's brother and then you start dreaming about said ex-boyfriend. I feel like that would be awkward. Is that awkward? And Damon's like, just freaking ignore her. Once the vervaine's out of her system, we can compel her to shut up. And then Katherine goes to sleep. Nadia is with Matt, and she tells him that she's trying to keep him safe from Silas, and he needs to trust her because Silas is trying to kill him. Then she grabs Matt's face with her hands, speaks in Czech, and says, come forth, Gregor. Matt's eyes turn black, and when they open, Gregor is in his consciousness, so he starts speaking with Matt's voice, but he's speaking in Czech, and he's like, you killed me, I can't believe you did this, what the heck's going on, what did you do? She explains that she only killed him to keep Silas on their side and make Silas think that she's working for him, and she's gonna figure out a way to make him being in Matt permanent because she loves him and she would do anything for him. And then they kiss. He says he wants to know where his body is, and she's like, I'll tell you, but first you need to call Elena and find out where Katherine is. Stefan is frantically trying to find a phone. Ketsia comes back with a basket of things she's foraged, and she says that there is no cell service where they are. She is a strange little bird, to say the least, and she thinks that she no longer wants to be called Ketsia since it's so hard to say, and she would rather be called Tessa. That's like a unique name, but maybe she could still find it on like a little gas station keychain. I'm not kidding, that's real dialogue that comes out of her mouth. She explains that she came over when Bonnie dropped the veil because the hunters had failed for so many years that she was like, I'm just gonna do it. Since they couldn't do it, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna handle Silas myself. She explains more about her and Silas's backstory. She says that she was like super naive and so in love with him, so she set up like not only the spell for immortality, but she made like a whole beautiful garden for their wedding, and there were all these like beautiful flowers, and then there was this goblet where the immortality elixir was, and they were gonna drink it together. And then while she's at the altar waiting, all the flowers started to die. She realized that that MFer had taken the elixir and was drinking it with someone else. She goes off about how people can call her a vindictive bitch all they want, but she thought she was his true love and he betrayed her. And Stefan's like, I am so sorry that happened to you. I'm also really scared. You're very scary. Then Ketsia goes back to her story, and she's like, don't worry though, I found him and the woman he'd left me for in the wilderness. And that's when I realized that the woman he'd picked over me was someone close to me, my handmaiden. In the flashback, when Silas pulls the cloth down from this secret woman's face, that's right, it's Elena. It's the first Elena doppelganger. Her name is Amara. Stefan's like, wait, hold on. This Amara person is the first Katherine Elena doppelganger? And Ketsia's like, yeah. Actually, Amara and Silas are the reason why you and Elena are doppelgangers, because when they were made immortal, the universe had to put into place a version of them that would die. So that's what happened. That's why you guys exist. While she's telling this story, she's been making a potion of some kind, and she tells Stefan that she's working on a daylight ring for him so that he can help her take down Silas once and for all. They find that bartender, they ask her what happened. She says that some guy attacked her and then lit himself on fire in the parking lot. But then a woman showed up and grabbed him and put him in a truck and took him away. She knows the owner of the truck and where that person lives, so now they have an address. Then the woman gives Damon a drink, and there's vervain in it. Nadia shows up and she's like, haha, I told her to do that. And she's got a gun. And then Katherine, who'd been asleep in the car, runs in and is like, what's going on? And sees Nadia. Nadia is like, which one of you two is Katherine Pierce? Katherine immediately points at Elena and is like, that one. Elena is like, oh my God. Nadia is like, Katherine Pierce is a liar, but they look alike, so she can't figure out which one is which. And Elena attacks before Nadia can figure it out. But Nadia, surprise, surprise, is a vampire, so she gets away. Katherine also ran in the scuffle. So now Elena is like, I'm gonna go after Nadia. I need you to go after Stefan. Damon's like, I don't want to do that. We need to stay together. I don't want you to get hurt. And she's like, Damon, I'm gonna be fine. So then Damon is like, okay, but listen to me. At the first sign of trouble, you leave. Okay, Katherine's not worth it. I want you to get out of there the moment you need to. Give me a kiss. They kiss. He's like, okay, go. They split up. We cut back to Ketsia explaining her plan to Stefan, and she's basically like, Silas has been honing his psychic abilities for 2,000 years. So I am no longer strong enough to just take him down on my own. We're gonna have to weaken him. And that way she can lock him back in another tomb. Stefan is like, so is that where Amara is right now? Is she locked in a tomb too? And Ketsia is like, yeah, no. In another flashback, we see Ketsia outside the little tent thing that Silas and Amara were staying in. She's washing her hands. That's red flag number 1. Silas comes up. He's like, what are you doing here? How'd you find us? She says, oh, I just came bearing gifts. She shows him first the wedding goblet that is covered with a cloth. That cloth is red flag number 2. Then she says, my second gift is this, and she shows him the cure. He's like, there's no way. There's no way you made that so fast. There's no way. That's not possible. She's like, oh, yes, I did. And it works. I already tested it on another immortal being. So Silas runs into the tent, and it's just like covered in blood. Just covered in blood. Everywhere there's blood. Ketsia comes in behind him, and she's like, you know, after I slit her throat, she couldn't talk. But I knew she was scared by the way her heart was beating. And then she takes the cloth off the wedding goblet, and Amara's heart is just in the goblet. Yeah. Silas is very upset about this. Ketsia is like, if you take the cure now, we can start over. We can have normal human lives together. Take the cure. In the present, Stefan is like, gee, I wonder why he didn't want to take the cure with you. That's so weird. That's so weird that he didn't like your idea. That's crazy. And Ketsia's like, I know, right? I gave him a second chance. You can't tell me I didn't give him a second chance. Girl. Stefan realizes with like a sinking dread that she's not making him a daylight ring. And she's like, yeah, I'm not. Because as you said already, I have trust issues. I'm controlling. I'm paranoid. And I'm maybe a little crazy. And you can't leave. Then she knocks him out and says, but that's been working out just fine for me. Katherine's running through the woods, and then Elena catches up to her. And Katherine's like, thank God it's you. Elena's like, let's get out of here. We gotta go. Katherine wastes time by being like, why didn't you kill me? When you gave me the cure, why didn't you just kill me right then? And Elena's like, because I'm not you, okay? I value my humanity. And then Nadia shows up and snaps Elena's neck. Damon finds Stefan in the cabin, and he is now tied to a chair in a circle of salt that Damon just steps right into like he's never seen a horror movie in his entire life. Stefan explains that Ketsia is back, and then she shows up behind him and explains that Stefan can't get out. He won't be freed until the spell gives her what she wants. She's planning to link Stefan and Silas together and then use that connection to like nuke Silas's psychic powers. That way he'll be weak enough that she'll be able to shove the cure down his throat and force him to take it. Then Ketsia looks at Damon and is like, Katherine was supposed to be with you. Where is she? Stefan has now found out that Katherine has the cure, and he's very confused. Damon is like, shh, there's a lot you missed while you were under the water, okay? Relax, I'll fill you in a minute. Damon figures out in this conversation that the reason why Elena and Katherine have been having dreams is because Ketsia planted them in their minds. Ketsia starts to do the spell, and Damon's like, yeah, we're gonna go now, and starts to try to take Stefan, and Ketsia's like, don't get on my bad side. And she explains that if they just do the damn spell, then they can get rid of Silas, which is what everyone wants to do. And Stefan's like, she's right, Damon, just do it, just get it over with. And Ketsia starts the spell. Nadia gets Katherine back to her car, but Silas is there waiting for them. Ketsia's doing the spell, Stefan is in pain. Silas is trying to get Katherine from Nadia, but Nadia's like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen, I'm not doing it. So Silas uses compulsion on Nadia, makes her draw her gun and aim it at her heart, but before she can pull the trigger, he gets dropped because the spell starts to work and it like makes him fall to the ground in so much pain. Nadia and Katherine are able to get away. Stefan's in a lot of pain. He's screaming and bleeding from things he should not be bleeding from. Damon's like, what on earth are you doing? And Ketsia is like, I'm frying Silas's brain. Did you think that would be fun to watch? Idiot. Stefan and Silas both go unconscious, and there is blood just coming out their eyeballs. She says the spell worked and Stefan's gonna be fine. She just like nuked his unconscious mind, but he's gonna be fine, he'll wake up. This is when Ketsia explains to Damon that she has been watching this whole time. Over the centuries, she's just seen versions of Stefan and Elena find each other over and over and over again, and the universe is constantly just pushing them together like magnets. They always find each other. There's always these obstacles that they have to overcome, but they always end up together. And Damon's like, what are you trying to say to me right now? Excuse me, I don't believe in any of that nonsense. And she says, oh, well, you will, because you and I are just the complications that keep the two of them from being together. We don't actually matter. She's trying to convince Damon to leave Stefan with her, and initially he's kind of like, oh, you would keep him? Nobody would have to know that I left him with you? And she's like, nobody would have to know. And then Damon's like, or you could just go back to hell. He tries to attack her, like an idiot, and she attacks him back and wins. A little bit later, Elena comes rushing inside. Damon wakes up to Elena untying Stefan and like crying hysterically and being worried about him. Ketsia is gone. Nadia and Katherine are in a hotel now. Katherine's still trying to figure out who she is, but Nadia won't tell her. Silas calls Nadia and he's like, tell me where Katherine is. But Nadia's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, not sorry. You don't get to find out from me. He tells Nadia that she better be prepared to fight for Katherine then, because if he's right, Ketsia's alive, and him and Ketsia absolutely hate each other, and neither of them want the other one to win, which means they're both gonna be after Katherine. Katherine takes the phone and is like, in case you didn't know, I drank the freaking cure, okay? It's gone. There is no cure. Why do you guys want me? And Silas drops the bomb that the cure is in Katherine's bloodstream. She is the cure now. Matt wakes up, passed out face down on the floor just inside the door to his house. He is very confused. His phone is ringing. He answers it. It's Elena. She fills him in on what's happened and is just like, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You sounded really weird on the phone. He's like, on the phone? We talked to each other today? And she's like, yeah, you called and asked me where Katherine was. You don't remember? Matt is like looking at himself. He finds the knife on his hip that was Gregor's knife, and then his boots are covered in mud and there's muddy footprints that lead out the door. So he's just like, yeah, Elena, I remember. Yeah, we talked. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you back. And he gets off the phone. Elena's sitting with Stefan. She puts his daylight ring back on. Damon walks in and is like, now that he has that back, we're all set for a picnic, aren't we? He's definitely deflecting with humor. Thankfully though, when Elena asks what's wrong and what Ketsia said to him, he just spills the beans and tells her that Ketsia believes that Elena and Stefan are always going to be together, the doppelgangers are always together, it's destiny, it's the universe, blah, blah, blah. And Elena is like, okay, look, I know I spent the last couple days focused on him because I'm worried about him, but that doesn't mean that I don't still care about you and want to be with you. And Damon's like, no, I know, because nobody tells me what my destiny is, and I'm not gonna let this stop me from being with you or wanting to be with you or wanting to set up a future with you. Because she is his life. We love to see character growth. Like, y'all know that Damon from the beginning of the summer would not have been able to say this to her. He would have been like, Ketsia didn't say anything to me, I'm fine, and just lied through it. But no, he is growing, he is learning, he is sharing his emotions piece by piece. Before they can kiss though, Stefan wakes up and Elena turns around and is like, oh my God, Stefan, we missed you, we're so glad you're here. Stefan is looking at them and he's like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you people are. Oh my God. So if you'll remember, our boy Stefan had his brain fried, so he didn't know anything. He's got amnesia, which is awesome for everyone involved, just what we all wanted. We open the episode with him and Damon in the car. They're driving. Stefan's reading through his journals, kind of slowly going through his entire past history, trying to remember stuff, but nothing's coming through. So he knows things like the type of car Damon drives, where they are, what year it is, but he doesn't know anyone, and he doesn't know himself. So he's been told, you know, you're a Ripper, you can't have human blood, but he's kind of just like, are we sure? Like, are we really sure that I'm gonna have that problem? What if I don't have that problem anymore because the memories are gone? And Damon's like, I'd rather not take that chance. And Stefan is like, oh, I get it. I must be the fun brother, right? And you're the safe brother? Okay. And then to prove his point that he is in fact the fun, reckless, crazy brother, Damon just wrecks the car. I'm not talking like he runs off the road. I'm talking like the car goes like this. Okay, and then the car goes like that, all right? And the boys wake up in the road. And Stefan is like, I get it. You're the fun brother. And Damon's like, that's right. Like, I didn't need to see that at 8 a.m. on a Monday morning, boys. That wasn't necessary. Elena is really anxious about leaving Damon in charge of taking care of Stefan, but Caroline's kind of just like, look, amnesia patients sometimes become aggressive, they can get really cranky. He's probably safest with Damon because Damon's going to be able to handle him. How does Caroline know that about amnesia patients? That's right, Blondie has been doing her research because Stefan is her best friend and she's going to figure out how to help him if it's the last thing she does. Also, she's trying to get in good with Maxfield. I will not be calling this guy Dr. Maxfield because that's what he wants to be called, and I just refuse. So this is Maxfield, okay? He's not getting the doctor in front of his name. So in her quest to get closer to Maxfield to get information from him, Caroline's also inadvertently getting closer to Jesse, you know, cutie. He's Maxfield's intern, so if she can get in with him, she's got a better chance getting in with Maxfield. It's a whole situation. Caroline and Jesse are going back to Mystic Falls to have a study date on Remembrance Day, which is a day when the town rings bells to commiserate the people they've lost. I'm not making that up. Stefan has the same reaction to me to that holiday, and he's like, what's really going on here? This is a strange day to just have a party in town and ring bells. Damon is like, yeah, it's actually from when we used to accidentally bury people alive, and so they would pay to be buried with like a little bell, and the family would stand around them for 24 hours and see if they would hear the bell, and that meant the loved one could be unburied alive and then brought back. I know that that's a real thing that we did, okay, before anyone comes for me in the comments, but I just think it's so funny that there's a whole holiday to it. Like, this town is so silly, okay? There's a reason why they made a jokey song about it in the Legacies musical.
Founders Day, Remembrance Day, Decade Dance.
We'll get to that. So then a waitress comes to the table and Stefan almost attacks her. And that kind of proves Damon's point that like Stefan is inherently a ripper. Also, Elena comes up to the table and Stefan doesn't remember her name, which is a painful moment for her. We cut to Jeremy Gilbert working out on the landing of the front porch of the Salvatore house. It's a fine location, I guess. There's a platform there that he's using. Anyway, Bonnie is watching him, and I guess it's slightly less creepy because I think at this point he's 18 if you age when you're on the other side, because he was gone for like almost a year-ish. I don't know. The timeline gets really funky, okay? I don't think he's a child anymore. I think it's okay if we admit that he's very muscular. That's probably fine now. So yeah, Bonnie shows up and she's flirting with him, which again, are y'all best friends or are you in love or are you both? Make up your minds because you keep giving me mixed signals. The gang really wants her to help bring Stefan's memories back, but obviously she can't because she is dead. So this is again when Jeremy is like, Bonnie, we really need to tell everybody. And she's like, no, oh my God, Jeremy, we can't. So then Matt calls Jeremy and fills him in on the whole blacking out, waking up with mud on his boots situation. He's pretty sure that whatever Silas saw in his head is still there. And he's like, I don't know what to do about it. What's going on? I need help. He set up cameras so he can like watch himself and try to figure out what's happening to him. Then he starts freaking out and getting really emotional and asking Jeremy for help with Bonnie. He's like, you need to help me get in touch with her because I need Bonnie. I can't do this on my own. And Jeremy is just like, I can't do this right now, Matt. And he runs out and Matt's like, where are you going? So Stefan does go after that poor waitress, and initially he bites her and lets her go, but then the Ripper instinct is too strong and he goes after her again. But don't worry, before he can like kill her, Damon shows up and stops him. So then Damon and Elena decide to take him to the family crypt in the cemetery. That way he's away from people and they can monitor him. In a lot of ways, Stefan is like a new vampire in this situation because he doesn't have memories of having been one before. So he's kind of starting over. He's not as crazy as like a true newbie vampire would be, but he's like pretty close. He has to like get a grip on everything all over again. So then Jeremy texts Damon and is like, come meet me alone right now. And Damon's like, I gotta go see a man about a witch. And he goes to leave and he doesn't like kiss Elena goodbye or anything, but as he passes by her, he like gently like runs his hand along her arm like as he walks by to go out the door. They have so much just like quiet, subtle chemistry together, and I know the actors like dated in real life, and that is a whole can of worms we do not have time to get into right now, but they did. So they have like all this chemistry that is just like palpable, and it makes those kind of scenes and those little moments between them so cute. Like, oh my God, there's a reason why they're my favorite, people. And this is one of those reasons. Elena starts explaining her backstory to Stefan because up until this point, Damon had kind of left that blank. He was working through in chronological order and they hadn't got to Stefan coming back to Mystic Falls and meeting Elena and dating Elena, and then Elena falling in love with Damon and then breaking up with Stefan and getting with Damon. They hadn't begun to touch that yet. And she decides to start taking Stefan around to all of their old like special spots. So think like the hallway where they met and the cemetery and stuff like that. He's not really thinking it's gonna work, but he's definitely got like an immediate like attraction and like pull to be with her, and he just kind of leans into that and like lets the day unfold. She teaches him how to use his vamp powers, and it's just cute. They're just bonding, okay? This is like a nice friendship moment. And then he goes and says, so we used to date, right? And it's a whole thing, because he's like, well, you're so beautiful and smart and awesome, and I don't think I would have just come back to high school for nothing, right? And she's like, yeah, right, yeah, we did, you came back for me. And she tells him that they broke up because of her becoming a vampire, which right now he's like, that's a silly reason, you're so hot, why would I do that? We cut to Jesse and Caroline studying in the woods. They are 100% starting to catch feelings for each other. Like, it's very clear on both sides. At this point, Caroline is still dating Tyler, but boy's dropped off the face of the earth. We don't know where he is. He's not answering her phone calls. He is not being consistent in any form, okay? So Jesse makes a move and kisses Caroline. When Caroline freaks out and is like, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think that should have happened. He's like, I'm so sorry. I just really wanted to do it. No problem. He goes back to studying as if nothing happened. So Damon goes to meet with Jeremy, and Jeremy just spills those beans, even though Bonnie is there. And she's like, Jeremy, please don't tell him. Jeremy just lets it all out. Damon starts to realize what he's going to say, and he's like, no, Jeremy, don't you say it. Don't say it. If you say it, then you're gonna ruin Elena's life. And Jeremy is like, Bonnie's dead. Damon is so angry, and he like storms away from Jeremy, and it looks like he's gonna just like rush from the house or break something or hurt Jeremy. And then he turns around and he just grabs Jeremy and gives him a hug. And Jeremy's just kind of standing there like, yeah, this sucks. Because this whole summer, Jeremy's been holding it together and not telling anybody and keeping this huge, awful secret. So then Elena takes Stefan to the bridge and explains to him about the like double almost drowning situation that she's been through. And he's kind of like, well, I'm so dumb for having let something happen to you. And she's like, no. You were the perfect boyfriend. You always valued what I wanted, even if it wasn't what you agreed with. Gravity starts to play in the background. She says that he was never a monster, and she was never afraid of him. Then she touches his face, and he is so into it, she freaks out. And he's like, no, hold on. But before they can kiss, she's like, yeah, so I'm with Damon. And he's like, you're dating my brother? What? And then it just becomes this whole mess, because it's like, girl, y'all should have started there. You should have said, hi, I'm your ex-girlfriend. I'm now dating your brother. Damon should have said, I'm so sorry. I took her from you. That should have been number one on the docket of things to tell Stefan. And now he finds out like this, and he runs away and leaves Elena alone at the quarry. So now we got a rogue, almost Ripper Stefan running around. Where's he gonna go? Matt wakes up and he's got a cut on his hand, and he's like, ow, how did that get there? He checks the cameras and finds a video of himself waking up on the couch. The phone is ringing, he answers it, and then somebody on the other line says something, his eyes turn black, and then he's that other guy, you know, he's got Gregor possessing him. Matt doesn't know that yet, but that's what it is. So he starts talking in Czech and everything, and Matt's like, what's going on? Creepy Matt walks right over to the camera smirking and is like, hello, Matt Donovan, with an accent, you know, because Gregor speaks Czech, and he's like, I'm the passenger inside of you. All you need to know right now is that this knife, and it's the knife that Gregor went and like dug up from his body and everything. He's like, this knife is important. You need to protect it with your life, because one day my friends are going to come for it. Then he cuts his palm and is like, or this will be your throat. This arc right here with Matt having Gregor in him and having to be like normal Matt and creepy traveler Matt is the only stuff that gives me any hope that Matt could have ever been cast as Damon, okay? Because the audition tapes, if you haven't seen the audition tapes where this dude says the Damon lines, oh my God, you gotta go watch those, guys. You think this show is cringy, all right? If you watch this show and you think to yourself, wow, this is awkward and weird, it could have been so much worse, all right? So much worse. Elena calls Damon in for backup since she lost Stefan, and he comes running because he's like, oh no. But also he knows Bonnie is dead now, so he's worried about running into Elena and having to tell her that. Caroline is actually the one that finds Stefan first. He's now wandering in the woods at the cemetery, you know, with everybody gathered for Remembrance Day, so that's a nice safe place for him to be. He says that he knows who she is, he knows that they're best friends, and also she's hotter in person. Caroline's like, okay, that was maybe an inside thought. And Stefan's like, sorry, I'm drunk. Also, I'm currently like almost in a Ripper spiral. So at any moment I could start popping the heads off people, including Jesse, who is with Caroline. Stefan threatens him. And then Caroline is like, Jesse, go hide somewhere, okay? I'll come find you soon. Then she tells Stefan, you know, you can't do this. You cannot be a Ripper. You've got to calm down. I'm your sponsor. I will take care of you. Let's go to my car. I have some blood bags. She turns her back on him. That's right, he runs away. Jesse hid in the family crypt and Stefan goes and attacks him. He does stop himself. And again, he's like, see, I'm fine. I can stop. I'm not a Ripper. Everything's fine. We're working it out. We're working it out, dude. We're okay. Jesse is freaking out. He's like, why did you bite me? Am I gonna be murdered? What's going on? Are you a vampire? Stefan's like, yeah, bro, but it's gonna be fine. I'm handling myself. You're gonna make it out of here A-okay. Everything's gonna be fine. But then, because Stefan is spiraling, he's like, you know what though? I'm supposed to not be a Ripper. I'm supposed to be a good guy. What's that done for me? What's being good done for me? I don't have a girlfriend anymore because my brother took her from me. Like, what's the point in being good and doing all these good deeds if I don't have anything to show for it? And then he attacks Jesse again. Jeremy goes to see Matt because Matt needs help. And instead of helping, Jeremy drops the Bonnie bomb on him, so now Matt knows too. Caroline stops Stefan from killing Jesse and then yells at Stefan and is like, bad Stefan, you're better than this. So Stefan runs away and Caroline heals Jesse and he's gonna be fine. Elena and Damon find Stefan at home and he is burning all of his old journals. He no longer wants to be second place to Damon or the person that supports Elena through her troubles because he no longer trusts them. So he's gonna go. And Caroline's gonna be his supporter and she's gonna help him figure out what he needs to do. Elena is like, I don't understand what's going on. Why won't Bonnie call us back? Why isn't she helping us? Like, there's gotta be something she can do for Stefan. And Damon just kind of tells her. He's literally just like, Elena, Bonnie is dead. And that is honestly like the best way to tell her, in my opinion, because it doesn't drag it out. There's no like big story or like a way that he can talk himself out of it. It's just the truth. And again, that's on character growth. Because a couple seasons ago, Damon would have been like, we need to do everything in our power to not tell her the truth about this. We cut to Stefan back in the crypt. Caroline comes in behind him, and when he turns around, he sees that she's in a black dress. She says that her friend, their friend, Bonnie, is dead and they're having a funeral. He asks what happened and she's like, I can't even give you an explanation to that because if I do, I'm gonna start crying and then I'm never gonna be able to stop. He says he wishes that he could remember her and she's like, I wish I could trade places with you because then maybe it wouldn't hurt so much. Then Caroline is like, I just don't even know how to move forward because I don't have anybody left. And Stefan is like, you have me. I'll be here for you because you were always there for me and I can be there for you now. And that I'll get you through it. We can do it together. And it's such a good moment. Elena is trying to find something to wear to the funeral, but she burned her house down with all her funeral clothes in it. So she ends up just having a meltdown. Damon just ends up holding her through this because she is having like a full panic attack over the fact that Bonnie and Stefan both like sacrificed themselves. Like Bonnie literally gave her life to give Jeremy back. And then Stefan was just trapped in the safe all summer suffering while Elena had like the best summer of her life. She's just having a hard time like dealing with the trauma and the truth of everything that's happened to them. Damon just ends up holding her through this and like stroking her hair and telling her that it's gonna be okay. He is such a rock in hard times, okay? He's a family man and I love him. Then we have Bonnie's funeral and like it is as painful as you guys think it's gonna be, okay? This is the scene. I've seen this scene like at this point 7 times, 6 or 7 times easily. I cry every single time. There's a couple scenes in this show that just truly and completely destroy me every single time, and this is one of them. It's a long scene too. It just keeps going, and there's something about the way that it's filmed and the lighting and the sound, like the way that they pair music to this show. They just don't do TV like that anymore, okay? But good God, it's powerful and it's emotional, and I lose my mind every time. So this is what happens. It's not the whole town or even at the church. It's just in the middle of the woods, and it's just the main friend group mourning her and saying goodbye. They put different things on a tree stump to like honor her and have like a little Bonnie shrine. It's her pom-poms, a picture of them together, and then Elena sprinkles feathers. Oh my God. Damon puts the grimoire on the pile. Like, are you kidding? And then it gets even worse because Bonnie shows up next to Jeremy. She tells him that it's okay, they need this, and so does she, and it's a good thing that they're doing this for her. Jeremy is the one that rings the bell for Bonnie, and then he's like, I don't know what else to say. And Bonnie is like, say this, and she starts to talk, okay? So Bonnie is talking, Jeremy is translating for Bonnie. So the rest of the scene is gonna be like Bonnie talking, Jeremy talking, Bonnie talking, Jeremy talking. And as it's filmed, Bonnie will be like directly talking to somebody, and then it'll pan out and she won't be there, and it'll be Jeremy talking. It's so good, okay? It's so good, but oh my God, it's painful. Bonnie says that she's not going anywhere. And even though they couldn't see her, she's been there the whole time. To Elena, she's like, I just watched you have the summer of your life. I got to see you be so stupidly, obliviously happy, and it was amazing. I know that you feel like now you can't have a normal life and you've got to come back here and take care of everybody, but you don't. So you're gonna go home and you're gonna pack and you're gonna go back to college and live it up. And Elena's just sobbing. It's just tears everywhere. To Matt, she's like, you didn't do anything wrong. I would have sent you 300 emails back if I could. I miss you. And then she gets to Caroline and she's like, I watched you decorate that dorm room like your life depended on it. And I know that college isn't everything that you expected, but Tyler? Caroline turns around and Tyler is standing there in a suit with a rose for Bonnie. I'm not kidding. So now everyone's there to properly say goodbye to Bonnie, and we get this shot of Jeremy like holding out his hand and Bonnie taking it, so they're holding hands, and then like in between their arms we see Damon and Elena holding each other, Caroline and Tyler holding each other, and then poor freaking Matt just standing there trying to keep himself together. It's such a good scene, but oh my God. Then we cut abruptly to the lab at Whitmore, okay, back at the college. Maxfield is running tests on Jesse. Jesse's like, I can't remember what happened to me. I don't know what's going on, but I guess I'm fine. Maxfield is like, well, you have vampire blood in your system. So either somebody hurt you and then compelled you to forget about it, or they were trying to turn you. But given the fact that they compelled you, I think it's safe to say they were just trying to cover their tracks. Jesse freaks out, and then Maxfield is like, oh, don't worry. Having vampire blood in your system is only step 1 to becoming a vampire. This is step 2. And then he injects something into Jesse's leg that freaking kills him, and Jesse dies. So then in episode 5, Maxfield wakes Jesse up with a blood bag, and we find out that he's been keeping Jesse there. He hasn't given him any blood since the transition phase, so Jesse is just terrified and confused. He doesn't know what's going on, he's not been told anything, and he's starving. So it's not going to end well. Elena is journaling and gives us a little recap of what's happened, which is that Stefan still has no memories, Caroline and Tyler are back together and keep hooking up in the dorm room, and Elena is throwing herself into what happened to Megan because she couldn't fix what happened to Bonnie, so now she's just like, I'll figure out what happened to Megan, I'll uncover that truth, and that'll make me feel better. Bonnie is also still hovering with Elena and checking on her. Damon calls Elena, and she declines his call. And then he comes around the statue that she's sitting in front of and he's like, busted, why are you avoiding me? And she is just kind of like, no, I'm not avoiding you, like we've been texting. And he's like, yeah, you invited me to the ball because there's gonna be a costume ball at Whitmore. And he's like, and then you just dropped it off the face of the earth. So I'm here, I'm going with you to the ball, and now you can't avoid me, surprise. Caroline is still trying to get Tyler to come to college, so she's like got his major picked out, got his course load stuff handled. She's like, all you have to do is like fully register for classes and you're good to go. I got you a single room, like everything's set up, everything's perfect. He's being avoidant, but she is missing that because she's so happy that he's there with her. Elena runs into this dude at Megan's shrine. He knew Megan growing up, they were friends, and he is kind of like bitter and weird about what happened to her. He thinks that she definitely didn't take her own life, but he's also like, I'm not gonna tell you what I think happened, leave me alone, you're weird. When Elena tries to get his name, he's even like, yeah, I'm not giving that to you, and then he leaves. Weird sort of time plot hole situation. Days have gone by, as far as I know. It's been at least a couple days, and yet Silas calls Nadia and acts like she just took Katherine from him, like the day before. I don't think that that's correct. I think it's just a weird timing thing that happened with the writing. But yeah, Silas calls Nadia and he's like, give me Katherine, I want her back. And Nadia's like, absolutely not. You can have her when I'm done with her. Katherine doesn't understand why they don't just let Silas bite her and take the cure, since all he wants to do is die. And Nadia explains that he doesn't just need to bite Katherine, he has to take every drop of her blood. Damon and Jeremy are talking about the Bonnie situation and what they think they should do. Damon's pretty convinced that they should work with Silas, because if Bonnie was a witch and could do the spell that brought Jeremy back, then why can't Silas do a spell to bring Bonnie back and switch places with her? Because Silas still, remember, just wants to die. So Damon's like, why don't we just do that, and then we could get 2-for-1 deal and we'd get Bonnie back. Bonnie's a little hesitant because she doesn't trust Silas and she doesn't believe that he won't like screw them over. She's also concerned because in order to like break the other side spell, which is what Silas needs to do in order for him to die and not be trapped with Ketsia, you know, that whole situation. She's like, that spell that is binding the other side, it must be connected to something super, super powerful. Like the anchor needed to be strong enough to support that spell has got to be absolutely insane. So then Silas comes in and confirms, yes, there is an anchor. Yes, he's trying to destroy it. Ketsia is the only one who knows what the anchor is. And for some reason, she's going to the costume ball. So now they're all going to the costume ball. Silas tells Damon that all he needs from him in exchange for helping them get Bonnie back is for Damon to kill Stefan. Then we go back to Nadia and Katherine. Nadia says that she's been trailing Katherine for years and she just has a few questions for her and then she'll let her go. Katherine is like, okay, what do you want to know? Nadia then begins to tell her a whole story about how Katherine is the reason why Nadia's mother is dead. Basically, Katherine stayed with her mom while she was running from Klaus, and then Klaus's men showed up and Katherine was like, that's Katerina over there. And so they killed Nadia's mom instead of killing Katherine, and Katherine got away again. So then Nadia got herself turned into a vampire so that she could hunt Katherine down and like confront her for that. As they're leaving the diner, Katherine grabs a cane and just stabs Nadia in the chest with it. Caroline and Tyler show up to the costume ball dressed as Bonnie and Clyde. It's very cute. Stefan shows up dressed as James Dean, and he just sweeps Caroline onto the dance floor and they start dancing. Damon and Elena are Anne Boleyn and Henry. I'm not kidding. She is having a really hard time being like normal with Damon. Not that she doesn't love him or doesn't want to be with him, but just like being happy with him and like letting herself be in that like happy romantic relationship space is really hard for her right now because of what happened to Stefan and Bonnie. So she's kind of like warring with herself about that. Meanwhile, Damon is like, I just want to be your boyfriend. Please don't leave me again. Elena zones in on Megan's friend, but he still doesn't want to talk to her, so she has to use compulsion on him. He didn't kill Megan, which is what Elena initially believes, but he does say that there's like a weird curse on him and everyone around him dies. Like his friends, his parents, everybody just like dies in his life. So he has like really, really, really bad survivor's guilt, which Elena can relate to. Also, his name is Aaron. Ketsia shows up and goes straight for Stefan. She tries to flirt, but he kind of blows her off. He's like letting it happen, but not really engaging in it. He figures out who she is, and she's like, yeah, I'm so sorry. I am the one that fried your brain. My bad. And he's just like, oh, okay. And then before anything can happen there, Damon shows up, grabs Stefan, and takes him away, and is like, yeah, that's Ketsia. Leave her alone. And Stefan's like, right, yeah, I understand. I should probably do that. And then Silas pops up, and Stefan's like, what's going on here? And Damon snaps Stefan's neck. Silas takes Stefan's jacket so that he can start pretending to be Stefan at the party. Basically, the link between them, as long as Stefan is like dead / unconscious, then Silas has his mind control powers back. So with his powers back, Silas can then get inside Ketsia's head and figure out where the anchor is. He's pretty sure that because she went straight for Stefan, she'll fall for him like very easily. So he just goes back into the party, makes a beeline for Ketsia, starts getting her drunk, starts dancing with her. They're having a good time. Caroline's trying to flirt with Tyler, and she's very much like, we're back together now and everything is fine vibes. But Tyler, like I said, is very anxious. He's being very suspicious. He is not telling the truth about something, but he won't tell her what's wrong. So while Silas and Ketsia are dancing, he tries to get her to admit that she's still in love with Silas, and she's like, yeah, no, absolutely not. And then he's like, oh, okay. I guess there was a part of me that just wanted to hear you say you were still in love with me. Like, my ego is just crazy like that. And she realizes it's not Stefan, it's Silas. And girl is panicked, okay? She's like, oh, Silas, no. And she like can't even get the words out. And he's like, up, shh. And he like keeps her in place with his mind control powers and jumps in her head to try to find the anchor. But she says she doesn't actually know where it is because the travelers took it and they keep moving it. There's an old pendant of hers that's somewhere in Whitmore House, which is the whole reason why she came. It's like on display because this is like the Whitmore Historical Society or whatever. So she's come to get that pendant because it should make her strong enough so that she can do a spell to find the anchor. So Silas sends her after it and is like, forget everything. You danced with Stefan and now you're bored. Go find your necklace. And she's like, oh my God, bye Stefan. I have to go find something. And she leaves. Stefan wakes up, which hurts Silas, and his powers start to go away again. Stefan's like, what's going on? Are you gonna tell me what's happening? Damon says that he's doing what he's doing for Elena, and then he breaks Stefan's neck again. Nadia is now in the back alley of that restaurant struggling to get the steak out of her chest. Katherine shows up and is like, I grazed your heart on purpose because I know you were lying to me. So she says that the time frame that Nadia gave her about that sob story about her mom had to be fake and had to be a lie because at that point, everyone in Klaus's little army knew what Katherine looked like because she'd been running from him / connected to him for so long that they wouldn't have just mistaken another woman for her. So Nadia is like, okay, but you did kill my mom. And then she gives the story of what happened to Katherine the night with Rose when Katherine tried to slice and dice, and then Rose gave her blood, and so then Katherine jumped off a chair. That whole situation, Nadia tells her that story, and Katherine's like, what are you saying? And Nadia reveals that her name is Nadia Petrova, and she is Katherine's missing kid that got taken from her. Maxfield comes to the costume ball as Dr. Jekyll, which is just ridiculous. Elena asks him to dance, which is weird as hell, and then he accepts, which is even worse. She calls him out about Megan's fake death certificate, and he says that he actually thinks it was a vampire that hunted her down and killed her. She asks how he knows about vampires, and he's like, yeah, that shouldn't matter to you. What should matter is there are people asking questions about you and your friends, and you guys should pack up and leave the college because we know what you are. Tyler finally admits that he doesn't want to come back to college, and Caroline is like, okay, that's fine. I'm just glad you're here. I'm just glad we're together. But Tyler is like, yeah, about that. He says they're only back together because Klaus granted them permission to be together, and he can't live like that. He admits that he actually came back to say goodbye to Caroline so that he could then go after Klaus and ruin his life the way Klaus ruined his. Caroline is like, you know, for somebody who seems to hate him, you're a lot like him. Ketsia finds her necklace and does her spell and finds the anchor, and then Silas shows up pretending to be Stefan, gets the answer, so he knows what the anchor is too, but then Stefan wakes up, so then he gets hurt, and Ketsia is like, Stefan, what's going on? What's happening? So Stefan plays dead, and then when Damon comes over and is like, hey brother, you awake? Brother, you awake? Hey brother, are you good? He jumps on Damon and breaks his neck and runs off. Ketsia is freaking out with who she thinks is Stefan, and she's just like, what happened? What's happening to you? Are you okay? And then real Stefan comes in and is like, that's Silas, and then starts beating the crap out of Silas Stefan. So they get into a fight. Stefan takes back his daylight ring and tells Ketsia what's been going on and that Silas and Damon are working together and they've been lying to Ketsia all night. Ketsia realizes that this means Silas knows where the anchor is too, and so she does a spell on him that like desiccates him while he's awake. And he is like, you can't kill me, you love me. And she's like, I did love you, but you broke my heart. And so she finishes the spell and Silas is like desiccated again, but not dead. Maxfield freaking knows Aaron. Yeah, they're connected somehow. He takes his keys because Aaron's been drinking and he's like, you will not be driving home drunk. And Aaron's like, okay, fine. So he's apparently Aaron's legal guardian and he has access and control over Aaron's money because I guess Aaron's not 18. Maxfield tells Aaron to leave Elena alone and that he cares about him, even if Aaron doesn't believe it. Elena and Damon find Silas and she's like, oh my god, this is amazing. Who desiccated him? This is incredible. But Damon is like, actually, this is very bad. Nadia wakes up with the stake removed from her chest and Katherine's in the hotel room with her. Nadia says she was a fool for not running because Katherine needs to get away from Silas, but Katherine's like, look, he's got to destroy the other side before he even needs me, so we've got time, okay? I've got a few more days at least. Katherine then asks Nadia where she was in 1498, and Nadia's like, I don't know, I was 8. And Katherine's like, well, I'm only asking because I looked everywhere for you and I couldn't find you. So she went back to Bulgaria for Nadia. There's a scene after Katherine gets away from Klaus and Elijah. She goes back to Bulgaria and she finds her family murdered by Klaus and his men. That was her going back, and then we can assume that that's when she looked for Nadia and she just couldn't find her. So then Nadia starts to cry, Katherine starts to cry. Katherine holds out a teacup to her and says, it's nice to meet you. So Tyler is packing up to leave and Caroline catches him. She says that she can't keep having this conversation with him and she can't keep waiting for him to come back. He needs to decide to love her more than he hates Klaus. But Tyler says he can't do that. So he's leaving and she's over here, all right, his back is to her. And she's like, if you take one more step, we're over. There's no coming back from this. We're done forever. We see Tyler's face. He's crying. He takes like one stumbling step forward and then like very quickly leaves the room, and Caroline just sits down on the bed and sobs. Back at the Salvatore house, Elena tells Damon everything about Maxfield, and she's realized now what I said before, which is that she was fixating on Megan to fix what happened with Bonnie, but that's not how grief works. They have Silas's body in the living room and Damon makes a joke about it, and he's like, he says something like, wow, I never thought we'd have, you know, a 2,000-year-old dead witch in our living room. Something like that. I just wanted to point out that he calls it our living room because that implies that she's part of the family and the house is partially hers, and that hurts me. Elena is trying to wrap her head around the whole Silas-Bonnie plan and how they're gonna make it all work when there is a knock at the door. Damon goes to answer it, and it's Katherine. She comes inside, and she's like, you know, I really don't have time for this. I'm on the run. And then she sees Silas's desiccated body, and she's like, actually, I guess I have all the time in the world. What do you guys need? She turns to Damon, and she's like, how does it feel to have actually done something right for once? Damon is looking a little feral, and he says, thrilling. And then he bites Katherine and goes to shove her onto Silas. She starts begging and she's like, Damon, I don't want to die. Damon, please. Damon, please. Please, Damon, no. And Elena is in the background being like, because she didn't know this was going to happen. He didn't tell a damn soul. He says, "Goodbye, Katherine," and then just like forces her onto Silas so that Silas can drink from her. We see Silas like have the strength to like reach up and grab Katherine, so he's undesiccating, he's draining her of blood. She falls off of him, and the final shot is like Katherine sprawled out dead on the floor, Silas on the couch slowly waking up, and Damon and Elena standing over them like, oh my god, that just happened. It's absolutely quiet, and then Damon and Elena are like, hold the phone. Do you hear that? Katherine's heart starts beating. She wakes up and she's like, am I in hell? I've reheated my coffee. Let's get back into it for episode 6. Katherine has a new lease on life. She actually has a second chance. No one is chasing her. No one is trying to capture her. Everything's good. And then she finds a huge streak of gray hair just like sprouting from her head randomly. No warning. The whole thing is gray. So she's panicking. Damon and Elena are all cuddled up on the couch, and she's like, this is perfect. I love this day for us. This is amazing. And Damon is like, yes, any second now, someone's going to come in and ruin our peace. And she's like, Damon, no. And he's like, 10, 9. And she's like, Damon, 8, 7. Damon, stop. It's not funny. 6, 5. Damon, I'm serious. Leave it alone. 3, 2. Silas comes in. So Silas comes strolling in, and he's like, good morning, frenemies. How are we doing? He opens the windows with his powers because now he's a witch again. So he's just like giddy and happy and excited for the day. And Damon and Elena are like, it is so weird seeing you in this good of a mood. Stefan wakes up on Ketsia's couch, and she's like, hey, do you remember last night? We bonded, we drank tequila, there were body shots, now we're best friends. And Stefan's like, yeah, okay. Ketsia's in a good mood because she saw a text on Stefan's phone from the gang saying that Silas took the cure, which means he's killable. Elena's having a hard time trusting Silas since he's a crazy murderer who tends to lie. And he is like, oh, okay, no problem. Do you want me to pinky swear? He's unhinged, okay? But Silas is like, y'all, this is the day I've been waiting for, okay? I just want to destroy that anchor, break the other side, and die. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this. It's here, let's go, let's get it done. And then, yeah, while he's transitioning over, he's gonna do the spell that will let Bonnie take his place and come back across. So now they're all headed to New Jersey because the anchor is hidden in some warehouse out there. Damon mentions Snooki. He's like, why is the anchor in Snooki's backyard? And every time they mention pop culture, I'm like, oh, what's going on? Somebody in the comments a while ago, like several videos back, mentioned that, like how weird it is when they reference things. Like, is Damon just like watching Jersey Shore? How does he know about them? What is he doing? Is he just watching Jersey Shore? Silas is still being kind of flighty and weird. Jeremy shows up with his crossbow, and Silas is like, I'm feeling really ganged up on here, guys, okay? I'd hate to lose my temper. And he goes like this, and fire just like pops out on all of his fingers. And the vampires in the room are like, oh, that's not good. So then Jeremy puts his bow down because he's like, okay, I guess we're working together. I guess we're a team. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This could be a big reason why I'm weirdly attracted to Silas in these moments, because you give a man fire magic and I'm immediately gonna be like, yeah, that's my husband. I don't make the rules, but like it started with the flame guy in Sky High, and it's just gotten worse. Prince Zuko? Y'all knew I was a Zuko girly. Don't even deny it. If you're acting shocked behind your phone right now, you're lying to yourself. You knew. You knew. My second favorite is Sokka. Anyway, that's a story for another day. Ketsia then explains to Stefan about how the travelers have been moving the anchor for 2,000 years, and she is like so not concerned, and Stefan can't figure out why, and she just says that she made the anchor something that Silas would never ever be able to destroy, so she's not worried. Silas, Damon, and Jeremy head out to go to New Jersey. Elena tries to come, and Silas is like, yeah, you're not coming. You look too much like Amara, and I don't want to have to stare at you all day. Absolutely not. Damon is like, it's really fine. It's not that big of a deal. Silas is like, look, dude, you would get it if you'd ever been in love with somebody who looked just like her. And Damon's like, and Elena just ignores that and insists that she needs to come. So then Silas shoots her in the leg with Jeremy's crossbow, and they leave her behind. Stefan's still kind of concerned and confused about how he ended up in the middle of everything. Ketsia's like, don't even worry your pretty little head about it. I've been scheming and planning this for so long. I've thought of everything. Then she goes to leave the cabin, and she can't get out because Silas spelled them inside. It'll last until sundown, and she knows that because she taught Silas the spell. Elena comes out of the bathroom in the girls' dorm, and she's holding a box of hair dye. So that's Katherine. And then Caroline comes in, and she's kind of freaking out because she's upset about Tyler. Jesse won't answer her calls, and she doesn't know where he is. And also they need to pack to leave. Elena is like, why are we leaving? Why are we moving out? Caroline's like, because Maxfield knows we're vampires and it's not safe anymore. Then she realizes, you're freaking Katherine. She goes to attack her. But Katherine is like, you know, it's really un-Caroline of you to be running away. If you give me a place to stay and feed me, I will help you get the information from Maxfield that you need and get him to stop bothering you. And Caroline agrees. Elena calls Stefan, but Ketsia answers. And Ketsia makes this so awkward. She's like, oh my God, Stefan's in the shower. I'm sorry. He got messy. And Elena's like, will you remind Stefan that you're a crazy bitch? And Ketsia's like, oh, I would, but I'm pretty sure that's his type. She's so wackadoodle, okay? Then Elena calls Damon and is like, why on earth is Stefan with Ketsia? And Silas interrupts and is like, oh, that's probably because Damon and I were working together, and then we kind of pushed him to Ketsia because he doesn't feel like he can trust any of you guys now. Oopsies, that's probably my fault. And so yeah, Damon has to admit that he broke Stefan's neck multiple times and didn't explain why he was doing it. And Elena's like, no wonder he's mad at us. Damon, what the heck? Elena's like, okay, well, I'm going to the cabin. And Silas is like, oh my gosh, you totally should go to the cabin. Go have fun at the cabin. And then they get off the phone. So it's Jeremy in the backseat, Silas driving, Damon in the passenger seat, and Silas goes, knock, knock. Silence. He's like, knock, knock. Knock, knock. Who's there? The mayor. The mayor who? Damon plays along and is like, who? Silas goes, no one. That's the joke. Because I killed the mayor. He's the worst. Like, what even? Part of me wants that to have been like some weird ad-libbing between the actors, but I think someone wrote that. I think somebody said, what if Silas is in such a good mood, he tells a knock-knock joke about killing Bonnie's dad, and they kept it in the script. Maxfield is still running tests on Jesse's blood, and then Caroline shows up. She freaks him out a little bit by like stealing his tape recorder and then ending up in front of him to spook him. Before he can be like, Caroline, what are you doing here? Katherine jumps out and knocks him out. Elena shows up at the cabin, and Ketsia's like, oh my God, Stefan's fated love. Who am I to stand in the way of destiny? Come on in. And Elena comes inside. Stefan is like, oh boy, you should not have done that. She apologizes to him and says that she would not have let Damon do what he did if she'd known what was going on. But Stefan is like, yeah, you would have, because you always pick him. Like, you're gonna pick his needs over mine. She realizes that Stefan was not sleeping with Ketsia, so now she feels silly. She goes to leave and can't because now they're all stuck inside. The boys show up to the warehouse where the anchor is supposed to be. At this point, Silas starts kind of like picking on Damon about how Elena and Stefan are supposed to be together, and Damon's just standing in their way, just like Ketsia, and he's no better than her, and blah, blah, blah. Damon is like, here's the thing though, my buddy, my pal, you and Amara were separated, okay? You were torn apart, and you are moving heaven and earth to be back together again, okay? That's not fate. That's you being a crazy person. Inside the warehouse, they find just like a ton of wooden crates and boxes. Silas has no idea what the anchor looks like, so they have to just start looking for it and ripping everything open and hoping they find it. Maxfield wakes up tied to a chair with the girls watching him. They're planning to drain him of his vervain blood so that then Caroline can compel him, but they don't really know how much they're gonna take, so it's like a 50-50 chance they might kill him. So he's very nervous. He lets it slip that the people that were watching them are gathering at Whitmore House, and they're gonna have like a secret society meeting for that whole secret thing that we still don't know about. They were going to invite Elena, but then they thought she was a vampire, so they said no. And Katherine is like, oh my God. So all we have to do is convince them that Elena Gilbert's not a vampire? And then her and Caroline smile at each other. Bonnie's in the warehouse with Jeremy, helping him look. It's not going super well. She just has this feeling like the spell is not gonna work, and so she's trying to like not get super excited. Jeremy, on the other hand, is like all eggs in the basket, ready to go. He wants her back. He's gonna get her back. He's gonna do whatever he needs to do. And all of that is kind of like weighing on Bonnie because she's just worried about him being disappointed when it inevitably doesn't work, because that's what she's worried about. Ketsia calls Damon and threatens to kill Elena if Damon doesn't kill Silas before sundown. Obviously they're in the cabin, so Elena hears this phone call, and so does Stefan. And Stefan and Damon are like equally kind of like, what the heck you mean you're gonna hurt Elena? Like both of them have like the same reaction of just like, that's not fair. We can't be doing that. But Ketsia is just like full steam ahead. She's gonna use Elena as bait. She doesn't care. Katherine goes to the gathering and just waltzes right in. So the security lady is like a part of this secret society. She is the one that told them that Megan took her own life. So we know they're all connected now in covering up Megan's murder. So Katherine runs into Aaron again, and Aaron's just kind of like, you know, I can't figure out why I'm supposed to stay away from you. Like what's going on here? Because you seem pretty harmless to me, because he catches her just like stuffing extra food into her pockets and her purse, because for whatever reason, Katherine's always hungry. It's got something to do with what happened after she lost the cure. She asks if he knows about the secret society, and that's why they're gathered today. Like, does he know about it? Is he part of it? Can he tell her anything? And he's like, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she loses a tooth. Like a tooth comes out of her mouth and she spits it out into her hand, and she's holding a tooth. Elena is having a truly terrible day in the cabin, okay? She's like sitting by herself crying, and Ketsia is just tormenting her for fun because she looks like Amara. She is like the ultimate mean girl, okay? She's worse than Haley, because Haley liked Tyler and it was just like kind of messy, okay? And it wasn't good, but it was not this level of like viciousness and cruelty, all right? Ketsia is mean. Elena is upset because Silas was planning to bring Bonnie back, but now Ketsia said that Damon has to kill Silas or Elena will die, and Damon, who's never put anyone's life above hers, including his own, is not going to be able to not do what Ketsia told him to do. Ketsia fully starts laughing about how upset Elena is. Like, she thinks it's funny. Stefan is upset by what Elena said, and we know that, but he pretends like he thinks Ketsia is funny, and he like leans into her and continues to flirt. Never been so scared in my life. I thought we lost footage, but we're good. We're good. Damon tells Jeremy what Ketsia wants him to do, and he's basically like, yeah, I'm sorry, the plan's off. We can't get Bonnie back. Bonnie is upset, but not like... Bonnie's upset, but she understands. And she's like, absolutely, you can't lose Elena. It's okay. Jeremy is like, I'm so sorry. She's my sister. She's like, it's okay. I'm not upset. It's fine. Go help Damon. He goes running inside. Damon's already in the warehouse, and he gets attacked by two of the travelers. He's like, why are you guys fighting with me? I was gonna kill Silas, I'm on your side. And they're like, we don't want him dead yet. And Damon's like, too bad, and he kills them. Maxfield almost dies because they did almost take too much of his blood, but Caroline like catches it and fixes it and stops it from happening, so he's technically fine. She compels him to answer her questions. He tells us that the society is called Augustine. Most people are legacies, but others like him are brought in because of their abilities. So like he was chosen because he's really smart. He says he covered up Megan's death because it wasn't just any vampire that killed her. It was the Augustine vampire. Then the lady from the security team comes in and she's like, where were you? I was looking for you. Caroline tells him to forget everything and say he's tired from donating blood, and then leaves him there. The security lady is like, why did you think Elena was a vampire? She's clearly not. He's like, I can't remember why I thought that. I guess I must have been wrong. Stefan makes dinner and feeds Ketsia like from the pot, and she's just like all over him in the kitchen, and Elena's having to watch. Elena just can't take it anymore and is like, I know you hate me, but I know you, and the person that you are would never like somebody like her. Ketsia's like, that's super rude, especially for somebody that I'm allowing to live. Oh, look at that. It's almost sundown. I better check in on your boyfriend. When Ketsia goes to call Damon, Stefan starts whispering to Elena, and he's like, I don't hate you. You've just gotta trust me. I'm not gonna let her do anything to you. I promise. And Elena is like, oh my god, I knew it. Damon answers Ketsia and is like, yeah, I hit a snag. Your freaking travelers are here and they're attacking me. She's like, oh, yeah, they probably want Silas's blood. You know, they're not fans of immortality, so they probably want to take that from him because, you know, the anchor that I had to use to bind the spell had to be immortal. It had to be something that would never die. So while she's being all cryptic with Damon on the phone, we see Silas walking up to like a human-shaped box. Do you see where this is going? Before Ketsia can do anything else, Stefan then lashes out at Ketsia and stabs her. Then he throws her up against the wall, tells Elena to run, and the two of them take off out of the cabin. Damon has figured out what the anchor must be, and that it's not a thing, it's a person. Because if the travelers take Silas's blood, then they can use the cure on the other immortal being. So Silas opens the crate and finds Amara. She's desiccated, but she's basically like a beautiful Elena statue in the box. He's so freaking excited that she's alive. He brings her a guard. He gives her the guard to drink. She drains the guard. She starts to wake up. He's like, Amara, it's me. And she opens her eyes. We cut to Silas carrying Amara away. She is like freaking out and being like, go away, leave me alone, go away. And he's like, girl, who are you talking to? It's me, it's Silas. What's going on? What's happened? Are you okay? What's going on? She calms down and sees that it's him and is like, yeah, Ketsia never murdered me. There was only one cure and it was always for you. That was always her plan. He's like, I'm so sorry, but I took it because I wanted to be with you. I wanted to find peace with you. She's like, the cure runs through your veins. They hug. And she then says, I'm so sorry, Silas. I love you, but I have to be cured. She starts drinking his blood. And when she pulls back, she's like, I can't live another day. Back at the lab, Maxfield gets visited by Katherine and she gives back his missing recorder. She tells him that she knows all about his vampire research and what he's been up to, and she won't tell anyone as long as he helps her, because it's Katherine and she's dying and she wants him to figure out what's wrong. Amara is stumbling away from Silas's body and she's like, no, leave me alone. It's not up to you. Leave me alone. And pulling at her hair and hyperventilating, and then Damon pops up. She's like, are you real? And he's like, are you? Stefan brings Elena home safe and she's like, even with no memory, you're still you, which means a lot to her. He says that Elena doesn't seem like somebody who deserves to be killed, so he just went on instinct and protected her. Damon and Jeremy are home too. They're both pretty upset about the fact that they didn't work the stuff out with Bonnie and weren't able to bring her home. Elena is like, it's okay. And then like to the room at large, knowing that Bonnie's there, she's like, it's gonna be okay, Bonnie. We're not gonna give up. We're gonna get you back. And Jeremy agrees. He's like, we will figure out a way to get you back. It's gonna happen. Damon is very concerned because Silas is free and very angry. And now Amara is a cured human who can be killed. So she's gotta be protected. Then he shows Elena that he like tied up Amara. And when Amara sees Elena and realizes they look alike, she just screams. Stefan goes up to his room and Ketsia is waiting for him. She's hurt that Stefan betrayed her, and she even kept the knife wound open so she can remember how much he hurt her. She's so annoying. She made a mistake when they met and she never should have taken away his pain. And then she does a spell that just like slam bams all his memories back into himself. She says to always remember that of all the people he loves, she's the one that actually came and saved him. We cut to black and we just hear Stefan's like panicked breathing as the credits roll. That's where we're gonna stop today, guys. What's going on? I think that the final nail in the coffin for me with Ketsia is how it was evil enough when we thought she killed Amara, okay? That was pretty brutal, that sucked, but the reality of what she did, which is taking Amara's like immortal body, making her the anchor, so that then when Silas inevitably crossed over into the other side, it would be Amara keeping Ketsia and Silas trapped together forever. That is just, that's so not cool. Episode 7 opens with one of my like absolute favorite, like the couple dies in the beginning like 30 seconds of the episode. I love this scene. It's so good. It's a couple sitting at a bus stop with Silas, and he's got like his neck bandaged because, you know, Amara attacked him and drank his blood. So he's like got a bloody bandage on his neck, and he's all like crestfallen and sad and just like mopey, and he starts talking to them and he's like, so are you guys like in love? Are you like together? And the girl's like, yeah, we are. And the guy's like, yeah, buddy, like we're a couple. And Silas just like keeps picking on them and like making fun of them, and he's like, I was in love once. You know that TikTok sound? I think it's from SpongeBob, where it's like, I lost something once. That's what's going on here. Same energy. He's just being like such an ass. And then all of a sudden, he freaking liquefies the boy. Like the boy just out of nowhere starts like coughing up blood. And Silas has already told them like the rundown of like, I'm a witch, I'm immortal, my girlfriend was immortal, and then she went crazy and now she doesn't want me anymore and everything's ruined. So they thought he was making it up. And now the boyfriend is like throwing up his organs, and Silas is like, oh yeah, I think I'm liquefying him from the inside. The girl starts freaking out and trying to like help the boy, and then Silas is like, be careful, like you could be next, and she runs away, and Silas is like, oh, look at that. See, love is so fickle, I told you. And he like picks the boy up and leaves him there dying in the bus stop and just gets on the bus and goes home. It's just so good. Paul Wesley is acting in this scene, and it's so funny. It's like peak Paul Wesley humor in this moment. It's so good. Okay, so Stefan got his memories back. So he's having like weird nightmare memory flashback situations. He wakes up to Elena calling him, and she's in his room with coffee, and she's like, listen, I've been thinking, you know, what if we just quit trying to like force you to remember me, and instead we just start over, because we were friends once, like we can be friends again, let's just start from scratch. And that's when he reveals, actually, I know everything. Ketsia gave me my memories back. Surprise. She's like, this is incredible news. I'm so excited. Damon is kind of like, I want to know what the catch was. And he's like quizzing Stefan, making sure Stefan actually got all his memories. He did. The unfortunate thing is that because he got them all back, like all at once, he remembers all of the bad along with the good. And the bad was like all of that PTSD from being in the safe and all of the like horrible memories of drowning. You know, so he's really struggling, but he doesn't really let them know how bad it is. They hear banging, and Stefan's like, what's that noise? And Damon's like, oh, you need to meet the resident crazy pants. He brings them downstairs to the cellar. They've got Amara locked up. She's freaking out. She keeps saying like, I don't know, don't tell me, don't look at me, leave me alone. And Damon's like, yeah, we gotta make sure she doesn't do anything, but it's hard because she keeps trying to off herself. And then sure enough, they hear like a munching sound. Damon goes running in. Amara's trying to chew off her wrists. The whole episode, we're going to be talking about that quite a bit because it's a theme right now. I'm sorry. Jeremy and Bonnie are kind of on opposite sides on if the other side spell switcheroo is going to work. Bonnie's just trying to like make peace with crossing over. Jeremy's holding out hope that Silas is going to help them. They just have to wait for Silas to come home. Maxfield did all the tests that Katherine asked him to do, and technically she's fine. She is dying, but it's actually just age catching up with her because she was a vampire for so long. Now she's a human. Time's just catching up, and she's gonna die of old age. Silas calls Damon and is like, you know, I've decided that I'm okay with Amara dying because if Amara dies, the other side will come down, and then I can die, we can still be together, it'll all work, I don't really care, let her die, it is what it is. Then he says that he's still mad at Damon for that time Damon laughed at him in the warehouse. So he's not gonna help with Bonnie anymore, goodbye, and he just hangs up. Caroline's still looking for Jesse. Remember, he's being tortured by Maxfield. Caroline doesn't know that yet. Nadia shows up looking for Katherine because Katherine's been staying at the dorm with the girls. Then Katherine shows up and is like, Nadia, what are you doing here? I left on purpose. And Nadia's like, sit down, Katherine. And she like uses her vampire powers to force Katherine to sit down so that they can talk. Elena wants to hide Amara away and like keep her alive so that they can force Silas into doing what they want. Stefan is dark and emo now, so he's like, I have to kill Silas or I'm never gonna recover from my PTSD. Jeremy takes food to Amara and she's like, I know you. And he's like, no you don't. She's like, you're the hunter. I never forget a face. She knows that Silas killed Jeremy and Jeremy's like, well, yeah, he did, but I came back. Like, I'm back now. I'm a human again. Bonnie is there listening, and this is when they figure out that Amara, as the anchor to the other side, has like a foot in their world and a foot in the other side. So she can like see both because she can see Jeremy and Bonnie can touch her when Bonnie can't touch regular humans. So Amara's like half and half. She's like kind of a spirit, kind of a regular human. She's floating in between. So Jeremy gets the bright idea that if Silas won't bring Bonnie back, maybe they can like switcheroo Amara and Bonnie, and then Silas and Amara can have what they want and die, and Bonnie can have what she wants and come back, and the other side can stay intact. Damon goes to Ketsia because he's hoping that she hates Silas so much that she'll be willing to help them instead. Ketsia explains that yes, she'll do it, she would love nothing more, but she's gonna need something really powerful in order to channel enough power for the spell because it's not a full moon, there's no like natural occurring phenomenon going on. She asks for doppelgangers and Damon's like, oh my god, I have 3 of them ready to go. Once again, Stefan is pretty set on killing Silas because the memories at this point, as the episode goes on, he's going crazier and crazier and he can't get a handle on the PTSD. Before she starts the spell, Ketsia talks to Amara and like forces her to apologize. At this point, Amara's been suffering for 2,000 years, so she's like, I am sorry. Like, my crime was falling in love and I ruined all of our lives. I'm miserable. I'm begging you. You win. Please just kill me. And Ketsia's like, don't worry, I will. And she's got like the strangest tone of voice in this scene. The actress that plays her, they said, we want you to be unhinged, and she said, you got it. But yeah, Ketsia has now fully agreed. The second she switches Bonnie and Amara, she's gonna kill Amara. Katherine is needed for the doppelganger situation, so Caroline snatched her away from Nadia. Nadia just wanted to know why Katherine had abandoned her again. Katherine got out of that conversation because Caroline was like, we need doppelgangers, let's go. Katherine gets to Ketsia and is like, I will give you my blood, but only if you help me and stop this aging situation because I don't want to die. And Ketsia's like, yeah, absolutely, I can do that for you. The spell requires blood from Amara, Elena, and Katherine. It ends up like dripping onto the parchment that Ketsia is using and like making a Celtic knot, which is kind of cool. Once she starts the spell, things go very wrong. The power starts to go out, there's a storm, there's wind, the windows are rattling, and they realize that Silas is messing with them. Damon comes running in with a flashlight and he's like, Silas owes me a new fuse box, what's going on? And they realize that Amara is missing. Ketsia is carrying a candelabra around because she is dramatic as fuck. You can count on her to be dramatic and petty in every single scene she's in. She is consistent. She finds Silas in the library. They get into a magic fight. It's very violent. He's being really mean to her. She's very unsettled by him because he's scary. He says he feels sorry for her, that she still can't let things go. And she's like, but I loved you. And he's like, yeah, get in line. Like, he's the worst. Then Stefan calls, so Silas ends up stabbing Ketsia, so she is like mortally wounded, and then Stefan calls Silas and is like, I have Amara and I'm gonna run away with her and keep her safe unless you come meet me right now. Silas agrees because he doesn't want Amara to not die, because he wants to die, and if they don't die together, then they can't be together in the afterlife. The wound from Katherine giving her blood won't heal, and Caroline tries to give her blood to heal her, and it doesn't work. So whoever's like had the cure in them cannot be remade into a vampire or healed with vampire blood. Like, you're just screwed. You're just a human and you're immune to being fixed. Elena finds and saves Ketsia before she can bleed out because Elena is dead set on doing the Bonnie switching spell. Silas finds Amara in the woods and saves her. They're both crying. It's a very emotional reunion for the two of them because at this point, now they're both like fairly lucid and like aware of what's going on and what the other one's been through. So this is a really good high emotion scene. Amara is like, I love you, I still love you, but I can't do this anymore. Like, I'm begging you, like, please end it for me. Silas is like, I understand, like, I want to help you. And he pulls out a hunting knife and puts it to her throat. He's hesitating, and before he can do it, because she is like quite literally begging him, she's like, I'm ready, please, I want to go. Stefan shows up and attacks Silas, and they get into a fight. Somehow, Stefan manages to get the knife off the ground and freaking guts Silas. Like, he gets the upper hand and stabs him, and Silas dies. So Amara is freaking out in the woods, screaming, crying, throwing up, and Stefan's just standing there with a dead doppelganger. Ketsia starts the spell again. So Amara is like over Silas's body saying goodbye to him. And Damon's running to find Amara, and right as he finds her, she stabs herself too so that she'll die with Silas. So he's distraught because they need Amara to be alive long enough for Ketsia to do the spell. And they're like, frick, if she dies while Ketsia's doing the spell, it's not going to be quick enough, and the other side's just going to come down, and Bonnie's going to be free, but a ghost still? That's not what we wanted. So Bonnie goes to Jeremy and is like, it's not working. I'm not going to come back. Amara's dying. I'm sorry. Jeremy tells her the thing that from the start of the episode he didn't want to tell her yet. He was like, I have 3 things I want to tell you. 2 of them were kind of lame. The third one is I love you. So now they love each other. He goes to touch her and he can touch her. He touches her on the face and he's like, what happened? And they realize the spell freaking worked. Elena's like, Bonnie? And the girls come running in and they can see Bonnie and they all start crying and hugging. Caroline is like, oh my god, now we can be roommates. And Bonnie and Elena are like, Caroline. And she's like, I'm sorry. She's so cute. I love her. So yeah, Bonnie's back. It worked. Jeremy and Bonnie kiss by the fire and it's pretty steamy. I'm not gonna lie. Katherine goes to Ketsia to get the spell that she was promised, because remember, Ketsia said she'd make her immortal again. But Ketsia is like, yeah, I'm not doing that. It was immortality that got us in this mess in the first place. Like, maybe it's just your time. And then she's like, I'm the winner. I won. I don't have to do anything else. And that's when Katherine realizes that there is a lot of blood on the floor. Because Ketsia kind of snapped and, you know, not good. Unsavable. So Katherine tries to save her, but Ketsia dies. So we lost all of them. We lost Silas, Amara, and Ketsia in one evening. Bonnie is still standing in front of the fire, and then Ketsia shows up behind her, and Bonnie's like, what are you doing in here? What's going on? Ketsia explains that now that Bonnie's the anchor, every spirit that's supernatural that passes through to get to the other side has to go through Bonnie in order to get there. Because remember, Bonnie is like 1 foot in the real world, 1 foot in the spirit world. So they have to go through Bonnie like a door and then get into the other side. And when it happens, Bonnie will feel how they died. So Ketsia's like, this is gonna hurt like a bitch, and then grabs onto Bonnie, and Bonnie just starts screaming. She's in a house full of vampires and no one comes to check on her. That is a plot hole. Stefan is burying Silas. Elena goes to Stefan and wants him to confirm that killing Silas worked and now he feels better. And Stefan is just kind of like, I wanted it to be you, you know? When the safe opened and I was rescued, I wanted it to be you. I wanted it to be both of you. And we see Damon standing behind Elena. Katherine comes to get her things from the dorm room, and Caroline tries to be nice to her and be like, you know, you got us Bonnie back, thank you so much. Katherine ruins it by being like, stuff it, Blondie. I also tried to kill you. I tried to kill Elena. I'm not a good person. Don't start acting like I am. And Caroline's like, okay, got it. Then Nadia comes and is like, Katherine, I already packed your bag. I want you to come with me to Europe. We're gonna start over. We're gonna do our life together. Like, we're gonna go visit Bulgaria and see all of our old favorite spots. That's what we're gonna do. You're coming with me, let's go. And Katherine puts her foot down and is like, Nadia, I don't want anything to do with you. Take a good look at my face. This is the last time you're gonna see me. I'm doing you a favor. Which is so sad because Nadia is immortal. and Katherine is dying. So Katherine could give her like the last couple months of her life, because at this point she only has months to live. She could give her that and they could go have a fun time and be a family until she goes. But no, we go back to Stefan and he is now like frantically throwing dirt on Silas. It's not going well. He's very upset, and clearly whatever he was dealing with at the start of the episode, getting his memories back, is only getting worse. Episode 8 takes us back to poor freaking Jesse. He's not doing great. Maxfield has been experimenting on him this entire time. So he's been missing. No one knows where he is. He's been with Maxfield and it's not good. Whatever Maxfield's been doing to him, he's smarter and stronger now. So he ends up like biding his time and then breaking out and attacking Maxfield and getting out of the lab. Bonnie does a nice little AT&T promo and calls her mom. She has not told Abby what's actually going on, i.e. she's a ghost anchor hybrid thing. The girls are like, you have to tell her, like she's gonna realize you're not a witch anymore because now Bonnie doesn't have any magic. That sucks. Bonnie says she will, she's just waiting. She's not quite ready to tell the truth yet. She just feels like it's a little overwhelming to do that over the phone. They're also planning a really big party for Bonnie now that she's back and finally at school. Jeremy and Bonnie are like kind of a weird secret couple in this episode. I don't really love the way this part of the arc is written because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Elena and Caroline even know that she's with Jeremy and they like make jokes about her being like, oh, I'm gonna go register for classes. And Caroline and Elena start like making kissy faces, implying that they know that Bonnie's actually going to Jeremy. It's just weird because Bonnie's just kind of like, I'm not ready to like rub it in Elena's face yet. And Jeremy's like, she literally knows though. Like we all know. Elena's inviting everybody to the party, including Damon and Stefan. Damon's down to go because like free booze party, he's gonna come. But he's like, don't count on Stefan. You know, he's Mr. Moody again and he hates us. So I don't think he's gonna come to that. Stefan's having horrible PTSD flashbacks, like horrible, okay? If you've ever had like a panic spiral or a PTSD moment where you go somewhere else, he's doing that. But he's a vampire, so he's like clawing into the furniture and breaking things. There's a trend of him in this episode where he keeps like breaking glasses in his hand and like cutting his hand open. He's just not doing great. Matt's at the grill trying to learn Czech so he can figure out what was being said on that video he took of himself. Remember how somebody called Gregor in Matt's body and said something and then Gregor answered? He's like trying to figure out what that means. Katherine's there and she's like, oh, I can speak that language. Let me help you, Maddie. And he's like, no, I don't want your help. And she's like, let me do this for you. I don't mind. I'm bored. She's like, ooh, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you, my boy, are possessed by a traveler. They're a branch of witches and they suck. Also, by any chance, is the girl that you're talking about that like helped this happen to you, is her name Nadia? And Matt's like, yeah, that was her. And Katherine's like, it's amazing. Jesse finally calls Caroline. So she's like, hi, stranger, where have you been? I missed you. And he's just like, Caroline, please, I need help. I need you to come to my room. My roommate's gonna be back any second. Help me. And Caroline's like, oh my God, okay, I'm coming. And she takes off to go after him. We cut to Jesse in his room. Y'all wanna take a guess at who his roommate is? That's right. It's Aaron. So Aaron is in danger. Jesse's hungry and he attacks Aaron, but before he can kill him, Caroline shows up and is like, what is going on? Who turned you into a vampire? Jesse explains all about Maxfield and what was being done to him, and he's so confused. He's like, what do I tell my family? What am I gonna do? Caroline keeps him calm and is like, we're gonna figure this out. It's gonna be okay. Like, I'm a vampire too. It's all right. I'll explain everything. You're gonna be fine. He didn't kill Maxfield. Also, by the way, he just locked him in the lab once he got away. Elena comes over with blood bags and they give Jesse some blood so he's not hungry anymore. And they're like, it's totally normal that you attacked Aaron. You know, you're gonna be okay. We can help you get it under control. Don't worry. They teach him how to heal Aaron with his blood, which is really sweet. And so he realizes like being a vampire is not all bad and he doesn't need to be afraid of it. Katherine switches tactics from being a little flirty with Matt to being flirty with Stefan. He's not really having it because he came to the grill to drink alone and forget his PTSD problems, and she's like, why don't you drink alone with me and we can like help each other. Like, you can just tell me what you're dealing with and I'm so drunk I won't remember it. He does end up agreeing to drink with her, and he owns up about his PTSD and everything he's struggling with. She's like, okay, well, I can help you fix that. If you'll help me with the Matt situation, I can fix your PTSD, guaranteed. If it's not clear, Katherine is basically just sad and moody because now she knows she's dying, so she's just trying to like do a lot of like quote unquote like good things and like spend her time well. This is when Katherine introduces Stefan to Nadia, and for the first time she's basically like, this is Nadia, my daughter. She doesn't normally do that. Normally she like lets it slip out differently. Caroline knows, but now this is the first time she's like, this is my kid. And Stefan's like, you're what now? So Bonnie and Jesse talk at the party, and he's like, okay, so you're not a vampire. And she's like, no, but I was a witch, and now I'm like the anchor to the other side. Like, it's a long story, Jesse. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna fit right in. Don't worry about it. Also, let me like dump on you about my like basically boyfriend, not boyfriend situation. It becomes weird because it's like, is Jesse flirting with Bonnie even though he likes Caroline? No, it's just written poorly, and she should be having this conversation with literally anyone else, but for some reason they made her have it with Jesse. She says, you know, he's my best friend's little brother, so it's just kind of weird, but I think I'm madly in love with him. Girl, we know you quite literally sacrificed your life on Earth to bring him back from the dead. Like, we have known this whole time. Where have you been? Elena sent Damon to talk to Maxfield to get more information about what happened to Jesse, and Caroline's like, oh, okay, so he's gonna kill him, right? And Elena's like, no, he's just gonna talk to him, Caroline. And Caroline's like, do you know who you're dating? Like, are you aware of who you're dating, Elena? Because I don't think you are. I don't think you have a very clear picture of who Damon actually is. And Elena tries to be like, look, Caroline, I know you don't like Damon. I know you don't like me dating him. And Caroline's like, no, that's not what I said. You can date whoever you want, but I'm gonna need you to own up to who you're dating, because Damon sucks. It's not even so much that Damon sucks to Caroline. It's just that, like, I think Caroline is one of the people that has the most clear picture of like what Damon's willing to do to get what he wants, and Elena is pretty blinded by loving him, just like me. I'm also biased, okay? I know where Elena's coming from, but I hear Caroline. And in this episode specifically, I think Caroline does a really good job of actually saying what she's been trying to say the entire time, because in the beginning it does feel like she's just like, Elena, Damon's gross, don't date Damon, that's icky, and it's just kind of annoying. But now she has more time to like flesh out her argument, and it makes more sense. Katherine and Nadia bring Stefan and Matt into the back room of the grill. Nadia makes Gregor come forward into Matt's consciousness so that they can see him and talk to him, so his eyes do the black thing, and Stefan's like, what? He tries to run up on Katherine, but Stefan doesn't let him do that. Gregor is like, we were here to track and kill Silas, and Katherine's like, oh, okay, and why do you need this? And she shows him the knife, and that's when Gregor freaks out and also admits that, okay, yes, they were going to kill Katherine, and Nadia realizes, so were we never actually in love? Like, you were just using me and a relationship with me to get to Katherine because I was looking for her? Excuse me? And Katherine is like, I told you, Nadia, the travelers are all a bunch of liars, and they're never gonna tell you the truth. They're always gonna have their own hidden agendas. And then she stabs Matt in the gut. It doesn't kill Matt, like Matt will be fine, but it does kill Gregor. So Nadia is very upset. That's why the knife is so important. That's why Gregor was like, guard this with your life, Matt Donovan. My friends will come for it one day. Because the knife is the only thing that can kill a traveler witch. Damon has been torturing Maxfield. So when Elena was like, he's not gonna kill him, he's not gonna hurt him, he's just gonna talk to him. No, Damon's been slowly injecting Maxfield with the infectious diseases that Maxfield has in his lab. So he gave him a flesh-eating bacteria, he gives him rabies, And at this point, Maxfield's still not talking. Earlier in the episode, Bonnie had seen an old woman spirit and like let that woman go through her, and it had obviously hurt again. She sees that same woman at the party and goes to talk to her, and she's the sweetest little old lady. She's a witch, and she knows who Bonnie is, and she's like talking to her. She apologizes for having hurt Bonnie when she passed through her, and she's like, but I want you to know, like, the pain's all gone now, like, you took it from me, and I'm just here, and I'm having a good time, and it's so nice to like have a friendly face over here with me. And Bonnie just smiles, and it brings Bonnie some peace, knowing that like even though it hurt her, she's helping the spirits when she lets them cross over. Jesse and Caroline are getting all cute while they dance together, which is again why I don't think he should have been having that weird flirty conversation with Bonnie. That didn't make any sense. Maxfield is 100% dying at this point, and before Damon can give him another injection, he's like, okay, I'll tell you. And he admits that he was basically running tests on Jesse and like doing things to him to like make him a different kind of vampire. Augustine, the group that Maxfield works for, they want their vampires to crave vampire blood and not human blood. So you can see how this could be a problem for Caroline. So Caroline and Jesse are kissing, and he kisses her neck, and we see like the facial reaction, you know, the veins and everything, and then they go to kiss again and he bites her, and Caroline's like, that hurt, let's maybe not do that in the middle of the party, okay? And Jesse starts freaking out because he realizes, like, for whatever reason, he wanted to bite Caroline and he doesn't know why that happened, so he goes running off. So Aaron does come to the party, and him and Elena are talking. They bond over how much family they've lost. He ends up saying that pretty much everyone in his life that is a family member has been killed. The most recent was his Aunt Sarah that died over the summer before they came to school. And Elena is like, oh, so how did your parents die? And he's like, oh, they were killed by bears. Bears broke into their campsite and killed them, and for some reason they didn't kill me. And Elena's like, so vampires killed your family? Oh no. She rushes off and calls Damon and is like, you have to promise me you're not gonna kill Maxfield. Damon was definitely going to, but he agrees not to because Elena asks him that. She just doesn't want Aaron to end up losing all of his family, because at this point Maxfield is the only guardian that he has left. So if they take Maxfield from him, Aaron's just alone. Stefan has another PTSD moment at the bar. He breaks another glass in his hand and like stumbles outside. Katherine follows him, and even when he's like, Katherine, leave me alone, she won't. She tries to talk him down, but the thing that's happening with Stefan is that every moment that he's having where he's having these flashbacks, his anger's coming out, so he ends up like grabbing Katherine by the throat. And then she says, start listing your victims. Like, tell me the first person you killed. I don't get that, and I don't get why it works, because he starts doing that and then he stops hurting her and like comes back to himself. I understand the concept of what she was going for. I just think it would have made more sense, especially given what she tries later, to make him list like his loved ones or something, because the whole thing with him is that his PTSD is bringing out his negative emotions. So you would think that listing the deaths that he's been the cause of would just bring up like his guilt and shame and make him angrier. That's just a me thing though. It's just always felt weird that that's what she goes to for him, and the fact that it works. So Damon's basically planning on just like getting the vervain out of Maxfield at this point, and then healing him and compelling him and just making him forget what happened. Before he can do that, Jesse comes in. Damon had cut his arm to give Maxfield his blood, so Jesse smells that and goes after him. Damon is like, buddy, I don't know what they taught you in your training, but I'm older and therefore stronger than you, so back down. That's not true though, because whatever Maxfield did to Jesse, now Jesse's like super strong, so he starts like killing Damon. They end up in the hallway. Jesse is like chewing on Damon's neck and drinking from him. Elena shows up and is like, Jesse, you have to stop. What are you doing? Damon is like, Elena, he's gonna rip my head off. You have to stop him. So Elena freaking breaks, I think, part of a table or a chair and stabs Jesse, and he dies. It's so sad. She stabs him. He like comes back to himself in the pain. Caroline comes running right at that moment, and then Jesse collapses on the floor. Caroline's holding him, and she's like, Jesse, no, it's okay. Like, stay with me. It's okay. But no, he dies. Elena and Damon try to explain, like, he was too far gone. He was gonna kill Damon. It doesn't make it any easier on Caroline. And Elena is like, Caroline, I'm so sorry. Like, I wish I wouldn't have had to do it. And Caroline ends up being like, I'm so sorry too, Elena, because the old Elena wouldn't have done it. Like, they wouldn't have given up on Jesse. We told him we were gonna help him. Katherine left a note for Nadia at the grill, and it's an S-word goodbye note, but Stefan finds it. Katherine's up on the freaking clock tower about to jump. That's why she was trying to have such a good day and like be helpful for Stefan, because she was planning on it being her last day. She jumps, but then Stefan catches her. At this point, she's just ready to go because she doesn't want to like crumble into dust and like die of old age. That just feels like so not her. And Stefan is like, I don't know if you know this, but you're Katherine Pierce. Suck it up. And it works. He walks away and she like turns and watches him and is like smiling with her like old Katherine smirk. So he brought her back. Jeremy goes to see Bonnie. I don't know where, because boy is still in high school and they are definitely on campus, but it does not look like her dorm room with the girls. I'm not sure where they are. They're hooking up, and then all of a sudden Bonnie sees Jesse standing in the corner of the room and she's like, oh my God. And Jeremy's like, what? What's wrong? What is it? And she's like, I think Jesse's dead. And Jeremy's like, what are you talking about? She walks over to him and he's like, I'm not ready. I don't want this. And she's like, it's gonna be okay. And she takes his hands anyway, and his death goes through her, so she screams. And Jeremy's like, what on earth was that? And she has to explain to him the situation with the spirits passing through her. And he's like, Bonnie, how often a day does this happen? And she's like, oh, quite frequently, actually. But she says that if the consequence for him being able to come back and them being able to be together is her having to deal with this, it is what it is, and they hook up for real. Caroline and Elena have one more conversation where Caroline apologizes and is like, I know I was harsh after what happened to Jesse. I'm just sad because I wish you could see that you are different now, and like Damon's made you different, and Damon is the reason why our lives are so dangerous. Like, most people's lives aren't like this, and yet yours is, because you're connected to the boys and you won't let Damon go. Elena's like, okay, tell me how you really feel, Caroline. And Caroline's like, yeah, I'm going to. Like, the day I stop doing that and stop telling you how I feel is the day we're not best friends anymore. It's really sweet, and Caroline's like really growing up and maturing and learning how to use her words. Damon's in the office with Maxfield, once again trying to drain him and compel him. In the fridge, he finds a blood bag labeled 12144, and he's like, what is this? What is this and why do you have it? And Maxfield is like, why do you care? We zoom in on Damon and he's like, because I was 21051. Damon was an Augustine vampire. It triggers all these memories for him, and unlike Stefan's, which were kind of like flashing in and out, Damon's are like ting, 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 ting. Like, they make like a knife sound, almost like they're like sliding into place behind his eyes. They're very intense and very scary. Damon comes out of it and is like, ooh, change of plans, you do unfortunately have to die. But Maxfield took the time when Damon was having his little memory situation to get out of the chair and run. He gets to the like panic room button, he presses it, and vervain starts pouring out of the ceiling, and Damon gets knocked unconscious. Maxfield's standing over him and he's like, I'm sure Augustine will be thrilled to have you back. The last scene is Damon waking up in a cell with all those memories like ting, 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 flickering around him again. And in the cell on the wall are his initials, like carved in with a fingernail. Are you serious? Oh no. Episode 9 is where like my favorite backstory arc starts, and I'm very excited to talk about it. This is a good one. Do you guys remember talking about sexy leather jacket Damon in the 80s? Remember that? Remember this? I present to you Sexy leather jacket Damon in the 50s. Oh my god, it does something for me. Anytime this boy wears leather jackets, I'm down for it. So we open with Damon in 1953 coming home to the Salvatore house. His ancestor's there waiting for him, and while they're talking, the ancestor like shoots him up with vervain. Damon's like, what are you doing? What's going on? And he's like, sorry Damon, the money was too good to pass up. Then Damon kills him, and another man, a doctor, comes in and is like, oh, thanks for doing that. Now I don't have to pay him. That doctor is a guy named Dr. Whitmore, like Whitmore House, and he kidnaps Damon. In the present, Damon wakes up to Maxfield standing over him in the cell, and he says that he took Damon as replacement for Jesse since he lost a test subject. Katherine's journaling, and she is like super annoyed and thinks it's really stupid and dumb, but she's doing it because Stefan is making her in order to help her stop fixating on dying. Stefan's fine now, because he's fixated on Katherine and he's trying to help her and ignoring his own problems. But Katherine knows that he's lying, so she called reinforcements in the form of Caroline, since Caroline's Stefan's like sober sponsor, you know, so she's like, you need help, I'm gonna help you. Also, I brought the safe, surprise, we're doing exposure therapy. Elena goes to see Aaron, and he's like, oh, did you hear what happened? And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Jesse, my roommate, he died. And Elena is like, oh yeah, oh my god, Jesse, yeah, woo, I'm so sorry that happened. This scene in particular just really shows you how selfish Elena can be, because she came to see Aaron for like a completely different reason, even though she literally killed Jesse the night before. So like some part of her should have remembered and realized and been like, I can go get what I need from Aaron, but first I should ask him if he's okay. Last night you were literally concerned about the fact that all of his family's been murdered his whole life, and now another one of his friends is dead. A little compassion, Elena, would be nice. She actually came to ask him if he knows where Maxfield is because she can't find Damon and she knows that they were together the night before. Aaron's like, yeah, sure, I don't mind. It'll be a good distraction, and he agrees to help her. So like I said, Damon's original doctor was Dr. Whitmore, and he was running tests to like further science and like further research because the vampires have like the regeneration powers and their blood is healing. They were trying to figure out how they could like use the vampires to further human medical research. But when I say they were experimenting on them, I mean they were like cutting out parts of Damon's organs and watching them regrow and cutting out his eyes and watching them regrow. Like, it's not, they're torturing them. Like, in no way is it humane. It's terrible, and there's a reason why Damon blocked it out. But Maxfield, in the present, explains that he's taking the research to a new level, i.e. turning the vampires into weapons against vampires. Aaron says that Jesse S-worded himself just like Megan, and he's like, it is kind of weird that they both did that because, you know, Jesse was like really happy and he was so integrated into school and he had a girlfriend. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but I don't know what else to believe. And Elena is like, I'm gonna have to tell Aaron the truth because I can't let this idiot stay walking around thinking this nonsense. Elena drops on him that at least where Megan is concerned, she thinks Megan was murdered because she saw the body and it didn't make sense for Megan to have S-worded. That didn't track. And she knows that Maxfield forged the death certificate. So Aaron is like, oh my god, that's way too much information. I'm gonna have to check his side of the story. And they go running to find Maxfield. They get to Whitmore House and he invites Elena in and she's able to cross the threshold. So Aaron is Aaron Whitmore, and he's a trust fund baby. He's giving like a moody, artsy version of Logan from Gilmore Girls. Elena sees a picture of her dad with like another set of doctors in Whitmore House, and she's like, what's my dad doing here? Maxfield shows up, shoots her up with vervain, and is like, Grayson Gilbert was one of the most amazing doctors that Augustine ever had. Stefan does not want to get inside the safe for exposure therapy time, but Caroline is like, honey, whatever you were doing before did not work, so we need to try my way. And Stefan like reluctantly agrees. Aaron's freaking out about Maxfield kidnapping Elena, and he's like, we're gonna get in trouble. You can't just kidnap people. And Maxfield is like, she's not people, Aaron. She's a vampire. And then he just drops all of the vampire lore on Aaron, and Aaron is so confused. Elena wakes up in a cell next to Damon, and he's like, I know where we are. I know what's going on. I know what's gonna happen to us because I've been here before. And she's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I've never told anybody, you know, I kind of blacked it out. It was for 5 years. And she's like, 5 years of torture, Damon? How did you not lose your mind? And he's like, well, I made a friend. This is when we meet the man, the myth, the legend, Enzo. I love him. I love him. Oh my God, I love him so much. He is a moody British World War II soldier version of Damon, and he is the best. In flashbacks, we see some scenes of Damon and Enzo meeting, the boys being given like their little like cup of blood a day because they were given just enough to like keep them alive and keep their powers, you know, their healing stuff working, and they won't desiccate, but it's not enough for them to be like strong and healthy. Damon like chugs his every day, and Enzo's like, when you drink it, like you don't need to be drinking it that fast. You need to be thinking about like your future and like thinking about what you're working towards. When you just chug it, you're just like living for the moment. You're not thinking ahead. And they start talking about like revenge plans, because that's what's like getting Enzo through, is thinking about like what he's gonna do when he finally escapes. Elena's having a really hard time connecting the torture that Damon went through with her dad and her dad's work, because she's like, he was the town doctor, like he was kind. I can't imagine him doing this kind of stuff to vampires. It just doesn't make any sense. And Damon is like, I think it makes perfect sense, Elena, because most of the founding families like don't think vampires are human. Like there's nothing good about vampires. So even if your dad never would have treated a human like this, what's to stop him from treating a monster like that? Like if he thinks we're abominations, why would he care what he does to us? They have a really sweet moment where Damon like apologizes for getting her involved in this, and he like promises to get her out through the bars of their cell. It's very cute. They even hold hands through the cell bars. It's very emotional. Stefan is freaking out inside the safe, okay? They've got him locked in there, and our boy is screaming, crying, throwing up. It's not going well. Outside the safe, Katherine and Caroline are just arguing away as if he's not losing his mind inside. And Katherine finally gets an idea and is like, I know what we need to do. Damon's still kind of lost in the sauce with his memories, and he's just explaining to Elena that his friendship with Enzo was really the only thing that kept him sane, because Damon would be like exhausted after torture and like just really struggling and like so close to giving up, and Enzo would just be like peppering him with questions and trying to get him to talk and trying to get them to bond and be friends. Enzo even told him about a girl that he loved named Maggie, who was a research assistant for the doctor. So they fell in love with each other while he was in the cell, and she was like taking notes on him outside of it. We see the doctor come in to get one of them, and even though Damon is like bleeding and clearly still in a lot of pain, the doctor picks him and is like, you seem more energetic today, let's go. Enzo starts like rattling the bars of his cage, and he's like, how dare you, like I'm stronger than he is, like take me instead, you wimp. So the doctor takes Enzo, which is just like, knife to the heart, because Enzo protected Damon, but then Damon has to sit in his cell and listen to Enzo scream, knowing that he was supposed to get taken. Like, the whole arc is just so good and so sad and so emotional. We get this shot of Damon behind bars. I have been gatekeeping, hiding this from you. I'm sorry. Now you can see it. We can look at it together. Oh my God. This is like peak Damon to me, okay? I don't make the rules. Elena wants to know how Damon got out, because remember, he was only there for 5 years. So what happened? What changed? He says that once a year there was like a party banquet situation where they would have the vampires chained up upstairs, they would drain them a little bit, and then they would cut the party goers and let them drink vampire blood to heal, so they would know like what they were researching. Enzo came up with a plan for one of the two of them to drink both the rations of blood for an entire year, and that way one of them would be fairly weak, but the other one would be strong enough to escape. They played rock, paper, scissors, and Damon won. Elena's like, okay, so that plan worked, right? That's how you got out? And Damon's like, yeah, more or less, but he won't give her specifics on like what happened at the party. Maxfield is still letting Aaron go through all of the research and figure out everything for himself, and this is when Aaron realizes that his parents were killed by a vampire because of their connection with Augustine, and he's like, so why was I left alive? And Maxfield's like, I don't know, you know, but now that you know everything, you can help me with my research and you can be a part of this. Aaron punches him in the face and then takes wooden bullets and a gun and goes running off downstairs. Stefan wakes up in the safe because he was so scared he passed out. Only now he's not alone. Katherine is in the safe with him. Stefan starts freaking out. He's like, absolutely not. I have to get out of here right now. I'm going to kill her, because remember, Katherine's a human, so she is in danger. Katherine's like, don't you see? This is the only way to break the like anger PTSD connection in your head, because if you freak out right now, you're gonna kill me, so you gotta fight it. After Elena pushes him, Damon owns up about what happened at the party. He did in fact get stronger, and when they took him out of his cage to drain him a little bit for the cup so the people could drink his blood, he broke out of his handcuffs. And I'm talking like shackles, you know, like the thick ones. And not only did he break out, he broke his hands to get out, and then he holds his hand up and it like pops back into place. It's incredible, all right? It's gross, but it's so good. The doctor and the partygoers are horrified. He ends up clawing out Dr. Whitmore's eyes and then feeding off of him until he dies. And then he just goes from person to person, beating/killing all of them. He also knocks over a candelabra, so the room catches on fire. So in his killing frenzy, he forgot that he needed to let Enzo out. So when he doubles back to get Enzo out of his cage, the metal is too hot from the fire and they can't break it because there's vervain on the metal as well. Damon knew in that moment, looking at Enzo between the bars, that there was no way to get him out because of the vervain. And the fire was getting too big. So if he didn't go, he was gonna die. And he was afraid that if he stayed, something would happen and he would get recaptured and the plan would be for nothing and they would be screwed. So he had to make the decision to run. It broke Enzo. Enzo is freaking out, trapped inside the cage, like screaming for Damon. And Damon cared about Enzo so much that in order to leave, he had to turn his humanity off so that he wouldn't care about him and he could leave him behind. The scene of Damon with like the blank dead eyes walking away while Enzo just screams in the burning room behind him is so good. Like, it's top tier. This is really hard for Elena to hear. She's like, oh, that was really evil of you to do. In the safe with Katherine, Stefan is this close to losing his mind and killing her. But she is like, Stefan, you've got to breathe. You've got to breathe and focus on the present moment. Are you gonna kill me? Or are you gonna save my life? You have to make a choice. I'm just gonna say it. Katherine loves Stefan, y'all. She really does. Like, their doppelgangers were meant to be together. I stand by that. I stand by that. I think Vampire Stefan, Vampire Katherine makes so much sense. I know he was scared of her when he was a human, but Vampire Stefan, he's into Katherine. Like, they almost kiss in this scene. He's like on her neck about to bite her, and then he like lifts up and they're like this close to kissing. Caroline ruins it. She opens the safe and she's like, it got so quiet in there. I was worried. Like, are you guys okay? It's super awkward. But when Stefan gets out of the safe, he smiles at Caroline and she's like, oh my God, it worked. Like, I'm so glad. And they hug. So Stefan is quote unquote cured. I don't love the way that they're just like, yay, his PTSD is over and he'll never suffer with it again. Like, as somebody who struggles with it, it gets quote unquote better, but you're still gonna have times where it plagues you for like several days at a time. It doesn't just like go away magically and you never deal with it again. Also, over Caroline's shoulder while he's hugging her, he's making flirty eyes at Katherine. Aaron goes to see Damon and Elena in their cells, And he's freaking out because he's like, you lied to me, Elena. You've been a vampire the whole time. Like, vampires are the reason my family is dead. But Damon steps up and is like, Elena might be a vampire, but she's not the one who killed your parents. I am. And so yeah, his revenge plan was basically to kill the entire Whitmore family except for one person, and then let that person move on, start a new family, let that family grow, kill all of them, leave one alive, and just start that cycle over. He's just been doing that since the 50s. He's killed so many at this point that he doesn't even know how many. And Elena is like, oh my God, what's the last one you killed? Do you remember their name? And Damon's like, oh yeah, her name was Sarah. So the aunt that Aaron just lost the summer before they came to college, Damon killed her. Us and Elena at the same time realized that that means that he went and murdered someone while dating Elena. Like, while they were having their like perfect summer, he was still being a serial killer and she just didn't know. So Aaron shoots Damon. He's gonna be fine, but he's unconscious for now. Stefan and Katherine end up in the same room in the house. They are flirty vibes, okay? They are very into each other in this moment. He says she was actually right all along. He'd been focusing too much on the physical pain that he'd gone through, that he'd been ignoring the emotional pain. They end up getting closer and closer as they talk. And then they kiss. What? Like, I know we saw it coming, but every time I'm just like, oh my God, he's actually into this. This is actually happening right now. What is going on? Like, listen, I'm just gonna say it. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. Good for them. Good for them. But you know who is upset? You know who wishes she was anywhere else in this moment? Caroline Forbes, because she's downstairs trying to clean up from the therapy session and she just hears them hooking up with her vampire hearing. She's on the phone, I think with Elena, like leaving a voice message, and she just goes, oh my God, and she's horrified. Aaron's really upset with Maxfield for lying to him for so long, but Maxfield's like, look, everything's gonna be okay. You don't need to be worried. You know, I have everything under control now. You just go back to your normal life and carry on, and I will handle it. You don't have to be a part of this if you don't want to be. Damon wakes up and Elena is not in the cell beside him anymore, and he starts freaking out. Elena wakes up strapped to a hospital table. We can't tell where she is, but it's definitely not the lab that we saw before. So like wherever Jesse was, that's not where we are anymore. It's almost like a basement. Someone's humming, and when she turns her head to look, Enzo is on the table next to her, and he's like, oh, hello, I'm Enzo. And then he just goes back to staring at the ceiling and like doing a little dance and humming his song. I would just like you to do some quick math in your brain and think about the fact that in 1953, Enzo had been there since 1943. It's now the 2000s. Our boy's lost his mind. We're not gonna be able to help him find it. So we left Damon last week in a cell alone. Elena has been taken from him. We open with our boy punching the wall, trying to chip off part of the stone. He does it. It's so hot. He's just like punching it and punching it and punching it. He breaks off a little bit. He tries to break the lock open on the door. He ends up reaching out through the bars and like grabbing the bullet, because when Aaron tried to shoot him in the last episode, he fumbled and dropped some stuff. And so there's a bullet on the ground. Damon gets it, he puts it in the lock, and then he like sparks the bullet so that it goes off in the lock, trying to like explode the door. That doesn't work. So he just starts kicking it. He gets out. Moral of the story. We cut to Katherine waking up in bed with Stefan, the king of poor decision making. Katherine is as equally surprised as we are that she didn't hallucinate the night before. So she is all excited and she's like cozying up to him to like wake him up when she realizes that her hair is falling out. So she panics and like wraps herself in a blanket and goes to like run out of the room. Stefan wakes up and he's like, what are you doing? Where are you going? And she's like, don't look at me, I'm fine. And she's like fumbling all around. She runs into the doorway and then she just like runs out the door and down the stairs. And Stefan's just like, okay, bye. On her way out, she runs into a very banged up and angry Damon who is like, I don't care at all that you hooked up with Stefan, other than, ew, that's disgusting. I can't believe he stooped that low. Where's Elena? Katherine is like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her. So Damon's just kind of like, okay, you're useless. Thank you so much. Please get out of my house. Stefan, wake up! And then the boys reconvene because they need to go find Elena quickly. If you'll remember, Elena is in that secret room. We don't know exactly where she's gone or where she's been taken. It kind of just looks like a basement. She is still trapped on that table though. When she wakes up, she hears like a little girl laughing, and it's almost like she's having like a memory flashback, but she's not sure if she's dreaming. Maxfield is there and he's doing like basically like vampire dialysis on her. So she's losing blood and she's in and out of consciousness, and then he ends up knocking her out after he says, does this room look familiar, Elena? And then he's like, count to 10, and he knocks her out. The boys are teamed up now, and they decide they're gonna go to Aaron and use him as leverage against Maxfield, since those two are like basically family and Maxfield like looks after him. So they get to Aaron. Aaron is like, I have no idea where Elena could be. I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't take her. I don't know where he took her. And Damon's like, well, either I kill you or you call him and you warn him I'm gonna kill you and he'll tell us where she is. There's so much blood in this episode, guys. I truly hate it, okay? I personally pass out when I get my blood drawn. I think we've talked about that before. So this episode in particular, it's just icky. I don't like it. While Maxfield is working on Elena, he starts reading to her from like a journal that's from one of the Augustine doctors, and it's about like how the doctor was torturing the different patients. So he was saying like, oh, I subjected it to like all of this electrical shock and its heartbeat stayed around, so I did even more the next day and it stayed alive. So it's just like the vampire torture. And then it turns out that the book he's reading from is her dad's journal. This is when Elena realizes that they're not just in any basement, they're in the basement of her dad's old office in Mystic Falls. Aaron calls and is like, hey, the boys are here and they're gonna kill me if you don't give them Elena. And Maxfield is just like, okay, fine. Tell them we can do a trade. Meet me at my classroom in an hour, I'll be there. But then Maxfield goes back inside, and instead of getting Elena ready for transport, he wakes up our boy Enzo, and he's like, you and Damon have some unfinished business. And then he injects Enzo with a poison, and he's like, if you don't come back in time, you won't be able to get the antidote and you'll die. So this is insurance that'll make sure you come back to me. And Enzo's like, okay, as long as I get the day out. So Enzo is about to have a play date with Damon, except Damon was not warned. We cut to Katherine, who left the boys' house like in workout gear with a hat to cover up her hair. She is now in the woods training with poor Matt. He got roped into this. She's just getting sicker and sicker as the like aging progresses. So at this point, she is like hardcore dying. Like she's an old woman in the like young 20-something-year-old body. Nadia shows up with that S-word note that Katherine left in the grill for her. And it turns out Stefan gave it to Nadia and was like, don't worry, I'm gonna go stop your mom from doing this, but I thought you should know this was her plan. So Nadia is pissed. She's like, if you don't stop trying to leave me without saying goodbye, like what is wrong with you? You're such a terrible mom. And Katherine's just like, I know, I've been trying to tell you I'm the worst. The girls end up talking a little bit more without Matt, and Katherine says that she actually changed her mind and a certain person has made her reconsider living. So Nadia is all like, oh my God, Mom, because she thinks that Katherine means her. But of course, Katherine's talking about Stefan. Katherine asks Nadia if she thinks she could ever be forgiven, even though she's done all these horrible things. Nadia, thinking that Katherine is talking about her and her forgiveness, is like, oh my God, yes. And I actually think I know of a way to save you. Elena is having a lot of memory flashbacks now of being a little girl and being told that she wasn't allowed in this part of the basement, because it's basically like, you come down the stairs from the doctor's office up above, and then there's like a little like mudroom, like small little area, and then there's a door to the rest of the basement. So he had this like secret lab basically down there underneath his office that nobody was allowed into. So she remembers hearing people like screaming in that room, and her dad being like, oh, it's okay, you know, no kids are allowed down here, right? Like, daddy's doing work in the office. And she just believed it because she was like a 5-year-old. She also finds out that he sent Enzo after Damon, and she starts freaking out, but she can't get up because she's strapped to that table and her blood's being taken. This is like the 4th or 5th time this has happened to Elena. Like, somebody get her off dialysis. She doesn't need to be hooked up to this machine ever again. The boys get to the classroom and Enzo is there. He's waiting for Damon and he is pissed. Pissed, like so angry. Damon is just shocked and confused because remember, this whole time, Damon just assumed that Enzo died in the fire and he would never see him again. But they were friends. They were such good friends that in order for Damon to leave him behind, he had to turn off his humanity. So seeing him again, it's like a shock and a relief, and also he's kind of excited. So Enzo starts telling the boys his life story. He basically like villain monologues because he's gone a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in like the decades that he's been stuck with the Augustines. So he's definitely having that moment where he's just like, I've been waiting so long to see you again, Damon. Let me tell you what happened to me. And he's just giving them his whole speech. Stefan somehow gets out of the room for a few minutes and calls Maxfield and is like, what is wrong with you? I will kill Aaron. Bring me Elena. It becomes clear to everyone, including poor Aaron, that Maxfield is totally willing to let him die if it means that he can continue his work, and so keeping Elena and hurting the vampires is more important to him than saving Aaron's life. We find out Enzo's point of view for the night of the party, which is that he was trapped in that cage, freaking out about the fire and being left behind, and then Damon all of a sudden is looking at him like he's never seen him before. So they built this like amazing like brotherhood friendship, and then Damon was just like, screw you, dude, I'm leaving, and just left him there to die. So it like broke Enzo's trust, it ruined like his sense of self and their friendship, and he was like, I'll never be close to anyone ever again. In that moment, we realized that Enzo is so angry because he had not realized that Damon dropped his humanity, and he just thought, oh, Damon was lying the whole time and he just left me there. Like, he was never planning on actually helping me. It was never that important. He just wanted to get out. Maxfield starts phase 2 with Elena, but obviously he won't tell her what it means. We also find out in this chunk of time with Elena and Maxfield that Enzo killed Megan, and Megan was curious about Augustine because she'd been a patient of Elena's dad when she was a little girl, and he had healed her with vampire blood, because that's what they're working towards. The whole point is that they want to know how they can take the vampires and the vampire blood and implement it into like human medical gain. Like, can they keep people alive forever? Can they heal cancer? You know, what can they do with the vampire blood? So they fixed Megan. And then she ended up going to Whitmore and getting too curious and investigating. And she found Enzo in his cell and got too close to him. And because he's a hungry boy, he bit her, and then she ran away and she died. Stefan takes Aaron to get the files that he took from Maxfield, which are like in his dorm room, and he's like, maybe there's stuff on there about Elena. I remember seeing like her dad mentioned, so maybe you can find something there that's useful. But Enzo is like, I am keeping Damon with me. So Damon stays behind to like keep listening to Enzo talk about his past. Nadia's big plan is that she figured out that Katherine didn't just know about the travelers. No. Katherine and Katherine's family were travelers. So there's like witch traveler blood in Katherine. So in theory, if they find a willing traveler to teach Katherine the body switching spell, they can do that. Katherine's not about the plan because she's like, Nadia, I hear you. I love that you're trying to find a way to save me. But Stefan actually likes this body, okay? So you can't just put me in someone else. Like, what if he doesn't like the next body that I'm in? And Nadia is like, do you hear yourself? You're disgusting and so shallow and so vain and truly the worst person I've ever met. How are you, my mom? Enzo starts getting drunk because he stole booze from somewhere on campus, and he starts asking Damon all of these questions about like the new modern world because this is the first time he's been out in like 50 years. We find out that the poison Enzo was injected with will stop his heart and make him desiccate if he doesn't get back in time. So he starts having like palpitations and getting kind of like stumbly while he's fighting with Damon. So Damon is like, Perfect. You need to go back for the antidote. I need to go back for Elena. Let's go back together. We'll freaking kill Maxfield as a team, and then you're free. There's no rule that says you have to go back alone. Like, I can come with you and I'll help you. Enzo, obviously, is a little broken and he doesn't have any trust anymore, so he turns on Damon and they get into a fight. Damon refuses to fight him, so he ends up just like catching his punches and like keeping him from hurting either of them too badly. Enzo does end up desiccating. Damon just grabs him and like holds him as he falls down to the ground. And he's like, where's Elena? Just tell me where Elena is. But Enzo's like last act of revenge is like not telling Damon, so that hopefully like Elena will be killed and Damon will be sad. Aaron tries to lie to Stefan and like goes for a weapon. So Stefan grabs him and is like, are you insane? I will kill you right now. I don't feel bad about it. And Aaron is like, go ahead. Like, I'm already gonna die one day. Damon's planning on killing me. This is when Aaron tells Stefan, like, Damon's been killing my family for generations, okay? Like, I'm already screwed, so it doesn't matter if you kill me now or not. I'm gonna die at some point. Stefan is like, not all vampires are like that, and he goes to leave. So when Aaron realizes that Stefan is a good guy, he gives him the files, and that's gonna help Stefan find Elena. Elena wakes up, and Maxfield at this point is like, all right, you're all ready. It's time for you to be completed. And he is basically planning on turning her into one of the Jesse vampires, so she will crave vampire blood instead of human blood, and she will be a ripper. Like, she won't be able to stop once she starts biting a vampire. Right as he's about to inject her, Stefan shows up and saves her, so they knock Maxfield out. They don't kill him, which is so stupid to me. Like, that is a loose end. Kill that man, he's evil. They end up leaving Maxfield and the injection and all that venom that will turn them into rippers. They leave that behind, and Elena just takes the journal that was her dad's. Nadia is waiting for Matt outside the grill when he gets off work, and at first she kind of tries to flirt with him and like make it sexual, and Matt's just like, I'm really not about it. Like, I would like to leave me and you in the past. I don't want anything from you like that anymore. And she's like, okay, noted. I need you to take the traveler knife and I need you to keep it safe for me because I'm leaving and I just want to make sure that Katherine has access to it when she inevitably wants it. Matt agrees because he knows what it's like to have a mom that sucks. So he's like, why not? I'll help you. I don't mind. Enzo wakes up in Maxfield's lab on campus, but he's not with Maxfield. Damon brought him there and injected him with all the different antidote vials, and one of them worked, and so Enzo's fine. Enzo runs at him to attack him, and Damon like stops him by grabbing him by the heart, and he's like, dude, the only reason why I left you was because I turned my humanity off. Like, I was so worried about you and I cared about you so much that the only way I was able to save myself was by turning off my emotions and flipping the switch and leaving you behind. And I'm so sorry, okay? Like, I wish I could change it, but I can't. It's a very emotional scene, and Damon is kind of like... Damon kind of goes all like, give you cookie, give me cookie, Schmidt. Like that scene from New Girl where he's just like, we're even now, Enzo, okay? Can we just be even? And Enzo is having none of it. He says that Damon was the most important person in his life and Damon ruined him. But that's just because Damon was being himself. He's a monster and that's all he'll always be. I'm just gonna say it because we're all thinking it, okay? This was a missed opportunity, all right? We could have had something here. There could have been something here and we missed out on it. It's fine, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Back at the Salvatore house, Elena is reading her dad's journal, trying to like make sense of the two versions of her dad. Damon takes this opportunity to be a little emo and say, you know, if you can't figure out how to defend your dad, you really shouldn't be able to figure out how to defend me because I'm pretty bad too, you know? Like, we both make horrible choices. I don't think you should defend us anymore. And Elena is like, I wasn't. Like, I don't like what you've done to Aaron. I think it's terrible. Damon just kind of explodes and he's like, then why are you here? I'm bad, Elena. I'm the bad guy. I do bad things. You should have run away a long time ago. Why are you here? She's like, because I love you. I chose you and I stand by my choice. This man says, okay, well, I'm choosing to let you go. When she's obviously just like, I would rather you didn't. That's really stupid. He's like, no, it's the right thing to do. He says that he's done making her defend him for his past, and he's done like having her worry about some new awful thing popping up, like how she didn't know that he'd killed Aaron's aunt right when they started dating. She gets really upset because she's like, Damon, I'm not perfect either. Like, what are you talking about? I've also done pretty terrible things. Everybody always puts Elena on like such a tall pedestal, and they're like, Elena, you're supposed to be perfect. You're not allowed to mess up because you're the good one in the group. It is untrue. She has done some pretty bad things for her own gain or like her loved one's gain. So we've said it before, we'll say it again. Everybody lives in a pretty morally gray area in this show, okay? You're either a good guy or a bad guy, and if you're a good guy, you're gonna like justify your decisions, and if you're a bad guy, you're gonna justify your decisions. Like, we can go both ways with it. So this fight is really pointless and stupid, but Damon refuses to see reason or be an adult, and he says that he can't change himself, but he refuses to change her, so he's leaving so that she can stay good and pure and he can stay evil and crazy. It's almost like Ian is telling us, he's trash. He's a trash gremlin. Let him go. And we're all just like, no! We cut to Katherine freaking out about her wrinkles. She wants to talk to Stefan about the night before, and he basically is like, we had a moment. Like, we had a really long day, and then we got caught up in the moment, and things happened, but they won't be happening again. And Katherine is like, what? She is like, dude, I'm dying, and I need you to forgive me. And he's like, I can't undo 160 some years in a night. She realizes that he's never gonna look at her the way he looks at Elena, so she goes to leave, and he catches her hand, and he's like, I'm sorry that you're dying. And she's like, believe me, so am I. And they part ways. Aaron finds Maxfield, and Maxfield tries to apologize, but Aaron is having absolutely none of it, as he should. And he basically is just like, fuck off out of my life. I don't want anything to do with you. You sold me out. You don't actually care about me. I'm done worrying about you. Do not contact me ever again. Elena burns her dad's journal. Katherine calls Nadia and agrees to do the body switching spell if Nadia can find a traveler that will help her, because she realizes that Stefan thinks that she could be saved and forgiven, so she's like willing to try. But then Katherine Pierce has a freaking heart attack and passes out and falls down the stairs. During the recap of episode 11, we see Tyler. So our boy's coming back in this episode. That's all I'm going to tell you, because if you were watching it with me, you would know. So you deserve to know right now. We get a flashback of Katherine in Bulgaria the day that Nadia was born, like realizing that Nadia is coming, but it's actually Katherine having like end of life flashbacks because she is in the hospital being shocked back to life with like the compression clamp situation. They get her back, and she is technically alive, but Stefan tells Nadia that her organs are like shutting down one by one, and she's probably not going to make it through the next 24 hours. So Damon broke up with Elena, and now she's at school being all pouty and sad. The girls show up, and Bonnie is definitely more upset than Caroline. Caroline like brought champagne and is like ready to celebrate Damon being out of Elena's life finally. Bonnie is kind of just confused that Elena is not fighting for him more. Damon is also like absolutely wrecked. Matt and Jeremy come into the grill to open for the day, and they find Damon passed out at the bar. They both think he's an absolute idiot for spending years pining after Elena and then dumping her the second things get a little difficult. Stefan calls everybody together to be like, Katherine is dying, and they all come home. Damon, Matt, and Jeremy get there first because they were actually in Mystic Falls already, and they start playing a drinking game where they just take shots while they talk shit on all the bad things Katherine did. The girls show up, and it's awkward, okay? Damon and Elena are together, awkward. But Elena is like, if anybody's gonna drink to her, it's gonna be me. She ruined my life the most, which is not entirely true. I mean, what she did to Damon and Stefan was like really bad, let alone Elijah and Nadia. Like, she's ruined a lot of people's lives. She quite literally killed Caroline, but sure, Elena, you win. She did kill your brother. Elena is also like, even though she's sad, she's weirdly very chill about the Damon breakup, because it's pretty clear that she doesn't think they're gonna stay broken up. Like, basically Damon throws tantrums, and she knew that when she started dating him, so he's throwing a tantrum. He will realize he was wrong. He will come back to her. She's just gonna wait it out. Stefan is on Katherine duty, so he's babysitting her. She knows that everybody's downstairs talking about her, and he's just like, they're just reminiscing. And she's like, yeah, I deserve it. I'm the worst. And he's like, you are kind of the worst, but you're dying, so I'm being nice to you and holding your hand and patting your hair. Matt goes down to the cellar to get more alcohol, and Nadia shows up and knocks him out. Stefan gets all high and mighty. He like comes downstairs and he's like, you guys should grow up, okay? She's dying. Like, yes, she did horrible things to me and everyone in this room, but also she's just a little girl and she was hurt and she lashed out and now she's dying, so we should be nice to her. And Damon's like, oh, okay. You think that because you slept with her last night? And the whole room is like, you did what now? And Stefan's just like, thank you, brother, for sharing that with the class. Nadia shows up, thankfully, before it can break out into a fist fight, because everybody's pretty horrified about the idea of Stefan and Katherine back together. And they're all pretty mad at Caroline for not telling them that that happened, because remember, she knew, and she was on the phone with Elena when it happened. But yeah, anyway, Nadia is like, I found a way to save my mom and you're all gonna help me. And a few of them are like, you're Katherine's daughter? So this is the episode where all the secrets come to light, okay? Nadia is like, yes, I'm Katherine's daughter and I'm gonna save my mom. And also, I kidnapped Matt. I locked him in the safe that Stefan drowned in all summer and I buried it somewhere on the property. So if you don't help me, Matt's gonna die. Obviously, Stefan and Elena volunteer to help, so Nadia takes them with her to meet with the Traveler Witch. She wants to do the body switching spell and put Katherine inside herself. Caroline, Jeremy, and Bonnie go outside to start looking for Matt, and it comes out that Jeremy and Bonnie like actually hooked up for real. And Caroline is like, oh my God, why does no one tell me anything? Why haven't any of us been talking? Because it has been several episodes where so much has happened and yet none of them have talked about it. It's just been like one person finds out, two people find out, maybe they tell one more person, but the whole gang's been separated and missing big chunks of time. Caroline also expresses that she's pretty upset that she's not having any scandalous sex with anyone. Where is her random hookup? Why isn't she having fun at college? What's going on, universe? Get Caroline a man. We get some more of Katherine's flashbacks. We see specifically the scene where like her family was murdered in Bulgaria, except actually it's Damon reliving the memories with her. So he's sitting at her bedside, like watching all this stuff and like enjoying the sadness. She starts crying and we zoom out of her mind to see Damon like lifting a pillow and like maniacally smiling as he goes to smother her at her bed. And Liz is there and she comes in and is like, Damon, don't murder her. If you murder her, then I have to arrest you and there's all this paperwork we have to fill out, okay? She's dying, just let it go. She says that Katherine has way too much power over him, like she is literally a poor, defenseless, dying human. Just let her go and move on. And Damon's just struggling with that because he wants to be the one to end her because he thinks that all the bad things in him and all the bad things in his life circle back to Katherine. Caroline runs into Klaus in the woods. Nadia brings Elena and Stefan to a random, basically empty, abandoned house. It's very clearly a trap. She's like, sorry, they wanted travelers, and she runs away, and all these travelers come out of the house and kidnap Elena and Stefan. Let's rewind and go back to the woods. Klaus showed up because he came to like gloat over Katherine's body and be like, haha, stupid human, you're dying and I'm staying alive. But also he wanted to see Caroline since Caroline and Tyler broke up. So he's like, how you doing? Things good? How you been? And Caroline's just like, you're disgusting. Okay, you're no better than Tyler. I can't believe you're here. Like, what, she's a dying human and you're gonna make fun of her for that? Like, grow up, Klaus. Don't you have anything better to do? At first he chases her, but then she keeps running off and he just lets her go. The reason why Liz is at the Salvatore house is because she brought medicine to help with Katherine so that she can kind of pass away comfortably. But Katherine doesn't want it because whenever she takes it, it makes her weak and then Damon can get into her head. She ends up being mean to Damon though, like an idiot, so he injects her anyway and she goes back to sleep and we go back into her memories. We see her in the carriage with Emily in the 1800s coming to Mystic Falls and we learn like why she stayed. They were actually like going to the Lockwood mansion, remember the Moonstone situation, all of that. That's why she was coming to Mystic Falls. But then she saw Stefan on the side of the road, and she was like immediately smitten with him. She was like, I need to go meet that man. Like, I have to be with him. Do you think his family would help a poor orphan girl from Atlanta? Like, I need to stay with them. And Emily was kind of just like, okay, like whatever you want to do. So then in the like real world, Katherine comes out of the memory and tells Damon, like, that's what actually happened. The only reason why I stayed in Mystic Falls as long as I did was because of Stefan. I knew I was supposed to be with him. It was fate. I knew that was who I was supposed to be in love with. And Damon is like, awesome, wonderful. Why did you sleep with me? Why couldn't you have just left me alone? What the heck? And you know, he's so right for that, okay? Like, girl, I get it. They're both cute. But if you're madly in love with this one, leave this one alone. Leave him alone. Why did you have to mess with him? What was the point? Elena and Stefan are trapped in a ritual with the travelers. They get their arms cut and the travelers start taking their blood and the wounds are not healing. So they're both kind of just like nervous. They're like, y'all want our blood? Okay, you're taking our blood. Okay, because everybody's speaking Czech and no one will tell them what they're doing. Klaus pops back up with Katherine and he's like, listen, if I abandon my revenge with Katherine, will you give me the same choice you gave Tyler? Meaning basically like, if I let the revenge go, can we date? Me and you, we could maybe date a little bit. That could maybe be nice. And Caroline is like, you're ridiculous. I'm literally looking for my best friend right now. Matt is somewhere in the woods. And Klaus is like, oh, I actually found him. Yeah, you were popping off in the wrong directions. And I found him a while ago. Don't worry. He's gonna love who I sent to rescue him. We cut to Matt being let out of the safe. And yes, you guessed correctly. Our girl Rebecca is here for this moment specifically. What did they have to pay her to get her to come back for one scene? She literally says like, I leave for a couple weeks and this is the kind of trouble you get in. And then they smile at each other. This picture that I always use of Matt, it's from this scene, fun fact. Damon starts torturing Katherine with hallucinations of Jenna and John, so they come back also, and they start like hurting her in the same ways that she hurt them. But then we hear, enough! It's our boy! It's our boy! He's here! Ah! She's so happy to see him. She's like, Elijah, you came for me. And she like reaches out and like holds his face. And he's like, Katerina, and like sitting on the edge of her bed. And then in like such a cool little moment of special effects, it like morphs from Elijah to Damon, and it's Damon. And he's like, ha! You idiot, you thought somebody would come to you? No, it's just me. But Nadia pops up and is like, I actually care about her. Screw you. She breaks Damon's neck and then she's there with a traveler to do the spell with Katherine. Elena and Stefan are still bleeding. They have a weird heart-to-heart in this scene where he ends up saying like, I don't hate Katherine, like she did a lot of messed up things, but we've all done messed up things, blah, blah, blah. Speaking of, you know, my brother made a mistake when he broke up with you. You make him a better person and I think you guys should stay together. And she's like, that is so weird to hear you say that. And he's like, I know, but I'm telling the truth. You're better together. You guys do make sense. All of a sudden, the ritual stops, the travelers disappear, their wounds heal, and they're free to go. Katherine is refusing to do the spell to put herself in Nadia's body. After all of this, she's still refusing. So Nadia's pissed, and Katherine is like, up, be quiet, let me speak. And she's like dying, so she's like, Nadia, like gasping for breath and things. But she tells her that she's so sorry that she let Nadia be taken when Nadia was a baby, and that not getting her back was like her biggest mistake and her biggest regret, and it's the reason why in the rest of her life she was always fighting and like trying to be in control and all of that. In the end though, she says she's happy because all the things she did in life brought her to Nadia. She got to see her as like a grown woman. She got to get to know her a little bit. And now she just wants Nadia to let her go. She doesn't want to waste any more of Nadia's time or take up any more of her time. She just wants it to be over. Nadia is angry instead of being understanding. And she says, fine, if that's what Katherine wants to do, it is what it is, but she's not going to sit with her and watch her die. She's leaving. Katherine goes through with the injection and closes her eyes and goes to sleep. Back to Klaus and Caroline. He's like, I'll leave. I won't gloat over Katherine's dying body if I can have your confession. Caroline is like, my guy, I haven't done anything. What am I going to confess to? He's like, Me. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. He continues with, as soon as we're done here, I'm gonna leave and I'm never gonna come back. You won't have to look at me again. You won't have to pretend that you don't care about me anymore. You won't have to cover up like this thing, this connection we have between us with hostility. You'll be free. I just want you to tell me the truth. She's like, bro, I'm in college. I'm building a life for myself. I have all these plans and none of them have anything to do with you. He's like, oh, okay, I see. All right, I misread the room. I got it wrong. My bad. He goes to leave and she's like, no, you don't see. If you really promise to leave and never come back, I will be honest with you. He gets all somber and he's like, I will walk away and I will never look back. I promise. He's standing here and she steps up into his space and she's like, good. And then she kisses him. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm so unwell. Oh my God. And then they hook up in the forest. They like vamp around to all the different trees, like making out against all the trees. Clothes are coming off. It's everything to me. This is all we get. This is the most Clara line you're ever gonna see. It's everything to me. It's everything to me. It could have been more. It's everything to me. No notes. It's perfect. Damon wakes up on the floor in the bedroom because remember Nadia broke his neck and just left him in the floor. So he wakes up and he's like, Stefan, I'm done. I'm over this. You can take care of Katherine now. I had my fun. And he leaves. She thinks initially that she's hallucinating Stefan and that Damon's just messing with her. But he's like, no, it's really me. Close your eyes. I just came to say goodbye to you. She's like, I want to be looking at you. I want to see you. And he says, you will. And then they go into her memories together. So they go back to the dead family memory and she's kind of crying. She says that Damon said it was her fault, that all the bad things that ever happened to her were like her fault. She deserved all of them, blah, blah, blah. Stefan starts like cleaning away the dead bodies. Like he makes them disappear and then he like cleans up the blood. So she's just looking at like her childhood room. And he says, she was a 17-year-old girl and none of the stuff that happened to her was her fault. She deserves to be loved and she deserves to find peace. Then he does something really freaking sweet. We hear like a baby crying and she turns and there's a cradle and Nadia's in the cradle. And when she reaches in to get Nadia and like pick her up and have time with like baby Nadia, there's like a light and we can assume that Katherine's like passing over. Stefan kisses her on the forehead. And then Elena comes in and is like, is she gone? And Stefan's like, not yet, but with the drugs, she's not gonna wake up again. We cut to Stefan and Damon on the roof watching the stars and they're drinking and talking. And Stefan is basically like, you're making a huge mistake. Like you never should have broken up with Elena. And Damon's like, yes, I know. He ends up agreeing to go after Elena again, even though he's making the self-deprecating jokes where he's just like, I guess I'll get in the way of the prophecy. Like, if you really want me to stand in the way of fate, fine, I guess I'll do it. Which, it's just not true because Katherine and Stefan were the doppelgangers together, okay? Elena is not with Stefan. We'll get to that, okay? It's a really cute moment of the two of them just being bros on the roof. And you can kind of imagine them having done that multiple times throughout their like decades-long life. Caroline comes back inside from sleeping with Klaus. Everybody's like, where did you go? And she's like, oh, I was in the woods. I got lost. Bonnie, Matt, and Jeremy are all in the living room waiting for Katherine to die. So now Caroline joins them. They're talking about how Bonnie's gonna know the moment that Katherine dies because Katherine's gonna have to go through Bonnie since Bonnie's the anchor. Matt's like, so do you see them like all the time? Like the way Jeremy can? And she's like, yes. I just don't talk about it because like, you know. And then from behind her, Vicky is like, it's weird, Matt, okay? It's weird. So yes, Vicky pops up and she tells Bonnie to tell Matt that she loves him and she watches over him. And he needs to quit hooking up with Rebecca. Tyler shows up. He says that Rebecca brought him as like a parting gift. We can also assume that Klaus isn't hunting him / isn't going to kill him at this point. This is when Alaric shows up. It's so cute. Jeremy can see him and he's like, dude, I thought you were gone. I thought you went and like found the light or whatever. Where have you been? And Rick is like, what? You thought I was gonna leave Damon in charge? and just not come back and check on you guys, they all start to like laugh, and Damon's like, he's talking about me, isn't he? Where is he? Where's he at? Damon and Alaric end up like cheersing each other because, you know, they're bonded alcoholics, and it's so cute. The cute moment is ruined by Katherine showing up and looking at Bonnie and being like, no, it's too soon, and then like forcing herself to like jolt awake in the bed. Elena is sitting there with her alone like a fucking idiot. Katherine says she has unfinished business, and Elena says, yeah, so do I. I was actually about to tell you that yes, you're a bitch and you're terrible and I hate you, but also I forgive you. Because like, yeah, you did some pretty terrible things, but you weren't born evil. Life made you that way. Katherine's shitty about it because of course she is. She doesn't know how to be nice. And Elena is like, you know, you don't have to accept it. I don't care. I just wanted to say it because I don't want to lose that part of myself. And Katherine's like, give me more drugs. Elena agrees and goes to get the last injection and give it to her. Katherine stops her and says, thank you. And Elena is like, you're welcome. And it's a really sweet moment. That moment is obliterated by Katherine surging up from the bed with her last little bout of strength, grabbing Elena and doing the body switching spell on her. So Katherine's body dies, and then Elena wakes up to her phone ringing. She answers it, and she's like, hello? The traveler on the other end of the line with Nadia says the code word, and freaking Katherine wakes up in Elena's body. That was the plan all along. That's what Katherine was waiting for. It was all a show. Yay! Who saw that coming? Who's excited? I'm so happy. This isn't my least favorite arc in the show or anything. I can't wait. Okay, so we open episode 12 with Elena and Matt. Anytime I say Elena now, I'm talking about Katherine. She rips off his vervain bracelet and then tells him what's happened. So she's like, I'm actually Katherine, I'm in Elena's body, and I need you to be a good best friend and tell me everything you know about her. Nadia ends up stepping in because Matt is like kind of fighting back a little bit, and she's like, just compel him already, don't drag this out. And Katherine's like, fine, if you don't want me to have any fun. The travelers have told Nadia that they need Katherine's body. They keep calling it a corpse, and Katherine hates it. She thinks it sounds really gross and terrible, and she wants to know why. Nadia doesn't have a reason for her. She just says they need it. They have to chain Katherine up in the hotel room that they're using because they don't know when Elena's gonna pop up again. So they're like, you have to be left here, you have to stay safe, and then Nadia is planning on going and getting Katherine's body from the boys. They have to kind of just do whatever the travelers want at this point, because if they don't, then there's a chance that they won't help them make the spell putting Katherine inside Elena permanent. Nadia goes to get Katherine's body from the boys, but Damon already took it and he won't tell anybody where he put it. Tyler is back now and he's staying with Matt. He won't really go into specifics about what happened in New Orleans, but he says that Klaus was really horrible to him. It was a really bad experience. And he's just glad it's over because now he wants a fresh start. And he is planning on trying to get back together with Caroline. Matt is like, I got your fresh start, bro. Let's throw a welcome back party. Meanwhile, Caroline is back at the college dorm stress cleaning the suite, all right? I'm talking she's scrubbing the fireplace. Aaron comes to see Elena and then ends up giving Caroline the message that he was able to get his trust like fully moved over to himself. So now Whitmore is not getting any more funding from him, so Augustine's gonna get shut down. And also, he would like Elena to know that he's really sorry about everything. But then Aaron goes back to his room and Enzo is there waiting for him. Stefan calls Caroline and he's like, look, Damon's in a funk because he's trying to get up with Elena and she won't answer the phone. So how are they gonna get back together if they don't talk to each other? Can you please tell her to call him back? Caroline is like, no, I will not be doing that. He's trash and she deserves better. Also, she's not here. I thought she was with you. Alarm bells start going off for both of them. Katherine is still at the hotel chained up. And then Elena pops into view. We hear like some voices. Blink, eyes black, blink, different human, okay? So Elena's out and she's like, what is going on? Her phone is across the room ringing. So she breaks out and she wastes precious time by like breaking the chains And then instead of just getting up with the chains like on the little manacle, like still on her, she takes the freaking time to like break all of them. So she's like fully free. And then by the time she gets to the phone and goes to answer it, Nadia is there, and Nadia's just like, think, and like flicks the phone out of her hand and recaptures her. Damon comes home and finds Enzo in his living room waiting for him. Enzo's like, what's up, dude? I thought I would return the favor. You know, you said we were even, and I realized we weren't yet, but we could be. So he unzips a body bag and shows him the very injured body of Aaron Whitmore. And he's like, here you go. Am I gonna kill him or are you? Katherine shows up to the party dressed as Elena and pretending to be her. That scene from the beginning, the like opening scene of her and Matt, that was actually from Now. For some reason, they just show it to us twice. I don't know. It's silly. It doesn't make any sense. It is what it is. So once Matt lets her inside and she's like, okay, remember, you think I'm Elena, get out of here. And he's like, right, I think you're Elena, because he's under compulsion. He leaves her alone and she goes straight to Stefan. He's like, where have you been? We've all been looking for you. And she's like, oh my God, I've been so sad. Like, I've just been like processing what happened with Damon. And Stefan's like, oh yeah, that does suck. So you're gonna like get back together with him, right? Because like, I think you should do that. Like, I think you make him a better person and you're clearly really happy with him. And I know it's probably weird hearing this from me, but like, I think you guys should be together. She like bypasses that and she's like, look, enough about me. How are you doing now that Katherine's gone? And he's like, oh, I'm fine. And she's like, Stefan, you don't have to lie to me. Like, tell me how you really feel. And he's like, I really feel fine. She absolutely breaks Elena character and like pushes and is like, I guess I just expected you to be like a little heartbroken or something. Like, I thought you'd be a little bit more upset than this. She says that she even feels bad and she hated Katherine and they should at least give her a funeral. He says is like, yeah, even if I agreed with you, you know, I don't know where Damon took her. He just keeps telling us she's where she was meant to be. Enzo's pretty confused on why Damon isn't happy and excited to have the last Whitmore. He's like, why don't you want to kill him? What do you mean? And Damon is trying to explain, I can't kill him. He's friends with Elena. And then Aaron wakes up and is like, that's right. I am friends with Elena. So if you kill me, she'll be devastated. Except he's like swaying on his feet and like very much close to death because Enzo drank from him. So he's not doing great, our boy Aaron. Enzo is like, Damon, if you don't kill him, I'm gonna kill him and I'm gonna make it hurt. So make your decision before I make mine. And Damon's like, ugh. And then he snaps Enzo's neck and like drops Enzo on the couch. And Aaron's like, wow, I did not see that coming. And Damon is like, get out of town. I want you to go back to college. I want you to pack up your life. I want you to get into your vehicle and I want you to drive until you hit the other coast. Do you understand me? And Aaron's like, yes, sir, I do. And Aaron leaves. Katherine tells Nadia that she's pretty sure Damon was a petty little bitch and took her body to the church tomb. Caroline ends up running into Katherine at the party. Obviously, she thinks it's Elena. So she's like, Elena, I've been trying to get you alone. I have to tell you something. I did something really bad. And Katherine's like, what'd you do, Caroline? You're literally the most perfect vampire ever. It couldn't have been that bad. And Caroline's like, no, it was really bad. Like, really, really bad. You're not gonna believe it. Katherine's like, tell me, what did you do? And Caroline's like, wow. I ran into Klaus in the woods and I ended up kissing him, and then I liked kissing him so much that we had sex in the woods. And Katherine's like, you did what? You, with Klaus in the woods? And Caroline's like, I know, that's what I told you it was bad. And then Katherine looks above Caroline and sees Tyler coming down the stairs. And she's like, oh my God. Caroline, Tyler's back. And Tyler hears them say his name and he turns around, he's listening now. And Katherine just keeps going. She's like, you are really crazy, Caroline. Tyler's back in town and you're sleeping with Klaus? Like, you have to give me all the details. And then Katherine goes, oh my God. And Caroline turns around and obviously Tyler heard everything and he is not handling it well. So Katherine's just like, haha, and she like slips away while Caroline and Tyler stare at each other with like deep sadness running between them. The traveler witch is waiting in the tomb under the church with like a lot of candles. Okay, she's got Katherine's body. She starts doing the spell that will like permanently put Katherine into Elena and make it like official. For whatever reason, it brings Elena forward, and Elena is like, where am I? What's going on? But she fakes it, and Nadia doesn't realize what happened. Caroline goes after Tyler, and she tries to explain herself. It's not working, okay? And in his defense, if nothing else, Klaus killed his mom, okay? In cold blood. There wasn't even like a reason for him killing her, okay? He was just being a jerk. I don't know how we come back from that. I don't think we do. And he's pretty much just like, this is an unforgivable offense, Caroline. Like, we're done. We're so completely done. Caroline doesn't see it that way. So she tries to force him to talk to her, and he ends up like, at this point he's asked her to leave multiple times, and he like rounds on her with his werewolf face. That's getting better and better as the show goes on. Okay, this time it's like seamless when it comes out, and he's like, get out, and it's like fangs in the eyes and everything. Stefan comes running in and is like, don't threaten her with your werewolf venom. What's wrong with you? We don't do that. We're friends. And Tyler's like, oh, you don't know what happened. She freaking screwed Klaus. So Stefan like wheels around and looks at her and is like, girl, you did not tell me that. I didn't know. And Caroline is like sick to her stomach, like ready to throw up. And she like slinks away because she's horrified. And Tyler's like, exactly. Yeah. And he like puffs up, and Stefan just turns around and punches Tyler in the face. And he's like, I don't care what she did. She doesn't deserve that. In the tomb under the church, Elena finally takes her chance and attacks the witch. So she just like knocks the witch out. And then when Nadia is like, Elena, oh no, and goes to attack her, Elena gets the upper hand. She stabs Nadia. Now look, show of hands. Who thinks that before leaving that tomb, where these two people connected to Katherine were trying to force Katherine into Elena's head permanently? Do you think Elena kills one or both of them? Or do you think she just runs away, leaving them injured but alive inside the cave? Yeah, that's right. She just freaking runs. Because that makes sense. You didn't have time. You didn't have time to make sure you got Nadia in the heart. You didn't have time to snap the witch's neck instead of just like knocking her head against the wall. Like, are you serious? So they wake up and Nadia's like, finish the spell, and they start the spell again. Elena's running away through the woods and she tries to use her phone, and wouldn't you know it, Katherine put a lock on it. All of Katherine's memories start like swarming in Elena's mind. The witch starts burning Katherine's body. That's like how the spell becomes complete. Elena's running and running and running and calling for help, but no one is coming and the memories are slowing her down. She makes it to Damon and they crash into each other, and she's like, oh my God, Damon, thank God. And before she can tell him what happens, the spell is completed and her eyes go closed, black, closed. She's Katherine. So he pulls back and he's like, oh my God, say something please, because remember, he's been looking for her all day. She says, I've got something I need to tell you. He starts apologizing and he's like, I shouldn't have done what I did. It was so stupid to push you away. Like, I can't change you. I can't make you a different person. Like, that's giving me too much credit and you not enough. He says that she's the best person he's ever known, and she's such a good influence on him, and she's the good. And he has all this darkness in his life, but she's the good. She pulls away and she's like, Damon, that's so much pressure. Oh my God. And he's like, I know. Like, I'm not putting it all on you. I'm just saying that I know that that's what you are for me. And so I want to be better for you. But because it's Katherine, she's like, I don't want to be worried about your temper and these tantrums, and I don't want to be the only thing you live for. Like, I can't do that anymore. She slips up and is like, I know what you did to Katherine, Damon. Like, you get angry and you hurt people. And he's like, what does Katherine have to do with this? And she has to be like, no, nothing. This is about me and you. She basically insists that their relationship is over and she doesn't want anything to do with him. And she's like, I'm sorry, I'm done, I'm leaving. And she just walks away, and as she turns around, she's smiling, and our boy is broken into a million little pieces, okay? And what makes me really sad about this whole situation is that Elena was sprinting through the trees, okay? She was running. She sees Damon. She starts yelling for him, and she runs to him. They crash into each other in this big hug, and she's like, Damon, thank God, I was looking for you. So she is like desperate and excited to see him, and he is so clouded by the fact that they broke up and that she doesn't want him anymore, that he like doesn't remember that first part, okay? So he just like negates the hug, negates the panic that had been on her face, and he's just like, dang, she left me again, and he's so sad. Stefan is there watching, and he's also sad and broken. He is so confused. We got one more sad and broken boy, and it is Tyler freaking Lockwood, okay? Matt finds him, he's drunk, and he's alone, and he's moping. Matt suggests that they leave for a little while. He's like, why don't we just go somewhere? Because now, after his summer with Rebecca, Matt's a little bit more carefree and wild, and he's just like, let's just go. Let's just get out of here and go somewhere else for a little while. Tyler is like, I just hope I'm done with Klaus, because he ruined me in New Orleans. And then that wasn't enough. He had to come back here and sleep with Caroline, and it's just like the final nail in the coffin. Like, Klaus has officially just like taken and touched everything in Tyler's life that was like good. Tyler starts crying, and Matt's just sitting there with him on the couch like patting his back. Nadia and Katherine kill the traveler witch. Her name is Mia. I don't think we've talked about what her name was. Her name was Mia. Katherine kills her because she was a loose end and she doesn't like owing people favors. Nadia is like, all right, Mom, let's go. We're gonna go out on the road. We're gonna run away together. And Katherine is like, actually, no, I'm staying. She's finally not running. She's not in any danger. And inside Elena's body, she has the life she's always wanted. Like, everybody loves her. Everybody would die for her. She's popular. Like, she's gonna stay and live it up and try to get back together with Stefan. She's like, why don't you also stay and we can have like mother-daughter bonding time? Like, I'm not promising I'm gonna be a great mom, but I would like to try. Nadia agrees. So we're keeping her for at least a little while longer. Caroline is waiting at the house for Stefan when he gets home, and he's like, I have been looking all over for you. Where did you go? And she says that she couldn't find a hole big enough to crawl into. And she's like, can you just tell me the truth? Can you just tell me if I'm a horrible person? He points out that he hooked up with Katherine, and he's like, how did you feel about that, Caroline? And she's like, honestly, my first thought was, ew. And he's like, okay. And did you hold it against me? No. So why would I hold it against you? Then he starts telling her in like a teasing way that she actually is pretty terrible though. She's like the worst friend ever. She's so not dependable and she's not loyal in any way. And she's just like gross and awful, and it makes her laugh, and then they end up bonding. Again, these two, very cute as friends. And I agree with him, except where Tyler's concerned, because again, Klaus killed Tyler's mom. I don't think Tyler will ever forgive her, and I'm not upset with him about that. He deserves that anger. Aaron is driving out of town. Remember how Damon told him to drive and never come back? He's doing that. He followed directions. He stops, however, because there is a man laying in the middle of the road. Yeah. It's Enzo, and he pops up, and he's like, hey, what's up, Aaron? We've been waiting for you. Damon shows up behind Aaron, like leaning against the car. Aaron's like, Damon, what are you doing? You told me to leave. Enzo's like, oh, Damon's here because he's teaching me a new game. And Damon is like, yeah, Elena left me, so now I don't have a reason to not kill you anymore, Aaron. Sorry. Yeah, so now that Elena doesn't care about him anymore, Damon just like jumped right off the deep end. Our sweet boy is so far gone, okay? And he's been replaced with crazy angry murder Damon. So we get to have him for a little while. Our murder son is back. Yay. He says that Elena is done with him. She finally realized he's a monster, and you know what? She's right. And then he attacks and kills Aaron. Enzo is just frothing at the mouth. He's like, there's the Damon Salvatore I remember. And he's so excited to have his buddy back. He can't wait. We cut to black. I know. I'm just as emotionally upset as you are. Episode 13, we open with Miss Katherine Pierce, who is in the body of Elena Gilbert. She's journaling as Elena, and she's basically just like, I love my life. I'm perfect, and I have everything I've ever wanted, and life is so good. She goes through Elena's phone and deletes all the pictures of Damon, you know, the boy that Elena was happily in love with, and just fixates like a psycho on the pictures of Elena and Stefan. Caroline is very much in her fresh start era, okay? She is changing her life. She's letting go of the past. She's over it, and she's taking Bonnie and Elena with her. Even though Bonnie is in a happy, healthy, committed relationship with Jeremy. So Bonnie doesn't really count. She's just kind of like along for the ride, okay? But they're making it work. They're gonna go to a bitter ball, which is like an anti-Valentine's Day situation. You gotta go single. You cannot bring a date. And Elena and Caroline are like, yes, that sounds great. Let's do it. And Bonnie's like, I'll come too. And maybe I'll meet Jeremy there. Maybe. In class, they meet this girl. We don't know her name yet, but Bonnie catches her making a pin. She's like spinning the pin on the desk, you know, and then she goes like this, and the pin just keeps spinning on the desk, and Bonnie is like, whoa, we got a witch in the classroom, and the girl is like, oh my God, don't look at me, and like freaks out that Bonnie caught her doing that. She's like, no, absolutely not, you saw nothing, and Bonnie's like, I need to know more. Stefan comes home to Damon's car, like haphazardly parked in the driveway, and he's like, this isn't good. And then he gets closer and sees a lot of blood. And when he opens the trunk, he finds Aaron's dead body. Damon is trashed in the trashed living room, and he is back to his old terrible self. When Stefan confronts him, he's like, I don't know what you have questions about. We hunted Aaron down, and then I ripped out his throat. It's very simple. That's why there's a dead body outside. Enzo pops up and is like, oh, hello, Stefan. You're Damon's brother, right? Yeah, we met before. I don't know if you remember me. I'm Damon's best friend and murder partner. This whole killing spree was my idea. I thought it would cheer Damon up. They're planning to go after Maxfield now. That's going to be their next victim. Stefan tries to like reason with Damon, but Damon, much like Caroline, has entered a new era, and the new era for Damon is, I'm not in the mood to be saved. Stop trying. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's very attractive, but it's very dangerous for everyone involved, and we shouldn't support him. We should not support Damon's wrongs, okay? Because it's about to get really dark, but he do be looking good in this episode. He do be looking good. Stefan is like, okay, please, you're better than this. Just stop. And Damon is like, on the contrary, brother, I'm better like this. Uh-oh. We see Katherine calling Stefan, and she's like, hi, Stefan. I was just thinking about you, and I would just like to know if maybe, like, you'd want to come visit me, and we could, like, I don't know, maybe, go get a drink? It turns out that it's actually Matt she's talking to, and Nadia is at the grill with Matt, like, helping Katherine compel him to talk to her. You know, like, Nadia's kind of covering up everything. And it turns out that Nadia is actually quite pissed about this, because if you'll remember, Katherine was like, you're gonna stay with me, Nadia, and we'll be mother-daughter, and we'll have time together, and we'll have so much fun, and it can be like old times, we can start over. Well, now Katherine's fucking off at school, pretending to be Elena in college, and Nadia is stuck in town with Matt, so that anytime Katherine needs Matt, Nadia's there to help her use him. And she likes Matt, so she's like, I don't think we should be doing this to him. He's just a poor kid. Like, we need to leave him alone. Maxfield has a new vampire named Joey. He is irrelevant and will not matter by the end of the episode, but he's here to tell us that Maxfield is still doing his research and stuff, even though the funding got cut and the lab is like trashed and gross and broken down now. He's just secretly still doing his testing. A lady shows up, and her name is Salone, and she's like, hello, I'm here to offer you money for your funding and protection. And he's like, I'm done working with freaky benefactors, okay? I don't need your help. I don't need to be protected. She gives him Aaron's bag and is like, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but this kid's probably dead and you're next, okay? So you do need my help. And Maxfield like reluctantly agrees. Enzo is planning a South American road trip with Damon because he loves him and they're murder besties. But Damon is kind of like bummed and not really planning that far ahead. It's clear that even though he's entered back into his old habits, this time around, he's very much like, Stefan gave up on me, and that sucks. They kidnapped Diane, which is the lady that's head of security at Whitmore. She's the one that initially told the girls that Megan was gone and that she'd killed herself. That lady, okay? So she's a liar. She works for Whitmore. She's part of Augustine, blah, blah, blah. She's also a mom with several kids. She tries to appeal to their sympathies, but Damon and Enzo are not of that mind right now, okay? They could care less. They compel her to tell them what she knows about Maxfield. The answer is not much, and then they kill her because she's a loose end. So goodbye, Diane. Thank you for nothing. Stefan and Enzo get into an altercation, okay? He's basically just like, if you don't leave my brother alone, I will destroy you. I will kill you with my bare hands. You're a terrible influence. Get out of town and leave Damon alone. And Enzo is like, oh my God, was that a threat? That's so cute. They get into a fight. Stefan gets him pinned down on the ground and starts stabbing like the handle of a shovel into his chest cavity. And Enzo is a little freak of a man, okay? So he takes hold of the shovel and starts pulling it into him even more. And he's like, do you have any idea what was done to me at Whitmore, okay? I can handle it. Do your worst. I guarantee you I've dealt with more than what you can give me. And Stefan, rightfully, is like, okay. Caroline comes back to the dorm to Elena trying to figure out what earrings to wear to the ball. And if you'll remember, Elena is not like other girls, okay? She's very plain and simple. So Caroline's immediately like, you never accessorize. What's going on? And then she says from behind Katherine, I know you're faking it. You're not gonna fool me anymore. And Katherine shits her pants, okay? She's like, well, what are you talking about? Faking what? And Caroline is like, I know you've gotta be upset about Damon, okay? You don't have to pretend like the breakup didn't mean anything just because I didn't like him and I'm doing better. Like, it's okay if you're sad, I understand. Stefan then calls to tell them about Enzo and Damon, and while they're on the phone, Katherine is like, actually, Stefan, why don't you come here in person? There's a ball tonight. You could meet us there and we can talk about it then. That sounds like so much fun. Please come to the ball. Caroline is confused and suspicious about this. We see her like watching from behind Katherine and she's kind of just like, why are you inviting Stefan? That's weird. At the grill, Tyler is sad and mopey. So of course, he goes after Nadia because when does he ever make good decisions when he's upset? The two of them get drunk while Matt's working and they like bond over how terrible their mothers are. And we get a nice reminder that in season 1, Tyler hooked up with Matt's mom. They also make a joke about Tyler peeing on a fire hydrant. I'm not making that up. When Tyler goes to walk away to pee on said fire hydrant, Nadia immediately like leans over and is like, Matt, who is Enzo? Tell me everything you know about him. Matt doesn't know much, but he's like, I think they were just like prison buddies in like that Augustine torture camp. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And Nadia's like, amazing. Forget we had this conversation. Tyler hears all of that and he's like, hello? What? Bonnie and Jeremy are going to the dance, but remember they have to go separately and then meet up once they get there because you're not allowed to come with a date because the bitter ball is unhinged. Also, he answers my question about where the heck they hooked up a couple episodes ago. Apparently they got a hotel room. I wonder if other people were confused about that and they just slipped that in because I don't remember them clarifying it in the episode. Damon shows up while they're kissing and he's like, ew, watching this is like seeing a car crash and not being able to look away. And at first they think he's joking, but then Bonnie like picks up on his, murderous energy and she's like, what are you doing here, Damon? And he's like, oh, well, I'm here to kidnap Jeremy. what? He says, well, yeah, I need to find Maxfield, so I'm gonna take Jeremy, and Bonnie, you're gonna find me a witch, because your Grams taught at this school, and I know you must understand the occult scene over here, so find me a witch to do a locator spell on Maxfield, and if not, I'm gonna kill Jeremy by the morning. Jeremy's like, bro, you're not gonna hurt me. Elena would. And Damon goes, Elena would what? Hurt me? Been there, done that, wrote the country song. But Bonnie is like, Damon, she'll kill you. If you hurt Jeremy, she will kill you. And Damon just goes, cool. Then Enzo shows up and just grabs Jeremy by the head and nearly crushes his skull like a little grape. So Bonnie agrees to help them because clearly they're not messing around. Stefan shows up and finds Elena. She drags him right onto the dance floor and is like, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here, let's dance. And they start slow dancing together. He's also a little suspicious about this energy and he's like, girl, are you okay? You like just broke up with Damon and you seem suspiciously calm about the whole thing. And she's like, I mean, yeah, I'm just not gonna dwell on it anymore. He tries to explain the Damon being terrible situation to her and she blows it off and she's like, of course he's being terrible. This is what he does. Like somebody hurts him or he gets mildly inconvenienced and he just goes crazy. She says she's done trying to fix him or change him because she doesn't like the person that she was becoming while she was with him. Then she asks, what about you, Stefan? Do you like the person who I am? Or do you like who I was? Stefan just has error messages going off behind his eyes. And he's like, well, I don't know what to do with this. I'm concerned. And then Caroline shows up and is like, Elena, come with me. And steals her away. You know, at least Tyler's consistent in his idiocy. But he freaking confronts Matt right there in the grill and is like, Nadia is compelling you. Where's your vervain? And they figure out that Matt's vervain bracelet is missing. And obviously Nadia must be compelling him for some reason. And Tyler's like, I don't trust her. We need to be careful. In the grill, while Nadia is still in the grill. Like, bro, if you could hear her, she can hear you. Use your brain. Caroline shreds some pictures of her and Tyler, and then in the most gut-wrenching thing ever, she shreds the Caroline horse picture that Klaus drew her. She's like, the relationships are over, and I'm not going back in time. I'm not gonna do anything, even though I'm nostalgic or bored or lonely. And then she kind of looks at Elena, and Elena's like, oh, do you think I'm doing that to Stefan? Do you think I'm leading him on? That's not what I'm trying to do. And Caroline's like, I'm not saying that specifically. I'm just saying, like, be careful because you need to, like, know the impression you're giving him and, like, be kind. Bonnie and Damon come to the dance. They are looking for Liv Parker, which is the cool girl who made the pin spin in class. Caroline goes to Stefan and is like, I heard you keeping a secret from Elena. What the heck is going on with Enzo and Damon? And he just spills the beans because they're best friends, so he tells her everything. He's afraid that if he tells Elena about what happened to Aaron, she will never forgive Damon, and then Damon will never recover from Elena never being in his life again. But then Damon shows up with Bonnie, and he tells them all about the plan about forcing Bonnie against her will with Jeremy's life hanging in the balance to find Maxfield. So everybody's super excited. They've got a picture of Enzo with Jeremy tied up in a chair already bleeding, and then the camera pans over and we see Elena hearing this news, seeing the picture and like crying, and then when she turns her back in a panic, Catherine's obviously just like, oh my God. Catherine calls Nadia, and I shit you not, she's like, listen, do I have to go save my brother? Because if he died, it would give me some serious sympathy points with Stefan. Nadia is like, be so for real right now. You have to pretend to care or they are gonna know it's not you. Elena would go to the ends of the earth for her little brother. Get it together. Katherine knows Jeremy is at Whitmore House because she recognizes the interior from that photo since she went to the tea there that one time. Remember when she was still a human and she pretended to be Elena so she could prove that Elena wasn't a vampire? Yes, she's the only one that's been inside Whitmore House, so she's the only one who knows where Jeremy really is. She's also like, Nadia, one more thing before I go. Find out if Caroline likes Stefan because she's got her priorities in order. Matt goes outside and catches Nadia on the phone. He's like, who are you talking to? Nadia is immediately like, tell me if Caroline likes Stefan. And Matt is like, I don't know. I mean, they're friends, but I don't know if they actually like each other like that. Why do you care? And then Nadia is like, so do you think Elena has a chance in getting Stefan back? And Matt's like, why are you asking me about Elena? The door opens from the grill and Nadia is like, forget we had this conversation. And then she runs away. It's Tyler. He comes out and he's like, was I right? What's going on? And Matt is like, Tyler, you're not gonna believe what I have to tell you. And then Nadia shows up, snaps his neck, and is like, you're not gonna tell him anything. Elena's fake crying over the Jeremy situation, and it's so bad, okay? Somebody in the comments pointed out that Nina Dobrev crying is funny, and you're not wrong, but what's even better is Katherine pretending to be Elena, pretending to cry the way Elena cries. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. They hug because she's like, oh my god, Stefan, please, you have to help me save him. And then when they hug, she's like, god, like rolling her eyes behind his back, and Stefan's just holding her, and Stefan is a little uncomfy with it. Like, it's not like he's like excited to be holding Elena. He's kind of just like, yes, okay, this isn't awkward for me. They're there. Sorrows, prayers. Bonnie goes to Liv, who is like an event staff person at the bitter ball, and she's like, hey, I'm so sorry. Normally I would like warm up to you and be nice, but I actually need your help really badly, so I'm just gonna drop it all on you, okay? I know you're a witch. I need your help with a spell. And Liv is like, oh, witch, no, actually I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. Find somebody else. And Bonnie's like, I saw you do magic and I know you are a witch. You have to help me. And Liv is like, no, I don't have to do anything. Goodbye, I'm leaving. She says she doesn't know how to control her magic and she's not a real witch. She's just a freak with powers she doesn't know what to do with. She tries to leave and then Caroline shows up and growls at her and is like, you're gonna help my friend. Do I need to say it slower? So Liv is, to put it lightly, freaking out because now, like, not only is magic real, but vampires are real. And she's wrapping her little witchy brain around all of that while Bonnie is walking her through a very complicated locator spell that Liv has never done before. Liv is powerful, okay? She like explodes the room a little bit. That scares her even more because she's hurt people with her magic before, which is why she doesn't use it. Bonnie tells her, it's okay. I've done that too. I can help you learn how to control it. We can get through this together, but you have to keep trying because my boyfriend is going to be murdered at any moment, okay? So I need you to get it together and do this spell correctly. Back at the house, Enzo is heating up a fire poker to stab Jeremy with. Jeremy tries to talk him out of it and, like, you know, sympathize with him and be a friend, and Enzo is having none of it, and he puts a plastic bag over Jeremy's head and suffocates him. Don't worry. Stefan and Elena get to Jeremy in the nick of time, okay? So Stefan starts attacking Enzo, and then Elena is on the floor with Jeremy, and she's forced to give him CPR, and she's freaking out about it because she's like, ew, disgusting. I don't want to do this. Ugh, gross. Behind them across the room, Stefan and Enzo are just brawling, breaking furniture, throwing each other across the room, the whole 9 yards. It's a very funny shot aesthetically because you're just like watching Katherine fake freak out over Jeremy's dead body, and then in the background Stefan and Enzo are just like flying back and forth across the room. Jeremy wakes up. Enzo stabs Elena. Before anyone can be killed again, Damon shows up and is like, what's up? Maxfield's in Richmond, let's go. And Enzo's like, oh yeah, no problem, glad we're done here, I'll drive. As they go to leave, Stefan is like, Damon, don't bother coming back. Damon looks at Elena and looks at Stefan and is like, I wasn't planning on it. Katherine starts to smile as he walks away. Tyler wakes up and is like, where did that bitch go? I'm going to kill her. Matt is like, I'm so sorry. It was just a misunderstanding. Like, yes, Nadia was compelling me, but she was just compelling me because she wanted to talk about Katherine, and she knew that I didn't like Katherine, and she doesn't have any other friends here. So she was just compelling me so that we could talk about our moms together. That's all it was. You just misunderstood. Tyler is like, okay, whatever, this place is full of freaks, I'm leaving. And he like storms back inside the grill. Matt gets into the car with Nadia and is like, I handled it. She's like, you better hope he believes it because otherwise I'm gonna have to kill both of you. As it stands right now, she's just planning on letting the vervain get out of Matt's system, and then she's gonna decide on what to do with him because our boy Matty figured it out, and he knows that the body snatching spell is possible, and he put it all together in his little jock brain and figured out that Katherine is in Elena and Nadia is helping hide it. Enzo and Damon get to the lab in Richmond. Enzo's like giddy. He's so excited. Damon is a little bit more subdued because he knows now officially there's no coming back from what he's done and there's no life for him in Mystic Falls, so he is starting over at this point. When the boys open one of the doors in the lab, surprise, Sloane is there. She's a traveler. There's more of them and they're all chanting and they do a spell that like incapacitates Enzo and Damon, and then Maxfield jumps out and is like, surprise suckers, injects Damon with something and the boys get knocked out. Elena has a splinter in the back of her shoulder from where she got stabbed by Enzo, and she's like, Stefan, could you help me get it out? And then she like pulls her sleeve down and like fixes her hair and just shows him the back of her shoulder, and he's standing there kind of like, yeah, okay, sure, no problem. And he's very uncomfy and weirded out by the whole situation. While he's working, she's like, I think I figured out what you want to tell me. Aaron's dead, isn't he? And Damon killed him. She knows this because when they went to Whitmore, they were able to get inside without the owner being present, and the owner of the house was Aaron. Stefan's like, yeah, that is what happened. And she's like, why didn't you tell me? Why did you keep that from me? I didn't think we lied to each other. He says that the truth of the whole situation is that from the moment she started falling for Damon, he was waiting for Damon to mess up so badly that she would hate him. But that never happened. And then he just quit waiting because he loved this version of Damon that was coming from their relationship, and the fact that Damon always protected her and he was always there for her and he was just becoming a better man. Stefan didn't want to lose that. She's like, Stefan, he threatened Jeremy. I'll never be able to come back for that. But if you still believe that we can save him, then I'll help you. But not for me and not for him. For you, Stefan. I'll do it for you. They get all close and she holds his face in her hands and they hug. And then Caroline walks in and thankfully ruins the moment. Damon wakes up in the lab with Enzo, and Enzo is concerned, okay? He's like, what did he inject you with? What's going on? What happened? And Damon is like, I sure hope it wasn't that freaking vampire cannibal juice, because we're screwed. It's gonna make some problems for us if that's what he did. They hear movement and go to investigate. They get separated. Damon finds Joey still like chained up in one of the rooms. Joey is like, please, can you help me? Can you let me out? Damon lets him down. And then we see that Joey has a cut on his arm, some abrasions, okay? He's bleeding. Damon's like, oh, uh-oh, and his vampire face happens, and Joey's like, oh, what's going on? What's happening to you? And Damon has one of my favorite lines ever. He's like, I'm gonna go ahead and say karma. Karma is happening to me. And then he just attacks Joey, and Enzo comes in behind him and is like, Damon, stop. Damon cannot stop, okay? He rips Joey's head off because now he's a vampire ripper, and then he turns around to face Enzo and he's just covered in blood and looking like a freaking crazy person, and Enzo is like, okay, I can see how this could maybe present some problems for me and you. Yeah. Say what you want about Enzo, but he does not turn his back on his homies, okay? He is down to stay and help Damon through this. They're gonna weather the storm together. Alright, it's been a few hours. We've got 2 more episodes to get through. I had a small disassociation on my phone. Everything's better now. Let's finish this. We open episode 14 with a white house, okay? It's like a little farmhouse situation. As we pan up the front steps, we see blood leading up into the house. We get inside, we find Enzo and Damon. They have hurt the farmer, the poor farmer's on the ground, okay? And they're arguing. Damon wants Enzo to leave because he's like, I'm going to eat you if you stay. Enzo is like, I actually don't abandon my friends. So no, and we're fine. You have 8 hours between feedings. We've got 8 more hours because they turned the farmer. So Damon like grabs the farmer up, eats the farmer, okay, rips his head off because he's a ripper, and then is like scarily like looking at Enzo, like with the blood all hanging out of his mouth, and he's just like, I'll kill you next. Enzo is watching him like the feral little demon that he is. He is smirking, and it's just this, listen, I don't know how I've watched this show as many times as I have and not ever even slightly considered the way they look at each other. I don't know where I was. I don't know where my head was. I don't know what was going on, but it's all I can see this time around. I don't know what happened, all right? Anyway, Enzo was like, you're not gonna scare me away, Damon. I'm the only friend you have left. To be such a good liar, Katherine Pierce is like truly terrible at it. So Elena and Stefan are studying, and she just fully like outs herself by being like, no, Stefan, that's incorrect. I know the history of that date better than you, and it's like from the 1600s, okay? And he's just like, no, it says it right here in the textbook. And she like insists and is just like, no, but I'm right. And then he's suspicious, and she has to be like, I wrote a paper about it a few years ago. Caroline shows up. Liz has been looking into Damon for them to gather some information, and now they know that Damon and Enzo have been going around turning people into vampires and then killing them. So Damon is a ripper. Stefan feels so guilty about this, but Caroline's insistent that it's not his fault, and hopefully they can fix it, even though there wasn't anything that could be done about Jesse. Elena volunteers to go with Stefan to look for Damon, and then Tyler calls Caroline and is like, do you know where Matt is? Because Nadia was compelling him and now Matt's missing. And Caroline is like, oh, no problem, Tyler. I will be right over to assist you. When Elena runs off to pack her bag, Caroline is like, isn't it funny, Stefan, how we're both dealing with like weird ex drama at the same time? And Stefan is like, well, you hooked up with the guy that killed Tyler's mom, so I can see why he would be a little upset with you, but me and Elena are fine. Nothing's wrong. Caroline points out how weird it is that Elena was like, okay, Stefan, I'll fight for Damon. I'll get him back. And then immediately was like, actually, just kidding. Damon sucks. I'm over him. Stefan is like, well, whatever's going on with her, we're about to be alone for 12 hours, so hopefully I can get it out of her and I'll figure it out. Katherine calls Nadia and is like, what is going on with Matt? Why are they all looking for him? Nadia has to tell her, sorry, he found out about you. Catherine's immediately like, okay, so kill him. But Nadia doesn't want to do that, and she's like, I'm handling it, and her plan is still to just get the vervain out of Matt and then compel away his memories. Enzo and Damon go to leave to go to New York, and then as they're trying to leave the house, Maxfield and the Travelers show up, and the Travelers spell them into the house, okay? So now Enzo and Damon can't leave, and Enzo has just become Damon's only source of food. Maxfield is basically just running another experiment now that Damon is like patient zero in his grand plan. When they start traveling, Stefan points out to Elena that it is a little weird that she's never shut Damon out so completely before, and so he's just a little concerned about why she's like so set on never forgiving him all of a sudden. She insists that she just wants off the roller coaster that is like trusting Damon. She's just sick of like the whiplash of sometimes him being good and other times him lashing out and being terrible. When he goes inside the gas station that they're stopped at to get a snack for the two of them, she rips out a hose in the back of his car to like cause car trouble. Damon throws a temper tantrum to try to break out of the house. He is shattering windows left and right, trying to find an escape route. There is not one. Enzo is shockingly calm. This photo of our boy Enzo is from this episode. He's just relaxing in a chair, trying not to freak out. Damon is like, you're always such a soldier, aren't you? You're always so calm. And Enzo's like, yes, well, hopefully I'm gonna get us out of this with my calm, unpanicked demeanor. Enzo wants to call Stefan or Elena because he's like, you have people that will help us. And Damon is like, no, I'm too far gone. They're not gonna come for us. They're not gonna help. And Enzo's like, or they will come and you're worried about hurting them more than you're worried about losing me. Damon's like, I'm not going to hurt you. We will find another way. But it's looking pretty damn bleak, y'all. Tyler and Caroline have a very awkward conversation on the couch. All of a sudden, Matt comes back, and then Nadia like comes in behind him and is like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said they weren't gonna be here. And Matt's like, oh, no problem. Come on inside, Nadia. He invites her into the safe house, and they're basically trying to imply to Tyler and Caroline that they've just been off together, secretly hooking up and like having a little weekend adventure. Stefan checks out the car and he's like holding like part of the engine, like a big hose. And he's like, I don't know how this broke off. Here, Elena, please hold it. Be careful, there's grease on it. Katherine, being Katherine, is like, oh, there's grease on it? Okay. She just shoves it all over her shirt, then gets it on her hands and like touches her face. So now she's covered in grease. And Stefan's like, you weren't even a little bit careful. What the heck were you doing? And she's like, sorry, I saw a hotel. Should we go, like, try to get a room and, like, get cleaned up? Like, you have grease on your hands. Like, we should go get cleaned up, right? And he's like, yeah, no, I'll just stay here with the car. And she's like, Stefan, come on, don't you have a phone? They can call you when the car is ready. Get my bag. And then she, like, struts off, and Stefan's very conflicted, but he follows her. Matt explains that he was upset about what had happened, so he was going to leave town for a little bit, and then on his way out, he found Nadia, and Nadia was apologetic because she does care about Matt, and she feels so bad for hurting Tyler. So they apologized to each other, and then they made up and decided to go on a little adventure. Caroline thinks Nadia is lying and compelling him, but Matt is like, no, I'm not lying at all, okay, Caroline? Like, I'm telling the truth. I like Nadia. I wanted to be with her. Nadia is a mean girl and Catherine's daughter, so she makes it personal by being like, I don't know why you're so upset, Caroline. It's not like you don't also have a questionable history with people. Like, did you or did you not sleep with the guy that murdered Tyler's mom? And then Tyler is there, and Tyler's like, yeah, I am way too sober to have this conversation. So he goes to leave. Caroline follows him and is like, you can't seriously believe her, right? Like, she's making this up. And Tyler's like, I don't know, Caroline. Matt did spend a whole summer sleeping with Rebecca across Europe. Maybe he's just got questionable taste in women. At the hotel, Stefan says that things with Damon are pretty bad, and he knows that, but he ultimately believes that they're gonna get him back because Damon's not actually a lost cause. He says that he knows exactly what Damon's feeling because when he was the one that Elena was in love with, he felt like he could do anything, he was on top of the world, and when they broke up, and that, like, love vacuum was taken away, he was distraught and broken, and he was just like a menace to society. So it makes sense that Damon, being Damon, has taken that to even more extremes and is being truly the worst ever, but he thinks he can be fixed. Back at the farmer's house, Enzo has found some chains that he plans to tie Damon up with so that hopefully they can keep him locked in a chair and he won't rip Enzo's head off. But Damon is, like, very bleak. At this point, he's reached, like, full disassociation mode, and he's like, there's no other way for it, Enzo. Either I kill you or you kill me. We're not getting out of this. Enzo's like, no, you don't get to run from this, okay? That's what you do. You run away from your problems. You're not running from this, Damon. We're handling it together. Damon's like, when I stay, I destroy things. And Enzo gets all up in his face. He, like, leans over the chair, and he's like, we're not all as fragile as you think we are. Then Enzo steals Damon's phone and calls Elena. And even though Damon is like, don't come, Elena, don't come anywhere near here, she gets a little evil smirk on her face and is like, we'll be right there, Enzo. We'll be there as soon as we can. We're on our way. Then Stefan comes back into the room and she lies. And she's like, oh, I wasn't talking to anybody. Sorry. In the house, Maxfield shoots Enzo in the shoulder so that there's blood, you know, and that enrages Damon. He breaks out of the chains and just, like, attacks Enzo and starts killing him. Enzo is, like, holding onto him and begging him to stop. He's literally like, Damon, please, Damon, you're killing me, stop. But Damon cannot control himself, and it's not going to end well for our boy Enzo. And then the travelers get involved, and all of a sudden Damon, like, rips away from Enzo and starts, like, choking on his blood. And instead of Enzo being like, whew, thank God I'm saved, he immediately rounds on Maxfield and is like, what did you do to him? What's wrong? What's happening to Damon? Even though he was literally about to die like a second before that. Maxfield is like, oh, the travelers just turned your blood to sulfuric acid. Damon was burning and choking on it. Sorry. Also, Enzo, I need you to do another job for me. Head on out, or you can stay here with your cannibal bestie and see if he eats you. Enzo doesn't want to go, but Damon insists and is like, get out of here, run. We get another Nina in the shower scene. This one is pretty iconic because our man Stefan is fighting for his life, okay? She ends up using it as like a ploy for him to like see her naked for a second and like get ideas in his head because she's evil. She comes out of the bathroom fully dressed and then like sneaks up next to him, turns him around. He has just seen her through the doorway and is having emotions. So then they end up like kissing. And at first Stefan is like, whoa, what's going on? I don't want to do that. And then he falls for it because it's Elena and he loves her. He can't say no to that face. This is the face of his true love. So then they start kissing again, but then he pulls back again and he's like, no, wait, this is wrong. We can't be doing this. You just broke up with Damon. Like, no, absolutely not. And Katherine is like, oh my God, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Like, you go finish up, get the car, and I'll pack our bags, okay? I'll get our stuff ready. Then when Stefan leaves, Katherine's like, I'm an evil genius. And she's smiling and like smirking to herself and she's so happy. Katherine calls Nadia to fill her in on what she knows about Damon. And she's like, so I have a question for you. Do you think Stefan loves Elena or Damon more? Because I'm thinking I go to Damon with Stefan. I instigate Damon trying to kill me, and then Stefan will have to kill Damon in order to save my life. It's genius. And Nadia is like, oh my God. Oh my God. Have fun with that. I'm gonna fix the Matt situation. Goodbye. Matt tells Nadia that he's confused on why she's giving Katherine so much of her time when clearly Katherine is not even really that concerned with her or worried about her or caring about her in the slightest. Nadia brushes it off, but Matt is like, no, I know this behavior. My mom is the exact same way. Like, we can't just keep letting them treat us badly and then being like, oh my God, why do they treat us badly? Why do we always let them back in? And Nadia is like, we let them back in because they're our moms and we can't say no to them. Then she bites his wrist to ensure that he's no longer on Vervain and then says that their fun is over when she realizes he's all clean. He ends up grabbing her and kissing her and being like, since I'm gonna forget it anyway. And then when she asks why he would do that, he's like, well, I just wanted to thank you, you know? I couldn't have asked for a better captor. Like, you could have killed me and you didn't. He's a smart boy, and he's been listening to everybody that's told him, your blue eyes are so beautiful, your sweet face could get you away with anything, because he uses it to his advantage. They start hooking up because she falls for the trap. He gets her phone out of her pocket, and then he frantically sends a text message. All he's able to get out is, help K, but it's enough, okay? It's gonna be enough. Nadia catches him, and then she's so hurt because this is like a big betrayal, and he's like, I don't know what you expected, okay? You say I'm a decent guy, of course I'm gonna try to save my friends. He also insists that she's also decent, and he's like, why can't you just be a good guy with me? Why do you have to work with Katherine? Nadia compels him to forget everything and then goes to leave. But Caroline is there because Matt sent the text to her. So she's like, what exactly does help K mean? And Matt's like, I have no idea. I don't remember doing that. And Caroline's like, oh, because she compelled you again. The girls get into a fight and then Tyler interrupts before Nadia can kill Katherine. And while Tyler and Nadia fight, Tyler bites her. Matt is left so confused by this. Like, poor human Matty, okay? Y'all can hate him all you want. He goes through it. Damon is still inside the farmer's house, only now he's alone and he's being all melancholy and sad. Elena shows up and he like senses her presence behind him before he turns to see her. She tries to come inside and he's like, no, don't do that. And he freaks out and keeps her back. He is so sad and so pitiful. He's got the energy of like a wet rat right now. He's like, please just leave. Don't come inside. You can't help me. I did this to myself. It's my own fault. Leave me alone. Stefan's like, Damon, we're not afraid of you. We're not going anywhere. And then because Katherine is the worst, she just steps inside the house and she's like, I'm not afraid of you either, Damon. Our boy panics and starts trying to shove her back out the door, but he can't get her out. She says, doesn't he see what she's doing? She's proving that he's not a lost cause. And then Stefan comes inside too. So this is literally Damon's nightmare. This is everything he didn't want. Katherine can't let this be enough. She cuts her hand and then walks over to Damon and is just like, see, Damon, you can fight it. You don't have to bite me. You love me too much to bite me, don't you, Damon? Turn around and look at me. Look at my bleeding hand. Don't you love me too much to bite me? But he's sick and he can't control himself. So when he turns around, he attacks her. And do you know what Elena Gilbert does? She kicks a stake towards Stefan and Stefan sees it and is like, girl, I'm not killing my brother. So he picks up a shard of glass, cuts his own hand and is like, Damon, here boy, come on, bite me instead. Drink from me instead. Damon lets go of Elena, so she's not dead. He turns towards Stefan, and really quickly, before anything else can happen, Stefan snaps Damon's neck. Caroline and Tyler are trying to figure things out together, but Matt has no memories, so he is now useless once more. Tyler apologizes here for how mean he was to her. He's like, I know I had my reasons, but it wasn't an excuse, and I'm sorry. She says she forgives him, and she just wants to work to a place where they can be good together again. He says, here's the thing, you slept with my mortal enemy, okay, the man who killed my mom. I don't think I can come back from that. I don't think we can ever be good again. I'm so glad that he's honest with her, because it gives her a chance to be like, okay, Tyler, I hear you, and walk away and give him the space he's asking for, because Caroline doesn't let things go. So until he told her that, she was just gonna beg and insist and try to force a friendship that he wasn't comfortable having anymore, and we support boundaries. So Damon wakes up in the Salvatore house, locked in the basement. He's like, Stefan, I know you can't help yourself, but when you bring home a rabid animal, you're gonna get bit. Stefan is like, rabid animal, I'm not scared of you. I don't know if you know this, but I actually invented being a ripper, Damon, so I can help you. This feeling of like crazy, unsatiable hunger that you're feeling, I have that all the time. And I got control over it, so you can too. He says he's his brother, and he's never gonna give up on him. Damon's like, she has, meaning Elena. And then he says, isn't it so fricked up, sick and twisted that she came over tonight and she knew what had happened to Jesse, okay? Okay, so she knew that there was no coming back from the vampire killing disease, all right? And she, instead of listening to me and staying outside the house, came in and not only got close to me, but forcibly showed me her blood, knowing I wouldn't be able to resist it. And then, what did she do once I was attacking her, Stefan? That's right. She kicked a stake towards you, insisting that you kill me. I think she's given up for real now. She's done with me. Stefan's like, no, that can't be right, Damon. She's just upset. Katherine meets up with Nadia. She fills her in on everything that's happened, and it's very, very clear to all of us, including Nadia, that Katherine does not care about her, and Matt was right. She's only worried about Stefan. She even says to Nadia, I'm in a really good mood right now, so I don't have it in me to pretend to be worried about whatever it is that's bothering you. And Nadia is like, you won't have to worry about me much longer, actually. And then she shows her a bite mark from where Tyler bit her. Caroline is waiting at the Salvatore house when Stefan comes up from dealing with Damon. She tells him about Tyler and then about Nadia compelling Matt. He's like, what was she compelling him about? And she's like, I have no idea. She compelled him before he could tell me. All he texted me was, help, K. No one's suspicious. Stefan opens up about how weird Elena was on their trip and how she kissed him in the hotel room. And Caroline is like, she kissed you? And Stefan's like, no, it's okay. I mean, like, it wasn't great, but I stopped it. Like, I didn't let anything happen because, you know, the whole Damon situation, it's fresh. Like, things are just weird right now. They start to hear alarm bells in their heads, and they start putting the pieces together because they're smarter together than they are apart, thankfully. Stefan is the one that's like, help K. Katherine. Oh my God. The body snatching spell. Nadia wanted Katherine to do that, and Katherine said no. But what if she still did it? And Caroline is like, no way. No, we would have noticed. We would have. Oh my God. We open with a Nadia flashback. She's back in Europe looking for her mother. We can assume this is like when she started her search. She's trying to figure out why Katherine abandoned her. Then we cut to Nadia in the present, getting feverish, dealing with the hallucinations of the werewolf bite. Katherine's with her and she's like, Nadia, I didn't abandon you. You were snatched out of my arms as a baby. Katherine can't go to Klaus to get blood because she's afraid that he will just kill Nadia for spite since Nadia is Katherine's daughter, and also that would mean outing herself to Klaus and putting herself back into danger. Instead, she brought in Maxfield, and he's agreed to like study the toxin in her blood and make an antidote. Katherine promises to do better from this moment forward and be a good mom finally. Damon's response to Stefan telling him everything is just to like blankly stare at the wall and go, uh-huh, she's brilliant. He's having a crisis because now he and everyone else knows that everything he did post the Elena breakup was actually just because of Katherine. So once again, she sent this poor boy on a spiral that single-handedly destroyed and blew up his life. Yes, he made his own decisions, but she orchestrated it because she is evil. We cut to Matt and Tyler, who are also incredibly confused. Caroline's explaining it to them, and remember, Matt had his memory wiped, so he's even more confused than everybody else. Jeremy and Bonnie are also shook. Jeremy's like, she saved my life though, and Bonnie's like, she had to. If she wouldn't have saved you, it would have blown her cover and we would have known. So now that everyone's caught up, Stefan tells the gang that he's like, we still have the traveler knife. We're just gonna stab Katherine and then this will be over. Tyler's like, ugh, if you're waiting on Katherine to show herself over here and just come to one of you guys, that's gonna be a problem because I bit Nadia, so I bet she's not gonna leave Nadia's side. Matt is like, you bit Nadia and you just didn't tell any of us? And Tyler's like, sorry, I didn't think it was a big deal. She was trying to kill Caroline. So they decide that they're gonna have to figure out an excuse to get Katherine back to the town in a way that Elena won't be able to refuse. At first, Caroline calls and is like, we're throwing a surprise birthday party for Bonnie a week early. I need you to come help me set up. But Katherine's smart and she's like, I can't come, I'm so sorry. I'm making the funeral arrangements for Aaron because, you know, Damon killed him and I feel really guilty about it, so I'm taking it on for myself. Caroline's like, that's amazing, thank you, and gets off the phone. Then Bonnie calls and is like, I just really want like a day with you. Like, I'm really tired, I've really been going through it. Could we maybe get coffee? And Katherine's like, oh my God, that's so funny that you want to hang out and need a rest day because I'm like at the spa right now buying your surprise birthday spa trip. I can't come, sorry. So she gets out of that one too. She turns to Nadia and is like, why is everyone being so damn clingy today? What's going on? Stefan brings Damon some blood. They've figured out that if Damon has 4 ounces of blood 3 times a day, he'll be fine, but he also won't be too strong and be able to break out. Stefan goes to call Katherine to be the one to like insist she come back, which should have been the plan the whole time, okay? He should have started this whole situation. But before he can do that, Elena calls Damon. So they talk and she's like, now that the dust has settled, I just kind of want to talk about everything that happened and I just want to see you. Can we talk in person? Damon, being an idiot, is like, oh my God, of course. Come right now, Elena. We'll talk when you get here. Katherine turns to Nadia and is like, so Damon just tried to kill Elena less than 24 hours ago. There's no way he would let her back close to him again unless they know that it's me. And Nadia's like, oh my God, they know that it's you. At the same time, the boys are also having that realization where they're like, wow, that was so easy. She just agreed to come, no problem. And Damon's like, oh, because it was a trap. It was a trap and I fell for it. She knows. We see Nadia again in another flashback. She's still hunting down Katherine. She's piecing things together a little bit. At this point, she knows that Katherine kills people, and she's like, I want to know what kind of woman my mother is. Nadia wakes up again, and this time she's in a church. Katherine brought her somewhere so that she could keep her safe while Maxfield works. Nadia wants Katherine to run before the others catch her, but Katherine's like, I'm not leaving you. Like, once this is over, we're running away together. Damon suggests doing a locator spell with Liv to find Katherine, and that way they can hunt her down and they don't have to wait for her to come to them. So Bonnie goes looking for Liv again. This time she brings Jeremy with her. They like drop all the bombs on Liv, and Liv agrees because she's very flirty with Jeremy. She also just seems like a little bit excited and overwhelmed by all the craziness of their life, like she can't get enough of it. Tyler is left behind to watch over Damon while he's locked in the little downstairs basement area, and Damon, being Damon, knows all the buttons to push to make Tyler lash out and they get in a fight. Damon basically teases him about like staying in town, hoping that Caroline will like get back together with him and they can work things out. But he points out that the difference between them is that Elena has never turned her back on Damon and she's always fighting for him and trying to make things work, whereas Caroline saw what happened with Tyler and took the nuclear option, and she slept with Klaus because she knew it was going to be like an end-all be-all. Tyler was never going to take her back after she did that. Tyler rises to the bait because he's nothing if not a stupid teenage boy. He goes running into the room, he starts getting in Damon's face, and he's like, "You don't know anything about me, you're wrong." And Damon's like, "Maybe I don't know everything about you, but I know how to get you in this room." And then he bites Tyler, drinks from him a little bit, and then knocks him out against the wall and gets out. He breaks out the chains and runs away. Caroline and Stefan come running back in. They find Tyler. He is okay. I'm assuming that the reason why Damon didn't kill Tyler was because he was a hybrid, and so he didn't like have to kill him the way he would if he was just a regular vampire. So Tyler's fine, and he wakes up and tells them that Damon went after Maxfield. Things get weird when Liv does the spell to locate Katherine. She gets all flirty with Jeremy. She's holding his hand and like rubbing on his palm and trying to like talk about his pretty eyes and wondering if they look the same as Elena's. Bonnie is like, "Can you cool it? What is going on?" Jeremy's just kind of like along for the ride, laughing it off because he loves Bonnie and he's not worried about anything, but Bonnie is like very jealous, and I think Jeremy probably also likes that too because he's also a dumb teenage boy. But Liv is able to find Katherine. She says, "I think she's in a church." Katherine at that same moment is leaving the church to go find Maxfield and tell him to hurry up. Nadia begs her to be careful because everybody's looking for her. We cut to Maxfield with a little needle injection of like dark amber liquid that looks like the werewolf venom. Damon shows up asking for a cure, and Maxfield's like, "I don't even know what you're so upset about. You used to kill innocent people, now you kill vampires. You're still a murderer either way. I didn't make you like this, Damon. You already were like this. I just held up a mirror so you could see it for yourself." Then before he can inject him with that little weird vial that he had, Damon grabs him and starts tormenting him. He's like, "It's my turn to play doctor," and then he cuts out his eye. Nadia's having more memory flashes, this time one of her with Matt while they were traveling with Rebecca. This is the night that she took the earrings and the ring. We find out that she actually told Matt everything about Katherine being her mom, and when she found out that Matt knew Katherine, that was her reason for like wanting to go back to Mystic Falls in the first place. So if she'd never met Matt, if Matt wouldn't have been with Rebecca, she probably never would have found Katherine. Katherine makes it to the lab to find Wes and instead finds his mutilated body. Yikes. Her phone rings and it's Nadia calling, but when she answers, it's actually Stefan. He says he kidnapped Nadia and brought her back to the Salvatore house. Nadia tells Katherine to run away, but Stefan's like, "Sure, you can run, Katherine. Or you can come see your daughter one more time before she dies." Matt sits with Nadia while she's dying because she's in those like final throes of all the fever and the visions and stuff. Nadia ends up hallucinating that Matt is actually Gregor. She tells him she's so sorry for what happened to him and everything she did for her mom, and she hopes he can forgive her, and he gives her his forgiveness. The gang comes in and gathers around Nadia while she's dying so she doesn't have to die alone. Nadia asks if it's gonna hurt when she dies, and Bonnie's like, "You're not gonna feel any pain," and she explains to her how she's gonna cross over and Bonnie will be there with her and it'll all be okay. The door bursts open and Katherine comes in. Nadia is so happy and also so sad that Katherine came back to her. Katherine apologizes for being too much of a wimp to go after Klaus and get his blood, and also for being too late and not having a way to save her. In the end, Nadia is so far gone that she can't tell that she's talking to Katherine. She's like too stuck in the memories. She says, "I'm looking for my mother. She is a liar. She's a murderer. She manipulates. She betrays. She will do anything to survive." This like breaks Katherine, and she apologizes for being such a shit mom and for never giving Nadia what she deserved. So then she goes into Nadia's mind and gives her like a perfect day where Nadia is like a little girl and she gets to be with Katherine in their home together in Bulgaria. She had like a perfect day playing outside, and then she came home and Katherine had dinner with her and put her to bed, and the last words she says to her are, "Good night, Nadia. Sleep well." Nadia Nadia dies, and it's one of the most peaceful deaths in the whole series. She literally dies with a smile on her face, okay? And then, to make it even worse, Katherine says, your mother loves you, after Nadia is gone, but Nadia's ghost pops up, so she still gets to hear her say that. Then we have a sweet moment where like Nadia and Bonnie are interacting. There's no words said, but Nadia extends her hand, Bonnie takes it, and then Bonnie has to like hold in those sounds because even though Katherine sucks, they don't want her to hear that happening. So she like tries to be as quiet as possible, and it's really emotional and powerful. It's just a good sequence of scenes. Katherine gently closes Nadia's eyes and promptly ruins the mood by standing up to face the group. She tries to run, but Damon's at the door, and he's like, I don't think so. So now Katherine's cornered inside the house. She starts villain monologuing about who finally gets to kill her. She goes person to person and is like, Tyler ruined your life. You would want to kill me, wouldn't you? Caroline didn't really ruin your life, actually made your life better. Matt, I love you so much. You're like my favorite one night stand that didn't happen. And Matt's like, okay, thanks. I love being sexualized. Damon has nothing to say to her. He's like, we already did this once. I'm not wasting my breath on you again. She goes in on him and is like, I have things to say to you. I'm sorry that you blame me. I'm sorry that you think I ruined your life when actually I made you who you are, okay? I gave your life passion and drive and emotion and love. I'm sorry that you screwed it up all because I'm the one that taught you how to love. He just kind of like looks her up and down and is like, I'll see you in hell, Katherine. She turns to Stefan last and she's like, I always wondered what it would be like to be loved by you. You have to admit, for one moment, the feelings you felt for me were real. This role, playing Elena, has been the role of a lifetime. And then she kisses him. Don't worry though, in the end, Stefan is the one that stabs her. So she kisses him and then he's immediately like, "Argh," and just stabs her in the chest. She stumbles away from him, goes over to the couch, falls down, and they all watch as she finally die. And then her eyes flash to black and she passes out on Nadia's body. We cut to Matt a little while later, still sitting with Nadia. Jeremy comes in and is like, Stefan says we need to go take her to the woods and bury her. Matt is like, screw that, she deserves better. And he scoops Nadia up and refuses help and leaves with her. Damon and Stefan are with Elena waiting for her to wake up. Stefan asks what Damon's gonna do. And Damon's like, well, I have about 4 hours until I start trying to eat the next one of you. So I'm just gonna wait for her to wake up and then I'm gonna tell her everything I did and how much I screwed up. And I'm gonna hope that she can forgive me once she's her again. He doesn't want to be like Katherine and end up all alone when he dies. Caroline and Tyler talk and she admits that she feels kind of bad about what happened to Katherine, and he's like, well, yeah, you always end up seeing the good in people. And she goes, you mean like how I see the good in Klaus? And he's like, your words, not mine. And they get into another fight. She points out that he bit Nadia and she died and no one cares. And Tyler is like, well, maybe people just expect more from you, Caroline. And she's like, that's ridiculous, okay? I'm a vampire just like everybody else. I have the same urges that I fight. I have the same demons that I'm dealing with, and I should be able to make mistakes. And she just goes off on him. And like, okay, listen, on one hand, I get it, but also I don't like this scene because what was the point of the other one where he set a boundary and very kindly said, I don't think I can forgive you for this. I don't see us being friends again. And she said, okay, I understand. Then we move forward and she once again brings up Klaus. She didn't have to say that. She didn't have to be like, you mean I see the good in Klaus? She brought it up again after he told her he didn't want to talk about it anymore. And then when he gets mad, she gets more mad and they get into a fight. I just thought it was dumb. I don't like it. We cut to Bonnie in the church lighting a candle for her dad. Katherine shows up. She's a total bitch about how everything went down. She's like very bad at losing. Before Bonnie can force her to cross over, Katherine like pulls away from her and is like, are you listening to me? I said I'm sick of Elena always getting everything she wants. She starts to explain to us that Maxfield never planned on helping Nadia. We see a flashback once she had found his body and she found the tape recorder, and on the tape recorder, Maxfield basically was like, now that I've extracted the werewolf venom, I can add it to my Ripper vampire serum and it'll make it even more bad for the vampires that take it. We see Elena starting to wake up with the boys. Katherine tells Bonnie, Elena had everything I wanted. Until now. Then we see her take that injection with the scary amber liquid and shoot it into Elena. Elena opens her eyes and smiles at Damon. She's super happy to see him and Stefan. As she sits up, she finds the freaking needle injection in her coat pocket. Katherine is just the freaking worst and so stupid. She looks Bonnie in the eyes and goes, if I can't have Stefan, no one can. She didn't want Stefan. Oh my God. She was literally dating Damon and you broke them up. Oh my God. So then Katherine goes, okay, now I'm ready. And she takes Bonnie's hands and nothing happens. She shoves her hands on Bonnie's shoulders. Nothing happens. She's like, Bonnie, why aren't you letting me cross over? What's going on? Bonnie's like, I don't know, Katherine. I don't make the rules. I'm not the one who decides these things. Katherine goes, then who does decide? A wind rips through the church. The candles start blowing out. There's papers from the pews flying everywhere. The chandeliers are shaking. And Katherine gets snatched and dragged backwards by invisible hands. She starts being pulled down the aisle. She's calling for Bonnie. Bonnie's just watching oh no. Katherine is screaming, crying, throwing up. She's so scared. And then she gets pulled to the doorway. She's like this. She's crawling, trying to pull on the things. No, it's not working. Invisible hands have her. She gets yeeted into the night. Quite literally just whoop, snatched into the darkness outside. So you can say what you want, but that right there is a good villain ending. So remember, we ended last time with Katherine getting expelled from Elena's body and Elena waking up, and she may or may not have been poisoned with werewolf venom. So we're all a little concerned about that. We open this episode with a party going on at a random college bar. Elena's up on the bar dancing. Everybody's kind of teasing her and they're like, wow, she's having fun. We love seeing Elena like this. Matt's like, take it off, in a joking way. She pulls off one layer of her shirts because it's the 2000s, so she's got 4 different shirts on, okay? Let's not even unpack that right now. We don't have time. She offers Jeremy some shots. It's just messy. It's giving messy Elena. And then all of a sudden she jumps down off the bar and she's like, I don't know who you guys think I am, but clearly I'm Katherine. When do I ever let Jeremy drink and take my clothes off on bars? You guys are terrible friends. They all start panicking because they're like, Elena, what are you talking about? Of course you're yourself. What's wrong with you? She's having a nightmare. Elena wakes up in bed at the college. She tries to go outside and realizes she's been spelled into the building. Stefan is there and he's like, hello, we have a lot we need to talk about. She's been a little bit out of it because not only does she have the vampire Ripper virus, she's got the freaky hybrid version that has werewolf venom in it. So now she's trying to kill other vampires and actively dying. She wants to talk to Damon, but he cannot come to her because he is still locked up in the cellar since he also still has the vampire virus. We cut to Jeremy bringing Damon some food and messing with him. Damon is super chained up now because remember, he broke out before and got out and hurt Tyler. So they're avoiding that. They tightened his chains and now he can't go as far. Elena calls and they have such a sweet, precious conversation. It starts with, hey you, and it's so cute. So she wants to know how Katherine convinced him to believe the breakup and what happened and what she said. And Damon's like, yeah, I actually don't remember. It's not like it's been playing on my mind in a loop since it happened or anything. Definitely not. I don't know. She could have said anything, Elena. I don't remember. She tells him that she wanted to fight for him and she still does. Elena brings up Aaron and is like, I have to fix things with him because the last time I saw him, he was freaking out about me being a vampire and then I have no idea what's happened these last 3 weeks while Katherine's been in my body. So I've got to go talk to him and explain what happened. And Damon is like, maybe you should not do that, and then still doesn't tell her the truth because he's a little chicken. Caroline meets up with Enzo. It's all kinds of weird and awkward and a little sexually tense in some ways, but they're both looking for the antidote, so they kind of end up on the same team. Then it turns out he already has the antidote. Elena gets off the phone with Damon. Stefan comes over to give her some blood, because remember, they're rationing now so that her and Damon don't desiccate, but also they're not strong. Elena, when she stands up, like almost falls down. She's very dizzy, so the werewolf venom is acting fast. She insists that she could probably come out of the prison they've put her in, and he's like, yeah, okay, you think so? He bites his wrist and shows it to her, and she goes absolutely feral and tries to maul him through the like witch barrier. So then she panics about the fact that now she's a Ripper because she doesn't want to be a monster, and she says she hates Katherine and she regrets ever offering her her forgiveness. Caroline calls and confirms the suspicions that something else is wrong with Elena, and she's like, yeah, no, she's got werewolf venom in her. Don't worry, I can get us the antidote, but Stefan, you have to come here and meet me, and I can't tell you why. Stefan's like, I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on, and all she can say is that the travelers don't want the witches, meaning like Liv, to figure out what they're doing, so she's like, you just have to come meet us and trust me. Before Stefan can leave Elena, she asks him why Katherine stayed in town and didn't run away, and she figures out that Katherine went after Stefan, and he has to admit that they did in fact kiss. Bonnie is teaching Liv more magic. Liv is like very enthusiastic and excited and wants to do like more big spells, but then Bonnie forces her to do like a basic fire spell and she can't. And so Bonnie is like, yeah, we need to fix the basics first and then we can go back to the bigger stuff. Elena starts trying to call Aaron to get up with him, but obviously the boy is dead, so it keeps going to voicemail. Elena opens up her journal to write and finds that Katherine was writing in it because she was pretending to be Elena, and Elena journals. So she wrote all this stuff about how she was Katherine and how everybody was so stupid, and also like, I'm getting back with Stefan, I love him, I think he loves me, everything's perfect. And it makes Elena have this weird like vision of what happened when Katherine was in her body. It's not accurate though. Like she goes into this like mind vision where she pictures her and Stefan getting to the hotel and like the grease being on her shirt, so she has to change, and she tries to change in front of Stefan, and Stefan's like, oh my god, don't do that, I don't need to be looking at you like that, stop. And Katherine's like, why? Like, don't you want to? They start kissing. She freaks out because she's like, no wait, I'm Elena, Stefan, stop. He thinks she's just teasing him. It's very uncomfortable, and then Damon shows up and is like, you should have known better, like Elena would never kiss you, Elena's in love with me. And it's this whole weird scene that happens, and then Elena wakes up and she's got a nosebleed and she's in a lot of pain. Caroline and Stefan meet up with the travelers and Sloane. Basically, when he got roped into helping Maxfield again, he ended up being experimented on by the travelers one more time, and because of that they were able to make an antidote. They agree that they can help make one for Elena, but they need Caroline and Stefan to help them find another doppelganger because they need doppelganger blood for something they're doing that we're not allowed to know about yet. Elena calls Damon to explain that she's getting sick with the werewolf blood and she's having all these weird visions and like she really feels bad. They get a little flirty again, but nothing happens. He owns up to killing Maxfield and she's upset with him. She's like, Aaron didn't deserve that. That was his only family. What were you thinking? But Damon still doesn't tell her about Aaron. Enzo explains that the travelers want Stefan and Elena to be the final pair of doppelgangers, will not explain why, will not explain why they need the blood. He just says there is an extra Stefan doppelganger running about and they need to find him and kill him. Elena is getting real sick real quick. She keeps passing out, having visions, she's starting to get feverish, it's not going good. She dreams of Aaron coming to see her. He says that he isn't really there, and then he like has his wounds on him, and she's like, oh my god, did I kill you? What happened? But then it's not Aaron, it's this guy. He helps her up and she's like, what are you doing here? I thought everybody was on break. And he's like, oh, I came back to school early because of a breakup. His name is Luke, and they apparently met at the bitter ball, so he knows her, but she has no memory of him. She compels him to stand still, and she is like on her way to turning him into a vampire to kill him so she can feed off of him. And then she realizes that he has bite marks on his neck, and he's like, yes, my boyfriend thought they were hickeys, but clearly it's some rash. And she realizes, oh my god, Katherine was using you as a blood bag. That's terrible. Get out of here. She sends him after Bonnie and Liv. Elena calls Damon, freaking out about killing Aaron, like having a full-blown panic attack. He says he knows what happened, but it's not the right time to tell her. She thinks he's lying. She thinks everybody's lying. She explodes and throws the phone away. So now Damon is freaking out because he realizes she is going off the deep end rapidly. Damon wants to go to her, so he starts begging Matt and Jeremy to let him out. He ends up getting Matt into the room and the chain wrapped around Matt's neck, and he gets Matt's ring off, so he's going to kill Matt if Jeremy doesn't let him out. Jeremy's like, what is wrong with you? I can't let you out. You will kill Elena. And Damon is like, I would never hurt Elena, but Elena is going to hurt herself. You need to let me out right now or I'm killing Donovan. Make your choice. Stefan gets set up to do the mind link so they can find the doppelganger, and Caroline stays with him. Enzo takes the antidotes and leaves. Sloane takes Stefan's blood, which worries him because when Ketsia did the link, she didn't have to do that. Sloane is like, yeah, well, I do. Deal with it. They start the spell, and it's just as painful as it was the last time and very hard for Stefan to deal with. Elena is having a breakdown in her dorm room, burning all the stuff that Katherine touched while she was Katherine instead of herself. Bonnie and Liv show up, and Bonnie tries to calm her down and be like, you know, this isn't you. You're not supposed to be acting like this. It's just the fever. If you just calm down, everything will be fine. Elena starts freaking out about how she has to leave immediately, and then she starts threatening Liv. And Bonnie is like, do you hear yourself? You don't threaten people, calm down. And Elena goes, oh my God, you're right. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. And then she breaks a chair leg and stabs Liv and is basically just like, let me out or she'll die. She needs my blood, so drop the barrier and I'll heal her, or she can die. Your choice. Liv immediately starts like gurgling blood, like it hits her and blood comes up. So it's not good. Stefan is still under the spell. It was like not dark when they started the process. It is now nighttime. So he's having a bad day. We see a vision of an EMT, Stefan Doppelganger. He is working at a hospital. They figure out that he's in Atlanta, but that's all the information they can get. Stefan is really struggling and like on the verge of being like cracked open with his mind. Sloane is insisting that they keep doing it. She doesn't care because they don't need Stefan alive. They just need Stefan's blood. So even if he dies, they can still use the doppelganger blood. It doesn't matter. Caroline draws a knife on Sloane and is like, knock it off. There's a way we can all get what we want. Leave Stefan alone. Elena is out and about losing her marbles and coughing up blood in the streets. Aaron shows up again, but it's actually Damon, and he gives her some blood from Stefan to like help her calm down. She starts freaking out that Katherine won when she turned her into a monster and everything's ruined now. He tries to comfort her, but she can't take it. This is when he finally admits that he killed Aaron, and he's basically like, I wish I could tell you that I did it like in an accident or something like that, but no, I did it to prove you right after you said I was a monster who could just kill without feeling. I just needed to prove you right about that because you broke up with me and it made me really sad. And Elena's like, oh my God. What's wrong with you? Enzo shows up with the antidotes. Stefan is hurt, but he wakes up, he looks over at Caroline, and he's like, oh my God, Rebecca. She's like, no, oh no. He's like, oh my God, I'm just kidding. It's Lexi, right? He's the worst, but he's fine. So Caroline has agreed to go with Enzo to track down the EMT Stefan Doppelganger because Stefan can't leave because the travelers need him as insurance. And they have to use the mind link to keep tracking the EMT Stefan. They're like in like a train yard for this scene, so we get a shot of her like walking down a little ramp to get off the cart, and while she's walking, Enzo like offers her a hand and she just ignores him completely, and it's beautiful. Bonnie and Liv talk. Bonnie is very upset about what happened to Liv, and she's like, I completely understand if you don't want to do this anymore, like this is what you said you were afraid of. I'm so sorry I dragged you into it. But Liv is like, no girl, it's totally fine. I'm not worried. Like, I want to be part of this life. This is so exciting. You're teaching me so much. I want to do this and I want you to be my teacher. Please, Bonnie. And Bonnie's like, okay, deal. I'll see you tomorrow. Liv goes into her room, waves her hands, and just lights all the candles in her room. Luke is there. He is secretly her twin brother. Surprise. So they've been lying to everybody, okay? They know stuff we don't know, and they infiltrated the group for some reason. Damon and Elena are together. She says that he's the one that should have realized that she was Katherine and not Elena. And he's like, yes, girl, I know. Believe me, I feel stupid and terrible about it. This is the iconic, that's how much control you have over me. Well, I'm still here. That's how much control you have over me. Don't you see? We're toxic, you and I. We're bad for each other. That's this scene. She hits him with a, yes, Damon, you screwed up, and I am so unbelievably mad at you, but I love you. He says, so then stop loving me. She says she can't. They agree they do not work and things need to end. She says, okay, wonderful. It just ended. We're over. They then proceed to jump each other and fall into bed. I will say this is one of my favorite hookup scenes, okay? Fire breather starts playing. It's a good moment. It's a good scene. We open with Tom, the Stefan doppelganger. He's an EMT and a really sweet person. I hope nothing bad happens to him. Damon and Elena wake up post-hookup the next morning. It's awkward. He's very flirty. She maintains that they broke up and they must stay broken up, so she leaves. Sloan calls Enzo with the updated information about Tom, which is that he works at a specific hospital in Atlanta, so she used the spell again to work on Stefan and use the mind link. Caroline is pissed because she explicitly told Sloan not to do that. I don't know why Caroline believes any of the bad guys, but she always does. Damon is getting drunk at the grill with Matt and Tyler because Tyler now spends almost all of his time at the grill also getting drunk. The boys try to mess with him and Damon is like, listen. Matt Donovan, you are a loser who still works at the grill 3 years after high school. I don't know how your life could get any sadder than that. Tyler, your entire life went up in smoke in New Orleans, then you came back and lost your girlfriend. I will not be taking advice from either of you. Thank you very much. Liv comes in to buy alcohol. Damon flirts. Because he is consistently the worst, she blows him off and leaves. As he goes to leave, he sees Liv sit down with Jeremy. Elena calls and tells Bonnie, hello, I broke up with Damon last night, and then also, I slept with him. Bonnie realizes that neither of them were with Jeremy the night before because Elena says he wasn't home and Bonnie says he wasn't with her. So Bonnie at this point starts to get suspicious. Elena goes to the school to meet with Jeremy's teachers because it's like parent-teacher day or whatever. We haven't had one of those yet, but we do now. Damon shows up because he's actually the one listed on Jeremy's legal guardian form. Enzo and Caroline are at the hospital together looking for Tom. He is so into her, and he keeps teasing her because he's like, I've been told that you like British bad boys. Is that true? Yes or no? Like a little note that he's passing to her. Like, check yes or no. Do you like me? Do I count as a hot man with an accent? She is very much not into it. She's like, if you don't stop talking to me, I'm gonna kill you myself. Which he just thinks is hot because these boys are crazy. He insinuates that he only came to help with everything because he likes Caroline. It's not really true. In actuality, she reminds him of Maggie, that girl that he was in love with at Augustine. And Caroline is like, oh, let me guess. Did she remind you that you needed to be a better person? And he's like, no, actually. She reminded me that I'd been good all along. Thank you very much. A doctor comes over and tells them that Tom has been missing for 4 months and no one knows where he is. Caroline calls to tell Stefan, but she's on speaker, so Sloan hears everything. So who wants to make a bet on whether or not she does the linking spell again? So they do the spell. Stefan's screaming in agony. Caroline talks to him through the phone to keep him in place because they're afraid he's gonna lose his memories and his sense of self and just disappear into the broken shambles of his mind, and Sloan doesn't care. They get more info about Tom. They see him meeting up with a lady that has red hair. She says that he saved her friend and she wants to take him to dinner to like thank him for that. Tom's really sweet and he's like, yeah, why not? That would be great. She gives him an address and is like, okay, pick me up at 7. And he's like, absolutely. Stefan is able to wake up and tell Caroline the address, so he's still fine. But then he says, Caroline, he's a good person. Don't do it. We go back to Damon and Elena in the school waiting for the teacher to come in and talk to them about Jeremy. It's very clear that they still want to be together. There's a lot going on. Things get real heated real quickly. He also tells her about seeing Jeremy with Liv, but she's convinced that Jeremy would never cheat on Bonnie, not after what happened before, you know, the ghost girlfriend history thing. She's like, that will never happen again. He learned his lesson. The teacher comes in and catches them fighting and then is like, here's the thing. Jeremy is skipping class, getting into fights, and cheating in math. And I think it's y'all's fault because chaos at home tends to lead to chaos in the classroom. Caroline and Enzo get to the address. They open the door and can't go inside because the witch lives there and owns the house, so they can't get in. They see the witch. She's like in a circle on the floor in a trance, not able to like look at them. So Enzo just kills her so that they can go inside. Bonnie has finally snapped because Luke has been in the library with her, like watching her this whole afternoon. So she snaps and goes to him and is like, can I help you? Do you need something? Why do you keep looking at me? And he starts like making excuses and he's like, whoa, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. Also, I'm gay. I don't like you. Then the red-haired lady shows up and she tells Bonnie, she's like, oh, wonderful. You're with Luke. I need you to give him a message for me. She says that they were trying to hide the doppelganger with magic, but they got caught. So now he's going to be found. Her name is Hazel. Luke will know what to do with that information. Bonnie yells out in pain when Hazel crosses over. Luke is like, whoa, what just happened to you? And Bonnie is like, you want to tell me why a red-haired lady named Hazel said she has a message for you, bro? Back at the grill, Liv and Jeremy are talking under a silencer spell so that Tyler can't hear them because Liv is afraid that he's listening in, and he is. Also, just a side note that will be relevant later, Tyler's pretty into Liv. He thinks she's hot. Liv wants to work with Jeremy and has gone after him because he is a hunter. So throwback to when she was being all weird and like flirting with Jeremy. Yeah, she was just trying to get in with him in whichever way she could so that she could use him because he's a hunter and he can't be taken over by the travelers. This is when we learn that the travelers and the witches hate each other. The witches put a curse on the travelers. The travelers have never forgiven them. There's like fighting on both sides. It's dramatic. It boils down to they're doing something in Mystic Falls and it involves Elena, so they need to keep Elena safe. Then Liv gets a text that says, Hazel is dead. Time for plan B. And she just leaves. And she's like, sorry, Jeremy, you were plan A. I have other things I have to do now. Goodbye. She goes to leave. Tyler tries to stop her and she uses her magic on him and is like, also, I'm not a newbie witch. So let's jot that down. Back at the school, Damon goes absolutely feral in the hallway with Elena. I'm not even going to repeat to you what this man says, okay? But you just need to know that Do I Want to Know is playing in the background and it's a lot to handle. Caroline's really pissed that Enzo killed Hazel. He's like, what exactly were we supposed to do? We had to get inside. She wasn't gonna let us in. I did what needed to be done. He also picks on her about how she's never actually gonna be able to kill Tom. And she's like, do you want me to apologize for being a good vampire? Do you want me to like pretend to be upset that I have a moral compass and I don't like killing people? Because that's not gonna happen, Enzo, okay? Not all of us are crazy killers. He says, I'm not a crazy killer, actually, and I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that you need to be prepared for what you're about to do because I don't think you are. She insists that she will do anything for Stefan as long as it will keep him safe, and then they hear a heart beating. They find Tom down in the basement in a circle of salt with like an oxygen thing and an IV, so that's what's been keeping him alive. She like tries to wake Tom up, but he doesn't wake up. Enzo is like, you really don't have to do it, Blondie. I will do it. It's not a big deal. We can lie to Stefan and tell him you did it if you want. She's like, no, it has to be me. I made the deal. I promised I would do it. She goes to like strangle Tom and he wakes up. So she compels Tom to relax and she's like, I'm your really good friend. You don't have to be afraid of me. Nothing's gonna happen. This isn't gonna hurt. She goes to reach for his neck again and then flash jumps to Enzo, snaps his neck. Tom is like, whoa, what's going on? And she's like, don't worry, I'm getting you out of here. Bonnie confronts Luke about all the lying, but then Jeremy calls and he's like, Liv is up to something. We have to find Elena. Bonnie turns around to look at Luke and he's gone. Damon and Elena hook up in a classroom like a bunch of teenagers. Don't worry, it's a dream. She has to leave his vicinity. They're in like a room listening to a teacher talk and it's really boring. That's why she was daydreaming about Damon in the classroom. She leaves to get some air. Liv finds her and Liv is like, I'm so sorry, Elena. It's time for plan B. I tried to keep you safe. I swear, my coven, we've been trying to keep you safe. We can't do it anymore. You're too dangerous alive. And she like throws a bunch of wood at Elena and then grabs a stake and goes to kill her. But before she can, Damon shows up and he knocks her out and is like, word to the wise, if you're gonna kill somebody, don't waste time feeling bad about it, idiot. Tom tells Caroline he has exactly no memories after going to meet Hazel, and she's like, yeah, that's because she put a spell on you, but it's okay, you're fine now, I'm gonna take care of you. She gives him like a whole rundown of everything. He is just a wacky little dude, okay? He's like a weird version of Stefan. There's like elements of the other doppelgangers in him, but he's kind of like that unhinged version of Silas that made the knock knock joke in the car. That's the version that he like reminds me the most of. She can't find anything wrong with him that would give her permission to kill him. She was hoping maybe he had like a big scary secret in his past, but he's actually just like one of the kindest, nicest people she's ever met. He starts to choke on his food and she like pulls the water glass away from him and just watches him die, but it's actually just another vision. We keep getting a lot of those this episode. Damon tries to get info out of Liv, but she refuses, so he starts torturing her. Elena freaks out on him, and she's like, you do realize that this is the reason why you and I broke up, don't you? Liv ends up admitting that Elena is the last female doppelganger, and now that the travelers sent people after Tom, and that doppelganger is probably gonna be killed, it's gonna mean that Stefan and Elena are the last two alive, which means that they can use their blood in that ritual for whatever it is that the travelers are trying to do that the witches are trying to prevent. Damon is like, oh my god, amazing. Now I have to kill Liv because she's not gonna stop coming after you. Sorry. But before he can do it, Jeremy shows up and gets in between them and is like, if you're gonna kill Liv, you're gonna kill me too. Matt and Tyler roll up on Luke trying to save Liv and stop him. Jeremy and Damon square up. Jeremy is insisting that he can keep Liv in check and he can make sure that she's gonna save Elena instead of hurt her. Elena is like, you know, Jeremy, I have a hard time believing you because you've been lying to us about your behavior in school. And Jeremy is like, I'm sorry, but look at where we are right now. This is why I have problems in school, Elena. Our life is a living hell. I can fix this, just let me do it. And Elena agrees. Jeremy takes Liv out to see Luke, and he's basically like, look, you two know what's going on. I can help. I will do whatever you want me to as the hunter, but also my friends are coming. So now we've got the A-team of Liv, Luke, Jeremy, Matt, and Tyler. What could go wrong here? Caroline and Tom are walking back to her car. Enzo comes out of nowhere and just snaps Tom's neck. The boy is dead. Caroline's so devastated. Enzo says, look, I had to do it. He had to die or they were never going to tell me where Maggie was. Caroline says, well, if Maggie's anything like me, then I guarantee you she just lost every bit of respect for you that she had. Enzo is like, well, then I will just earn her forgiveness back. Won't I, Blondie? So he's very upset, very scared that Maggie will actually hate him now. Elena and Damon are at home drinking together. She says that she thinks the teacher was right and they are the reason why Jeremy is the way he is. And Damon's like, no, actually Jeremy was right. It's his life. That's why he is the way that he is. Jeremy comes out and is like, hey, I'm not mad at any of you guys, but I need to figure out how to handle things like a big boy on my own. So I'm gonna move in with Matt and Tyler in the Mojo Dojo Casa house. Caroline gets back to the junkyard where the travelers have moved and she finds Stefan and they end up like in the back of a car together laying down. She says she's sorry she failed and that she couldn't do it even if it meant saving him. He says he knew she wasn't going to be able to do it and it's okay. The travelers were never going to let him go anyway. That's why he didn't want her to do it. They end up like lightly cuddling in the back of the car and it is so stinking cute. Elena is packing to go back to school. Damon offers to drive her home, but she says no. It's basically come to a head where she is kind of like, I love you too much, and if we're alone in the car or you walk me to my door, I'm not going to be able to stop myself from holding your hand or kissing you. And we are not only bad together, we make each other do bad things for the other person. So we have to stop. We have to just cold turkey knock it off and I'm leaving. Damon comes over, takes her face in his hands, gives her a kiss on the forehead and says, travel safe. In his little pitiful sad voice. Bonnie calls Jeremy again and is like, hi, it's your girlfriend Bonnie. I miss you. I want to know you're okay. Please call me. Stefan and Caroline moved around in the back of the car in their sleep and now they are properly cuddling. Before it was just like a little bit of a cuddle. Now it's like they're cuddling. They wake up to the travelers chanting. The travelers are drinking a mix of Elena and Stefan's blood. Sloane picks up a flaming torch, lights one of them on fire, and then they all catch on fire. They start screaming and chanting and dying. Caroline and Stefan run away. So Bonnie, as the anchor to the other side, is overwhelmed by all these people suddenly showing up. They're still chanting while they cross over, so they're just saying the chant, touching her, crossing over, saying the chant, touching her, crossing over. There's way too many of them. She passes out, and while she's on the floor, a shadow like comes out of her body going the opposite direction, and it turns into a man. We don't get to see his face. he just struts off down the hallway into the dark. Episode 18, we open with Elena looking like she did in season 1, okay? Remember the straight hair, the leather jacket. She's at a table in Mystic Falls writing in her journal. She rips out a page, it blows away on the wind. Stefan picks it up. He's like, what is this? She's like, oh, it's a particularly embarrassing page from my journal. He's like, you censor your journal? She's like, yes, don't you? He's like, no, that defeats the purpose of a journal. She's like, please give me back the page. They pass the page back to each other and their fingers brush, and it's like a whole moment. And then the vision stops and we realize it's a vision. Stefan is in the middle of the street and nearly gets hit by a car, and Elena wakes up in bed. Enzo and Damon are at the Salvatore house playing pool because part of Damon's breakup meltdown this time was to buy a pool table. Enzo is picking on him in the best way. I love their chemistry. I love their friendship. So he's just tormenting Damon about the fact that Damon loves Elena still and now he's in the friend zone. Ouch, doesn't that hurt? Isn't this the worst? And Damon's like, I will throw the 8-ball through your skull, my guy. Try me. Also, Enzo hasn't found Maggie because the travelers all died before they could tell him. Elena and Caroline walk into the grill and Elena drops her keys. She picks them up and has another memory flash, this time of her and Stefan coming home from a date and kissing at the front of her house, but also they're still in high school and her parents are still alive. It's very strange. She comes to at the table with Caroline and she's like, how did I get over here? And Caroline's like, you walked? We just walked across the room, Elena. That's what people do. And then we sat down and now we're here. What's wrong with you? Oh my God, did you have another sex dream about Stefan? And Elena's like, they're not sex dreams. Quit calling them that. But yes, what is going on? Stefan calls Caroline and he's like, hello, you know how sometimes you call me to get me to tell you that you're not crazy? Well, I'm calling you now so that you can tell me that I'm not crazy because I'm having visions about Elena and I almost got hit by a car this morning and now it just happened again and I'm scared, Caroline. And Caroline is like, oh honey, nothing's wrong with you, but something's definitely wrong because the same thing's happening to Elena. Bonnie calls Jeremy again. This little shit still hasn't called her back. She feels a breeze and then slips into the other side and we see Grams. Grams says that the witches were talking about whatever the travelers did. It was bad and they're pretty sure somebody slipped through and got out because now the other side is crumbling apart and it's getting real scary real quick. Liv has to stab Matt and Tyler with the traveler knife just to ensure that they're not passengers before they agree to let them all work together. Tyler, to show off and be hot in front of Liv, is like, I'll do it myself. And he stabs himself and then he's gonna heal, you know? Matt is like, that's awesome, but I'm a human. And also I already had a passenger in me, so I think I would know if it was happening again. Liv is like, do you want me to do it for you? And she goes to push the knife into his shoulder. She's like, we don't have to do it too deep. It probably won't hurt that bad. And what do we think Matt does? That's right, he grabs her hand, stares her in the eyes, and just shoves it into his shoulder himself. And she's just kind of like, boys are so dumb. Boys are so icky. You guys have way too much testosterone. I hate it. She tells them that her coven has been tracking the travelers for thousands of years. Normally, they don't settle in any one location, but occasionally they will do the thing where they will go to a town, they will infect everybody with passengers and take over the town and just live there for a little while until they get caught. Liv thinks that's what they're doing in Mystic Falls. We cut to travelers wandering about, kidnapping townspeople, including Liz. Enzo's getting real sassy with his teasing of Damon about Elena, and I love it. I love to see it. I love when he does silly little voices. Elena calls Damon, and Damon doesn't answer, and he's like, whew, temptation 0, Damon 1. Caroline calls Enzo, and he's like, ooh, temptation 1, Enzo, hello, gorgeous. She explains about the visions and is like, please tell Damon that because Stefan and Elena are the only ones left, they're being forced together by these weird visions and we don't know what to do and we need to figure out why it's happening. Bonnie shows up at Tyler's house to see Jeremy. That's right, this grown woman had to leave her college campus to go check on her high school boyfriend because he's too much of a putz to freaking pick up the phone and call her back. When she gets there, After this long car ride, he is shifty as hell and won't let her inside. She like gets in, but he's like blocking the rest of the house and like trying to keep her from coming in. And he's kind of just like, you know, I've got everything handled. I've just been busy. I'm just busy, Bonnie. Go away. Liv shows up and Bonnie's even more pissed because remember, he's cheated on her before. Jeremy is like, I'm so sorry. I can't tell you what's going on. I promise we're just working on something together. Please trust me. And then he just shoves her out the door and shuts it. Matt went to look for Liz himself and he can't find her. So he's on the phone with Tyler and he's like, you need to get over here soon with the traveler knife. He hangs up. Liz is behind him and she's like, the traveler knife? What's that? He's like, oh, I don't know. I was just talking to Tyler. You must have misheard me. And she's like, no, Matt, I don't think I did. And then she stabs him in the neck with a pin and kills Matt. So Bonnie finds Matt waiting by her car and he's like, I need you to tell Jeremy that Liz is in trouble. He will know what to do. I'm so sorry about this. He touches her and goes through to the other side. Except this time when he wakes up, there's a man looking at him and he's like, can you see me? And the guy's like, yeah. He's like, are you a witch? The guy's like, no. And then Cole, yes, Cole, he shows up and he's like, what's up, Donovan? Why are you here again? The other side's breaking. And I'm scared. But Matt doesn't care that the other side is breaking down. He just realizes, oh my God, I can see Vicky again, and goes running off to find her. Elena and Caroline go over to see Damon and Enzo so they can all talk. It is so awkward. Enzo and Caroline leave the room and they just go laugh at them from the living room. They're like, wow, these two are so stupid. This is the worst. They're listening to everything they're saying. Damon and Elena have the like, we're friends now, right? We're just friends. Friend zone, friends. So Enzo is like devastated for Damon. He's like, damn, that was a hard blow. That sucks. Caroline is like, what do you even know about dating? Like, you're going after this lady that loved you when you were younger. I don't know if you know this, but she's probably old as hell. And Enzo is like, you're so dumb. I don't want to date her, Caroline. I want to thank her because she was the only thing that kept me alive and happy this entire time I was being held captive and tortured. Luke shows up at the Salvatore house. Tyler confronts Liz. She is real creepy and real standoffish. She goes to leave and Tyler goes, oh, by the way, my mom says hi. Liz turns around and she's like, oh, give her my best. And he just attacks. He stabs her with the knife. She's like, oh, what's happening? And he's like, it's okay. You're going to be fine now. I promise. But then somebody walks up behind Tyler. Luke says he's so sorry, but he can't stop the visions between Elena and Stefan because the doppelganger magic is too strong. They think that Marcos, which is the leader of the travelers, I may or may not have told you guys about him. We've heard about him, but we didn't know where he was or who he was. Turns out he was on the other side, and he's the one that came through and escaped. Luke's pretty sure that because the travelers want Elena and Stefan together, they're leading them to a location, and that location is probably going to be where Marcos is. Does that make sense? Sort of. Also, it's confusing. Just go with it. Damon's having a horrible time with the whole Elena and Stefan having visions of each other thing, just in case you were wondering. He's not handling it well. He basically feels like they were doomed from the beginning, and this just proves it. And they were never meant to be together, so he never had a chance with Elena, and it was all a lie. She tells him that the universe doesn't control her, and none of it is real, and then promptly has another vision of Stefan. This time they live together. He's cooking for her, but he can't cook in this reality, okay? Elena can cook, but Stefan can't. It's a flip-flop of the world we're in right now. She finds a freaking engagement box ring in a kitchen drawer. He proposes. Now they're getting married. Damon brings her back out of the vision and she has broken the glass that she was holding in her hand. She says she knows where Marcos is. They need to go to the house where Stefan and Elena live in the dream vision world thing. On the other side, Matt is running through the woods looking for Vicky. He finds her and they get reunited, but she tells him that he needs to leave because things are getting really bad really quickly and she doesn't want him to get hurt. They run together and then Vicky is snatched away from him by that like weird invisible wind thing that snatched Katherine. Damon and Enzo go to the house to find Marcos. It's empty, but they find Marcos in the living room and he's like, hello, I'm the reason why Stefan and Elena are being drawn together. Nice to meet you. He wants to take Damon away to talk to him, but he tells Enzo that he can't go or he'll never find Maggie. Marcos explains to Damon that the spell that made Amara and Ketsia and Silas immortal is the thing that was like the catalyst between the witches and the travelers, because remember, those three were travelers and they did that spell, and then the witches don't think people should be immortal, so they're kind of the reason, like the witches and the spirits of nature are the reason why the doppelgangers were created as like an antidote to that spell. The witches cursed the travelers from that point on, so they were never able to like settle together in a group again. So the only time they can do it is when they take over towns and like inhabit other people's bodies. Marcos says that all he needs is the blood from Elena and Stefan. Nobody has to get hurt. That's all he wants. And to prove it, he will stop the visions. Everybody around Damon starts chanting and he realizes how infested the town has become, and they break the visions. As they're breaking the spell, Elena and Stefan have one final vision. They are now married with children. There is some horrible dialogue about biting because we had to make a vampire joke even though they're humans in this world. Then the vision starts breaking down and stops, and Elena and Stefan are together in the house and they're like, hey, did you feel that? Like that happened to both of us? Okay, that was weird. So Elena and Stefan talk, and it's a nice scene where they kind of come to a consensus that even though that was nice and that like dream world at one point was what they like hoped to have with each other, it's ultimately not what they want anymore, and it wasn't real and it doesn't mean anything. It's a really sweet moment. Elena asks him if he thinks that she'll ever be able to talk to Damon the way she talks to him, and Stefan is like, well, I don't think you can be friends with Damon and in love with Damon, so you're gonna have to pick which one you want to be. Back in the other side, Matt is still processing Vicky being snatched away from him. Cole shows up and is like, I get it, you're sad, get it together, we have bigger issues. I need you to go back across and tell somebody what's going on so they can fix it, because we're all gonna get yeeted into the invisible wind space, okay, if we're not careful. Cole starts crying, y'all. The little murder demon teenager, okay? You gotta remember, he's a kid. He's a teenager immortal, all right? So he's very upset and very scared. Matt is like, I don't know what to tell you, bro, but when I go back across, I'm gonna forget everything. And Cole just starts begging him. And he's like, you need to figure out a way to remember, because otherwise we're all gonna die. Bonnie is waiting beside Matt in Liz's office. Jeremy's also there. He's trying to apologize. He's just kind of making it worse. Bonnie doesn't really want to hear it. Matt wakes up, and for whatever reason, this time he remembers everything, and he's like, yeah, things are really bad over there, Bonnie. We gotta fix it. Damon finds Elena in his bedroom, and he's like, listen, I think we need to lay some ground rules, because if I'm not allowed to drive you home, I don't think you should be allowed to ambush me in my room. She laughs a little bit and then thanks him for being the one that stopped the visions between her and Stefan. He doesn't want to know anything else, but she's like, no, I need to tell you. I need to tell you that we had a perfect life together, and it was beautiful, and it was everything we thought we wanted, but it wasn't real. But what she has with Damon is messy and complicated and real. He's like, yes, really bad for each other. She insists that she still needs him in her life and wants to be his friend. But Damon snaps and he's like, no, because here's the thing. I don't want to be your friend, Elena. I don't want to look at you or think about you or talk to you or know you in a friend capacity, okay? I can't do that. The answer is no. She gets all sad and she's like, okay, if that's what you want. And he's like, that's what I want. And she leaves. Caroline is waiting for Liz to wake up. Tyler calls her and is like, don't worry, you know, when this happened to Matt, it took him a while to wake up. Everything's fine now, nothing to worry about. Caroline's like, thank you so much for your help, Tyler. I'll update you later. Tyler hangs up and he's with Marcos. He tells Marcos, I've got everything handled. She doesn't suspect a thing. So a passenger did in fact get into Tyler. He brought the traveler knife to Marcos, and Marcos burns it in the fire. We open with Stefan and Elena. They are doing homework together, and he's kind of like gone back into like best friend mode, because if you'll remember, Damon and her like officially broke up for like the 4th time. So they're not together anymore. And Stefan is kind of trying to be the glue that holds everyone together, because the other side is also falling apart. So everybody's a little on edge right now. We cut very abruptly to the Mojo Dojo Casa house where Tyler and Matt are running around frantically trying to look for the traveler knife because they're like, Tyler said he hid it in the piano, but it's not in the piano. Damon shows up. He can't come inside because the Mojo Dojo Casa house is anti-vampire, okay? He's stuck on the porch and he's like, you idiots. Has anyone seen Tyler recently? And it becomes abundantly clear that Tweedledee and Tweedledum didn't put it together until right this moment that maybe Tyler has a passenger trapped within him. Speaking of Tyler, we cut to him. Tyler wakes up in chains because, you know, he's a hybrid. So he starts panicking and he's like, what's going on? Where am I? Marcos is like, not here. And then he draws forward Julian, which is the passenger trapped in Tyler. Then Marcos explains the plan to everybody. Basically, it's that same idea of like, they have this new spell that they're gonna do. It's gonna break the curse that the witches put on them and they'll be able to take over Mystic Falls and be evil together. Sloane is gonna be the guinea pig, so she is given Tyler's blood, and then Marcos kills her, and he's like, now we wait. Damon calls Enzo, because Enzo is his bestie, and he's like, I need help. I can't find Tyler. Where are the travelers? Enzo is like, I'm sorry, I don't know. I've got no idea where they are. Also, I'm on my way to a meeting. The meeting ends up being cornering Elena and Stefan at the grill and being like, Stefan, you MFer, I know you killed Maggie. Maggie, remember, is Enzo's girlfriend. When Enzo was locked up in Augustine, she was the one that like took notes on him. So he thinks that Stefan is the one that killed her because he has a picture now of Maggie, and the picture is Maggie with her head not fully attached to her shoulders. So he's like, I know you did it, it must have been you. Stefan is like, no, I was not a Ripper at that time, okay? So it couldn't have been me. Enzo isn't having any of that. He calls Liv over because Liv works at this place. I might have said the grill. They're not at the grill. They're over in the college town, okay? They're in Whitmore area. So he calls Liv over. He kidnapped Luke, and now Liv is like working for him in order to like get Luke back. Okay, keep up. It's a lot. So then Enzo calls Damon back and he's like, can you please check Stefan's journals for me? I need a fact check. And Damon's like, Stefan burned his journals. Why? And Enzo's like, because Stefan killed Maggie. And Damon's like, when? And when Enzo tells him the date, he's like, but Stefan wasn't a Ripper then. And Enzo's like, I know you're all lying to me. I know he killed her, okay? This is also a cute phone call because Damon realizes very quickly that Enzo is like, unwell, and he's like, you got your murder voice on, okay? So why don't you like calm down and tell me where you are and we can fix this together, okay? And Enzo's just like, no, how about I just murder Elena? What then, Damon? Stefan ends up having a memory flash of the night that Maggie was killed. It was election night for JFK, and he was in town, and he did meet Maggie. In the meeting, she says that Stefan is the brother that got the handsome genes, and like, listen, I'm not saying Paul Wesley is ugly. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm just saying that you're gonna look at these two, and this isn't the handsome brother? I don't understand. I have never understood it. Every time I watch that scene, I'm like, She was looking for Damon in hopes of killing him because in her opinion he killed Enzo with the fire situation at Whitmore. So when Stefan realized that, he scared Maggie off to get her to leave town, but he did not kill her. Damon is calling Caroline, but for some reason she's MIA in this episode and not answering anybody's phone calls. We will never learn where Caroline was hiding on this day. So Damon goes to Liz instead, and because she's the sheriff, she has record of everything, so she knows that Maggie was killed on November 8th, blah, blah, blah. And when Damon opens the file and sees the picture of Maggie's body, he's like, oh, so Stefan didn't kill Maggie. And Liz is like, how do you know that for sure? And Damon's like, because it turns out I did. We get this horrible flashback of Maggie finally like breaking that little wall that was up between her and Enzo, because he's been very adamant to everybody that like they were not like really together because they kept everything professional, and she never got too close to the bars and he was never like able to like touch her or anything like that. But they loved each other, and I think he calls it like an attachment because he's a grandpa. But we see now that Maggie at one point was like, I want you to turn me. If you turn turn me into a vampire, then I'll be strong enough, I can break you out and we can run away together. So Enzo was like, okay, come here. And she like came over to him and he bit his wrist and was gonna like let her drink his blood. And then when she got close enough, he ripped her vervain bracelet off and was just like, I need you to leave. I want you to run away. I want you to forget everything you know about this place. And when you go, I want you to forget me. Forget that I love you. And so she starts to leave and he bends down, he picks up her vervain bracelet, even though it's burning his little fingies. And he's like, here you go. This fell off your wrist. And she's like, oh, thank you. And she just leaves. Damon shows up and is like, let the hostages go, you creepy sociopath, because Enzo not only kidnapped the gang of friends, but he like made everybody in the bar in like very Klaus style stay still and watch. Damon tries to talk Enzo down, but seeing Damon, I think it just because Enzo feels safe with him, it just kind of makes him break down even more. So he's like really broken up and like starting to cry. And then Damon is like, okay, but listen, it wasn't Stefan, it was me. I killed Maggie. My fault. Me. I did it. And that is even worse. Enzo's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you did it? Like, just destroyed. So Damon recounts what he did, which is basically that Maggie lured him out by saying she wanted to interview him. And then when she got him out, she tried to kidnap him with like a vervain needle. And he realized she was from Whitmore/Augustine, and not knowing that she was Enzo's Maggie. I don't know how he didn't put that together, but he didn't. He just freaking like grabbed her by the throat and popped her head off. No remorse, because remember, Damon's switch was turned off. So Enzo was like, okay, cool. Now I'm definitely gonna murder Elena. It's time, let's go, I'm gonna kill her. He goes after Elena and Damon is like, no, hold on. What if you just kill me? You can do whatever you want. I need you to just let Elena and Stefan go, but you can kill me, you can take it out on me, that's fine, I understand, I deserve it. And Enzo has an even bigger breakdown and he's like, no, Damon, you don't understand. You don't deserve it. Like, I can't hate you, Damon. If I hate you, then I really do have nothing left. He starts crying and then he turns his humanity off before Damon can stop him. And when I say that Damon tries to stop him, I mean that he rushes forward and he's like, no, don't you dare, don't do it. And he's like grabbing Enzo and Enzo opens his eyes and is like, there we go. All better. Danger, red flag, sirens, bad. We go back to Tyler fighting for his life with the travelers. Sloane wakes up mid-transition into like hybrid vampire lady. Marcos reveals that Elena and Stefan's blood mixed together will nullify witch magic. We haven't known that up until now. I guess maybe they did something to it. It doesn't matter. Sloane drinks it. Enzo is absolutely unhinged in the bar, shattering bottles, breaking things. He is not doing well. Damon wants to run off and travel together. He's like, I'll go with you. We can leave right now. We can do whatever you want. We just need to let everybody else go. He slips Stefan a piece of glass so that Stefan can cut the ropes off. Then Enzo grabs Liv, drinks from her, smashes a bottle, stabs it into Damon's throat, snatches Elena, and leaves. Damon goes after Elena, Stefan stays behind and saves Liv's life and then leaves Liv there with Bonnie. Damon calls Enzo and is like, I will go anywhere you want to go, just please don't hurt Elena. Enzo takes Elena away. She tries to talk him out of it and she's basically like, look, if you were really gonna kill me, you would have done it by now. Like, I know how you feel, my switch was off, I could help you through this. Enzo's not having it and he starts like breaking a piece of like wood to make a stake to kill her. Stefan arrives and saves her, but the boys get into like an all-out brawl situation. Bonnie helps Liv, and then in turn, Liv admits that there's nothing anybody can do to save Bonnie from like the other side collapsing situation. She's like, there is no spell, nothing can be done. You need to say goodbye to Jeremy because that boy loves you. Damon finds Elena and rips the vervain ropes off of her even though they burn him. The boys are still fighting and it's getting real bad for Steph. Enzo, because he has lost his marbles, tries to light both of them on fire and he's like, won't that be painful for Damon, losing both of us in one go? So then Stefan reaches in and grabs Enzo by the heart. He's trying to force him to turn his emotions back on, like he's trying to scare him into that. But Enzo, remember, okay, he's been tortured. There's not a lot you can do to him that's gonna freak him out, especially with his humanity off. So he decides, you know what would be sweet, sweet revenge? If somehow he could make it so that Damon's brother kills his best friend. So then, you know, Stefan's hand is in his heart. He grabs hold of Stefan and like pushes himself away so that Stefan rips his heart out. So Enzo dies. Stefan then listens to the voicemail that Damon left Enzo, and he's just like heartbroken. Meanwhile, back at home, okay, Damon drops Elena off and tucks her in, and then he sees a message from Enzo agreeing to run away. Elena wakes up alone. Stefan comes over and immediately tells her the truth about Enzo, and he's like, wouldn't it be better if we don't tell Damon, because Damon's gonna spiral, okay? Damon's gonna lose his shit. We should just tell him that Enzo ran away. And Elena is like, no, we shouldn't. We should give him a chance. We should tell him the truth. He loves Enzo, like he needs to know. And Stefan is like, oh, I'm sorry. I already did the thing I said we should do. He already thinks Enzo ran away. Now you're trapped in a lie with me, my bad. Jeremy and Matt fill Bonnie in on the whole, like, Tyler must have been kidnapped by the travelers situation, and then Bonnie asks Matt to leave the room. She is supposed to tell Jeremy the truth, except she lies again and says there's nothing to worry about, the spell's working, Liv's doing great work, she's gonna come back, blah-de-da-de-da. Stefan calls and interrupts her lie fest with Jeremy to tell her that Enzo is dead and will be crossing over soon, and they cannot tell Damon. So then Enzo shows up in the room, and Jeremy is like, who's here? And Bonnie's like, I don't know, it's just some random werewolf or something. Enzo is like, go ahead, keep your little secret. Did I mention I'm really good at revenge? And then he passes over into the other side. Sloane wakes up, and Marcos is like, are you still a vampire? She cuts her hand doesn't heal, she's not a vampire anymore. Marcos is thrilled. But then, this means that the wound that Sloane got when he cut her throat and killed her earlier opens up again, and she freaking dies for real. Tyler's disgusted by this, and he almost like outs himself because, you know, he's still Tyler and not Julian. So he's like, oh my God, she's dead. And Marcos is like, yeah, and it was worth it. Basically, the Traveler plan is to undo the witch magic, therefore making it impossible for vampires to live in Mystic Falls, because if there is a vampire in the area when the magic is lifted, they'll just revert back to how they died as humans. Stefan comes home, and Damon is there, and he promises Stefan that he will fix the situation with Enzo. Stefan tries to comfort him and get him to agree to leave the situation with Enzo alone, but Damon refuses. He tells Stefan that Enzo is the reason that he never fully grew to hate Stefan. Like, all those times that he wanted to, he would remember that Enzo had always reminded him that at least he had family, at least he had a brother, and that was like what got him through the years of torture. So Damon's like, we owe him, okay? We both owe him. But Enzo is watching, and he's not about any of this forgiveness bullshit. He's just pissed off. 20 is a hard vibe shift, okay? We get shirtless Tyler chained to a bed while a lady is like crawling up on him, giving him kisses. That's how he wakes up. He's gotta pretend he's Julian, because this is Julian's wife, Maria. She kind of walks away from him and then gives him some information saying like, oh, the camp is moving, Marcos is blah blah blahing, the plan's unfolding, things are getting bad. He panics and breaks out and then turns into a wolf and escapes the camp. Luke is at the house with Damon trying to do a locator spell on Enzo, who is dead, so the spell doesn't work. Tyler shows up and is like, red alert, Marcos has an awful plan that's going to kill all of us. So Damon takes Elena and Stefan and Caroline over to Caroline's dad's cabin in the woods to hide them there. Luke is basically going to do a spell on the front porch that's going to like cloak the cabin, and then that way the travelers can't find them. Caroline is back. She picks up on the awkwardness between Stefan and Elena, but she thinks it means they're back together. Damon is like, I think it means they're lying to me about something to do with Enzo. There's a really sad moment where Caroline's like on the porch feeling somebody looking at her, and it turns out it's Enzo. She walks through him, and he's like, oh, I thought that would feel better than it did. Like, trying to connect with her still. I don't know what it is with her and villains and British men, but I get it. I know, I understand. I get it. Damon and Elena have a really awkward moment together. It's clear that they're still in love, and because of what's happened with Enzo, I think it's making Damon more vulnerable. So he's like ready to lean on her, and she's kind of like, no, I feel so guilty. I can't believe I'm lying to you about this. So she almost tells him. Like in this moment, he's like, what were you gonna say? And she's like, nothing. And they get interrupted. We cut to Bonnie and Jeremy hooking up. They're supposed to have a date weekend. I should tell you that the next couple episodes happen over the course of like a few days, okay? It's like a day and a half, I think. It's awful when we get to the end. Y'all wanted this. Y'all have been waiting for the end of season 5. You brought this on yourselves. They get a text about Tyler, realizing that Tyler is back at home. Jeremy's like, okay, we need to leave. Bonnie agrees. When Jeremy leaves the room, Grams shows up, and she's like, Bonnie, freaking Bennett, you are lying to that boy. You're a lying liar. You need to tell him the truth because the other side is breaking apart and he's going to be devastated when you break apart with it. In this moment, Grams walks into a lamp and knocks it over, so for some reason the ghost can touch things now. Enzo is haunting Elena and Stefan in the barn, and he realizes he can touch things too, so red alert, danger. Caroline makes up a game called Secrets We Think We Can Get Away With, and she wants to play charades because she's trying to get Elena and Stefan to admit that they're back together. This is again when Damon is like, I think it's Enzo. I think they're lying to me about Enzo, and she's like, no, I think they're in love. The boys now have Tyler chained up so that they can speak to the traveler Julian inside of him as safely as possible. Julian does come out and he starts throwing a little hissy fit, so they force feed him like a vervain wolfsbane mixture to torture him so that he will tell them where Marcos is. Marcos sends Julian's wife Maria after him so that she can make the body switch into Tyler permanent. The gang at the cabin plays charades. Team Stelina is winning because of course Caroline and Damon are like not really into the game mood. Damon suggests never have I ever, and everybody agrees. Stefan and Elena are like playing along, they're all being jokey and teasing each other, but then Caroline makes it weird and she's like, never have I ever kissed a Salvatore brother today. And Elena is like, are you like implying something? And Caroline's like, why don't you just admit it? Just admit it, because she's super jealous, okay? And then Damon very quickly is like, never have I ever lied about where Enzo is. And Stefan's just like, but nobody drinks. And Damon's like, what is going on here? Something is fishy. And Stefan's like, clearly nothing's going on because nobody drank. Loser behavior. The gang breaks up game night and Elena goes and takes a bath. Enzo is being a creep and like haunting her in the bathroom with her, and he's like, oh, a nice hot bath, maybe that'll soothe your guilt, huh, Elena? When she gets in the tub, he just like grabs her and shoves her under the water and starts drowning her, okay? One of my favorite things though is that in this moment where she's like deeply in danger, she surfaces for like half a second and goes, Damon, and then goes back under the water, like the quickest of calls for him, but our boy comes running, okay? So he barrels into the room. She's not being drowned anymore. So he's like, what is it? What is it? What happened? He wraps her in a towel. He's like, are you okay? What's going on? And she's like, I don't know. Somebody was in here with me. Somebody was in here. Somebody was trying to kill me. And he's like, what? Caroline's dad? I don't think he would have done that to you, Elena. Like, what kind of ghost do you have haunting you? And she's like, Damon? And she tells him the truth about Enzo. Julian's still fighting against Matt and Tyler to not give them any info. He does end up admitting that the knife has been destroyed. Matt goes a little feral and he's like, you're in my best friend's body and I will be getting my answers. And then he just starts like stabbing him in the stomach. Julian gives up at that point and is like, look, I can't tell you where they are because I don't know, okay? I left before camp was moved, but I can tell you where my body is. Caroline confronts Stefan and finds out about the lying about Enzo, and then Damon shows up and is like, I also know the truth because Elena just told me, you mean brother. But Stefan is like, here's the thing. There are ghosts trying to hurt us. We should like regroup later, okay? Damon realizes, oh my god, I know Enzo better than this. Hurting Elena was just a trick. He must actually be trying to hurt all of us. And they realize that Luke is missing from the porch. Marcos and the travelers do a spell and locate them at the cabin. Damon is mad at Stefan, but also he's mostly just hurt. Like, ultimately that's what he's feeling, because he's like, I get it. Like, you think I'm a monster. You think I couldn't handle this. But he was my best friend and you killed him and he's been dead. And I just had no idea. Like, you took away my mourning from me. I didn't even get to be sad. Bonnie and Jeremy find the cave where the traveler bodies are being kept, and it is a lot of bodies. Stefan and Damon find Luke tied up in a shed. Enzo shows up and then lights that little shed on fire and then starts stabbing Stefan and Damon so the boys can't escape. Damon says that he can get Enzo back from the other side, but in exchange, Enzo has to stop hurting them. Stefan gets free and saves Luke and gets out. And then Enzo is like, you better not disappoint me this time, Damon, and stops hurting him so that Damon can also leave. Bonnie and Jeremy get attacked in the Traveler Cave, and Maria shows up and takes Julian's body. The unfortunate trio of Matt, Jeremy, and Bonnie watch as Tyler is like taken away by that spell. You know, we already saw it happen with Katherine and Elena. It happens again, except Tyler has this awful moment of like looking up at Bonnie and being like, make it stop, make it stop. And then it's Julian. Oops. And Julian's like, I take it you didn't find my body. Caroline confronts Stefan and she's like, I can't believe that you want to call yourself my best friend, okay? But you lied to me. Like, you should have told me. I'm not Damon. I should have been told about this. And Stefan is like, I know. But it's because you're my friend that I didn't tell you. Like, I didn't want you to look at me differently. And Caroline's like, oh my God, Stefan, I would never look at you differently. No, I love you. And then they separate and Stefan hears something in the woods and gets attacked. Damon and Elena have a little fight. And she's like, I know you're mad at me. And he's like, I am mad at you, Elena, okay? But also, I don't even care that you lied because I get it. You were so afraid that if you told me the truth, I would spiral, okay? But look, here's the thing. I didn't spiral, okay? I'm holding it together the best that I can for you. Sort of proving, you know, that she makes him a better person. So this is also when he's like, being with you drives me nuts, but being without you also drives me nuts. She says she's really confused and he's not doing a good job of expressing himself. So they stare at each other for a second and then he just like lunges forward and kisses her. It's so cute. When he lets go, she's like, what was that for? And he goes, because I had a bad day and I needed it. And then he walks away. And then you guessed it, the travelers rock up and freaking kidnap Elena too. We open 21 with Damon kidnapping a traveler man in order to get information because Elena and Stefan have been taken. The guy ends up telling them that it doesn't matter what they do, Marcos is already too powerful and there's no stopping him. Liv and Luke are hiding from everybody. Nobody knows where they are. We cut to Elena and Stefan being drained of blood. It's not going well and they're being kept apart so that they can't help each other. But then Maria, we don't know it's Maria, but like it's clearly Maria if you pay attention to details. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys because I knew it was her the first time I watched it and you probably would too. Maria breaks into the room and lets Stefan out and then Stefan goes and finds Elena and gets her out and they get free. Enzo gets Bonnie involved to translate between him and Damon and he's basically saying like, don't forget about me. You made me a promise. You better keep it. But Damon is like, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm the only hero left in Mystic Falls, okay? And we got a long list of bullshit that I need to fix and I'm the only one who can fix it now. So you're gonna have to wait. So Enzo takes a bottle of alcohol and throws it into the fire and it explodes. And Bonnie's like, I think maybe he wants to be penciled in for today instead. While walking home, because they don't have a car, so they're just wandering back home to Mystic Falls, Elena and Stefan have a big talk about how she needs to get back together with Damon. Luke and Liv meet up at a diner. She is at this point pretty sick of everything and she's like, I can't believe we got involved. This was not the plan. Like, we knew what we were supposed to do. The Coven is so mad at us. Luke is like, but these people are nice and we should help them. And it's so weird to me that that's the breakdown because in the beginning, Luke was an asshole and now he's like kind of nice and he likes the Mystic Falls group. I don't know. He ends up getting like psychically attacked by the Coven. She's like, see, I told you they're mad at us. We have to go ahead with the plan and kill Elena or Stefan. There's a nice little side scene of a traveler named Carl inside a lady in Mystic Falls' body. He kills the husband and then just like leaves. Maria shows up in a car and picks up Elena and Stefan to help them get home. Maria has been feeding everybody information because she is trying to help them and in turn save Julian. Marcos finds the cave where the travelers were supposed to be empty and a little note from Damon taking credit for it. He goes to the house to confront Damon about it in person. Bonnie is kind of having a mental breakdown, like just a low-key one. She's doing the thing where she's like deeply in denial. She is basically like packing the dorm room up and Caroline is like, I don't know why you're worried about this. Like, we have bigger issues going on. Why are you cleaning? And Bonnie is cleaning because she doesn't want them to have to clean once she dies. Caroline has this idea that if they kill Tyler with Julian inside of him, Tyler would go to the other side and then Tyler could come back with the spell that Liv is working on. Except this is when Bonnie snaps and admits that that spell has been a lie. and it doesn't exist, and so Bonnie is preparing for her death, basically. Much to Damon's dismay, Marcos kills one of the traveler bodies and is basically like, these bodies don't matter. Like, they can stay in the Mystic Falls bodies easily. It's not that big of a deal. I don't care. They don't care. It's fine. This is when Marcos is like, the spell that we're working on to break witch magic, it's not just gonna break it here. It's gonna spread out to the whole world. Damon tries to attack him, but he can't kill him because Marcos is too powerful right now. And then the travelers sprinkled throughout Mystic Falls start the freaking spell. Liv and Luke attack Maria, Elena, and Stefan in the car by like blocking them in on the road and like throwing the car back and forth. Not a fun scene if you don't like car crashes. Elena and Stefan are okay, but Maria dies in the accident. Once they get out of the car, the twins just start like breaking their bones like little doll situations. It's so gross, and they're basically like, only one of you needs to die. Which one of you is it going to be? Enzo goes off on Bonnie about the whole lie with the spell situation. He is refusing to die, and she's like, you need to get it together because it's happening. You are gonna die just like me, just like everybody else. Get over it. And then Maria shows up and she's gonna cross over through Bonnie, but she says really heartbreakingly, tell my husband that I tried, and then she disappears. While Damon and Marcos are upstairs having their argument, Tyler Julian is down in the basement, and he's basically like, Damon, he doesn't know I'm here. Use the element of surprise if you're smart enough. So then Damon tricks Marcos into going downstairs into the wine cellar, and he slips the key to the chains that Julian's locked up with under the door. Liv starts to kill Stefan because Luke is not strong enough to do it, and then they lose their magic because of the traveler spell, and Elena is like, oopsies, did your magic fizzle out? And she attacks Liv. But then Elena and Stefan start cooking in the middle of the street because their daylight rings stop working, so they have to go running into the grill. They find Matt, and Matt is like, the tunnels! We can take the tunnels! So they all go running down into the secret tunnels under the town to escape. In the tunnels, Elena starts to drown, and Stefan gets shot because they're reverting back into their, like, human death situations. In the Salvatore house, Julian jumps out and attacks Marcos, okay, and he's winning, but then his fangs disappear, and he's like, my fangs, what happened to my fangs? So he goes from like hybrid to just werewolf, and then if he's not quick enough, he'll go back to a boy. Damon gets burned in the sun, and Marcos is like, ha 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 ha. The travelers start dropping like flies in their Mystic Falls bodies, and then they start waking up in the house around Marcos, Damon, and Tyler Julian. Damon gets shot in the chest again. Julian starts choking, and him and Damon have to like run out of the house and escape, and Marcos is like, run fast, bye. So Marcos has moved into the Salvatore house. While Damon is like fleeing through the woods, a car pulls up, and it's Jeremy, and Damon's just like, oh, little Gilbert, I have never been so excited to see you in my life. And Jeremy's like, get in the car. Caroline is frantically packing now because now she's the one that's like, we gotta go fast. And Bonnie has stopped packing because she figured out a way to save everybody, but she's got to find Enzo. Matt gives Stefan and Elena some blood bags, and then Damon and Jeremy show up, and everybody's reunited. Elena kisses Damon, and he's like, what was that for? And she's like, because I had a really crappy day, and I needed it. And he's like grinning because he's like, ooh, that's cute. This is a cute moment we're having. And then she's like, I thought I wasn't going to see you again. And Stefan watches this happen, and is just like, why don't you guys take Jeremy's car? Y'all take Jeremy's car, y'all head out, and I'll wait here for Caroline. Just go. And it's kind of sad because he's happy that they're back together, but also them being back together, he's like, ooh, knife to the heart. Enzo visits Maria on the other side and is like, we can bring everybody back if you'll tell me the spell that Marcos used to break free from the other side. But before Maria can give it to him, the wind monster comes and sucks her away into oblivion. He goes straight to Bonnie to tell her what happened. Stefan and Caroline are waiting for Bonnie, and while they're outside by the car, Julian comes up and he's like, where's Maria? Where is my wife? Stefan has to tell him that Maria is dead. Stefan's like explaining in his hero voice that there's a way to bring Maria back and everything can be fixed and it'll be okay. Julian freaks out and attacks him anyway. And then he just fucking rips out Stefan's heart. It happens so quick, and I'm looking y'all in the eyes right now, okay? I forgot. I also forgot what happens in the next episode. it was not the week for me to watch these episodes, okay? So Stefan's heart gets ripped out, and Caroline is all of us. Caroline's standing there, and she just goes, because it happens so fast. There's nothing. There's no more. It's just yeet, gone. No heart. I can't even imagine the horror you would have felt watching that and then having to wait a week, because that's like, it's basically the end of the episode. So then we go back to Bonnie and Enzo talking, and Stefan shows up and she can see him, but Enzo can't, meaning that it's Stefan's ghost and he really is dead. And she basically has to be like, I'm so sorry, Maria's gone. We don't have a way to get the spell anymore. I can't bring anybody back. And he's like, that tracks. And then he just like sadly touches her and disappears. We go back to Caroline, who's just holding Stefan's dead body, screaming for help. And that's the end of the episode. So we open with Stefan's dead body on the couch and Caroline just sobbing next to him. And then who runs in but Elena and Damon? Elena is like, Stefan, oh my God, Stefan, oh my God. And she starts crying and being sad. Damon like can't even look at him. Okay. He like takes, and he's just like, no, and like can't do it. I can't do it. I can't look at Damon looking at him like that. No. On the other side, Stefan is watching this happen and he starts to get ripped away from the wind, but Lexi shows up and saves his ass. Damon starts destroying the dorm room when he finds out that Bonnie doesn't have access to the spell anymore, but you know, I will say that is character growth because he doesn't attack Bonnie. He just starts breaking things. Enzo shows up and is like, I have another plan. Bonnie, I need you to gather your witches. Liv and Luke are on the run because they tried to kill Elena and Stefan, but then Elena and Caroline stop them. At first, Liv and Luke refuse to help, and then Caroline is like, oh, okay, and she just snaps Luke's neck, and she's like, now your brother's on the other side. Do you want to help? We cut to Liz helping the Mystic Falls people evacuate so that Marcos can like officially take over the town. He shows her what happens when vampires cross into the town line by taking Julian out of a van, throwing him over the town line and watching as he's like not a hybrid, not a werewolf, broken neck boy, dead. Tyler shows up to Bonnie as himself. So Caroline is so smart. Her plan was correct. Even though she just told Enzo that they need to quit promising to bring so many people back, she of course immediately is like, Tyler, we will bring you back. You're on the list. Lexi and Stefan are searching for Rick, but they can't find him. Lexi wants to know why Stefan didn't leave Mystic Falls, and then she's kind of like, you know what, I'm just kidding. I know why you didn't leave. Her name's Caroline, right? And Stefan is like, what? Caroline? No, maybe. Liz is planning something, but we aren't sure what it is yet. But she is insisting that Marcos bring the travelers to the grill. And she's like, there'll be an open bar. I just need to tell them the town rules before I leave. Bonnie is still lying to Jeremy. At this point, it is abundantly clear that in order to do the spell to bring everybody back, it's going to kill her. She's sacrificing herself. Stefan's ghost shows up, except it isn't Stefan. It's Silas. He's the traveler willing to help them do the spell. Jeremy and Matt go under the town through the tunnels. They're planning on blowing up the grill. So remember, Liz is going to gather all the travelers there, and then Matt and Jeremy are going to blow them up. Marcos has figured out that Liz is up to something, and he is insisting that she stay with him in the grill. He's not letting her leave. Damon and Elena talk, and Damon is like, I have to tell you something, and I need you to try not to get upset. I'm gonna drive my car into the grill and that's gonna trigger the explosion. And she immediately is like, what the fuck do you mean? And he's like, see, Damon, this is why we don't tell her things. This is why. He's insisting that he's gonna be fine because they're bringing everybody back. So whoever triggers the explosion and dies, he's only gonna be gone for a little while. This is his choice and she needs to let him make it. And she's like, wow, I can't believe you're throwing my words back at me like that. And he promises to come back to her and they have a sweet moment. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Bonnie and Liv are almost ready to start the ritual, but then the wind comes back and almost snatches Enzo. Bonnie has to decide between saving Enzo and saving Silas, and she picks Enzo, so Silas disappears into the wind vortex. Liv starts the spell that will allow them to bring everybody back. Luke is there watching her, and he's like, all right, Liv, come on, you got it. You're gonna be fine, you got this. Matt and Jeremy break the gas lines underneath the grill and then run. Gramps shows up to Bonnie from the other side and tells her goodbye because Gramps has figured out that Bonnie's gonna kill herself in order to save her friends. Gramps also refuses to pass through Bonnie, and she's like, but I just want you to know that I found a way for you to find your peace. So when you get there, just remember that I found mine because I secured yours. And they have like this awful heartbreaking hug, and then Gramps just walks away. Marcos gives it up to Liz that he knows she's up to something, and she plays it off by being like, oh my god, do you smell gas? They go into the kitchen and she's playing it up. She's like, I think there must be a leak in the line. Something's wrong. What do we do? And then just beats him over the head and knocks him out. So he's on the ground, and she frantically texts Damon. She's like, they're here. Go now. Hurry. And then Marcos wakes up and grabs Liz. So Damon gets into the car, preparing to drive headfirst into the grill. Elena gets into the passenger seat. He's like, whoa, 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 what are you doing here? She's like, you made your choice. Now I'm gonna make mine. Drive. Grinning, he floors it into town. He is not going fast enough though, and she starts to like almost drown again, and they have to die as vampires or they won't come back from the other side correctly, because if they die as humans, they'll just be dead. So they like gun it, and holding hands, they just drive headfirst into the grill, and that shit explodes. It's my nightmare. I watched it for y'all again, but I don't like this scene. Liv is doing the spell and really starting to struggle, but Luke, like I said, is there, and he's offering as much support as he can. All the travelers that just died in the grill show up, and they start to overwhelm Bonnie. Elena and Damon show up with Bonnie, and she's like, run back to your bodies. You have to get to your bodies so you can come through. So they go back to the grill, and it's so gross. It is so gross. But Rick is there, finally, and so he shows up next to Elena, and he's like, I can't believe you wore your seatbelt. Go to Bonnie quickly so you can get fixed. I will find Damon, because Damon is not in the car anymore. So Damon's in the kitchen with his body, and he finds Liz on the ground, and he's like, no, no, Liz, and he starts trying to save her, but he can't pick up the piece of debris that's on her because he's not strong enough by himself. But then Rick is there, and Rick helps him, and Liz is gonna be okay. Liv is now 100% dying during the ritual. Luke insists that they have to go ahead and start coming through Bonnie, but she wants to wait until everyone is gathered together and they can all start coming back as a group. Luke isn't having it though, because his twin sister is dying, so he passes through anyway so that he can go physically back to Liv and try to keep her safe. Enzo crosses next, and the first thing out of his mouth, like immediately, is, hello, gorgeous, because he walks by Caroline. Tyler comes back and hugs Caroline. It's very cute. Also, he's not a hybrid anymore. Elena doesn't want to leave Damon, but Bonnie grabs her anyway because Bonnie's not taking any chances. That's 4 people now that have gone through Bonnie. So she sways and starts to fall, and Stefan catches her, and then Stefan passes through. I forgot how much the last 10 minutes of this episode just freaking suck, man. I block it out. I block it out. It doesn't... Anyway... So now Stefan and Elena are freaking out in the world of the living because Damon was not back yet, and they don't know where he is, and they've just abandoned him to the other side. Lexi starts to cross over, but then Marcos shows up, so they get into a fight, and she stops him and kicks him into the void, and he just goes screaming off into the void. So Silas, Marcos, gone, okay? And then Lexi is like, I can't go through. It's killing you. Like, if I go through and then you don't have enough strength to get Damon through, like, what kind of best friend am I? I'm not doing that, no. And then she just like stands and like faces the light, and she's like, you're not taking me to the void. And that's how she finds her peace, guys. So Lexi's gone now, but she found peace. Liv is dying. I cannot stress that enough, okay? Luke is so worried. Damon and Rick finally show up, and Bonnie's like, took you long enough, and she grabs Rick, and so he passes through. Luke panics and turns the spell off. So when Bonnie goes to touch Damon, she can't get him to cross through. Elena bursts into the crypt and realizes that Liv and Luke are both gone. Bonnie has to tell her that there is no way to save Damon now, because that was their one chance. Like, they had the travelers, they did the overwhelming thing, they did the ritual, the people came back. They can't recreate it. They can't do it again. So Elena has a breakdown. And Damon is in the crypt, and Bonnie's like, he's here. You can say goodbye. No, thank you. No. So yeah, Damon's a ghost. So he can touch her, but she can't see him. So there's lots of moments where it's like her hair is moving and she knows he's in front of her, but she can't look at him. She's having a complete breakdown, and he's just going on and on about how wonderful she is and how loving her and having this life with her, even though it was short, was like the most he'd lived in his entire existence, and she gave him everything and he adores her. When I tell you guys this is one of the saddest episodes of TV for me, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Caroline comforts Stefan about the fact that he not only lost Damon, but also Lexi in one evening, so he's not doing very well either. He says, though, that Marcos didn't come out, and because Lexi also didn't, he knows that that wasn't a coincidence, and he's like, I think that was her unfinished business. I think she finally found peace. Bonnie calls Jeremy and is like, I'm so sorry, I lied to you. I was never coming back. There was never a spell. Goodbye, Jeremy, I love you. And he's like, don't you dare hang up on me. And she does. So Jeremy's distraught and he grabs Matt and they take off to the cemetery hoping to find Bonnie anyway. Rick goes to Elena and hugs her and she's like, he's gone. He's actually gone. Goodbye. Jeremy shows up screaming for Bonnie. Somehow, until this moment, nobody realized what was going to happen to her. She wanders over to them just as the other side starts like shattering and getting bright and glowy, and it's really bad. Damon walks up to her. She says, I'm sure there are a million other people we'd both rather be here with right now, but... And then she takes his hand. He says, a couple thousand at most. She asks, do you think it'll hurt? And he goes, I don't need, and it cuts to white. And that's the end of the fucking season. That's the end. That's how it ends. No. If you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and comment down below. I love talking to y'all each week. As always, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you guys so soon. Have a good one. Bye.